Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. However, once the system has gotten an upgrade, your popularity rating limit has increased to 100. With your current empire's popularity count, once you upgrade the system, your popularity score will instantly reach its limit. Really? Ours was very happy to hear this. That is good news. To be honest, even though nowadays every day I can get quite a lot of popularity scores. However, with the current development, my popularity score won't be able to match it. So do you want to upgrade the system? Of course. Upgrade now, ding. System owner has agreed to upgrade the system. Please wait a moment. System is currently in the process of upgrading 1% 2%, the boost speed runs stably. Ours stopped the work he was currently doing and monitored the progress that was taking place, since right now in front of him was a transparent blue screen that was in the process of being upgraded. The percentage increase runs once every 5 seconds. And it didn't take long for the percentage value to reach 100%. Ding. System has been successfully upgraded. Ours quickly opened his system panel to see the changes that were currently taking place. Kingdom building system. Name: Ours Kingdom. Fortis points: 3,224,100 out of 1 second. System store. Abilities: knowledge summons items, blueprint building others. The popularity value that was previously only 50 has changed directly to 100. Ours is very happy to see this change and starts exploring the system to see if anything has changed or not. However, after ours looked around, ours didn't find any changes compared to before. Ellie, did the only change occur in increasing the limit on the number of points earned by me? Of course. This system upgrade is all you get. Moreover, this is the last upgrade and there will be no further upgrades after this. So even though your kingdom is known by the 2 billion living beings in this world, the system will no longer improve itself. Only here is the limit of improvement, no problem. That's enough for me. At least it makes it easier for me to plan ahead. Thank you, Eli. You're welcome. Okay. Then I won't bother you. Continue your work and success always with your kingdom. Chapter 48, Demon Child, Nico Robin Evening. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, 2nd floor, dining room. It was now time for dinner. That means that work time is now over except for the palace maids who work until 7 p.m. Their work was finished after cleaning all the dinner utensils used. Ours and the other higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom were currently in the dining room of the 2nd floor of the Royal Palace eating their dinner quietly. Kajin, have you cleaned the 5 units of the first type of house that were previously completed yet? Ours asked while stopping his eating activities. Not yet. Kajin shook his head, because you said earlier that the house will not be under construction yet. I still haven't cleaned it up. Then tomorrow before you start the construction work, clean the 5 units of the house. We will continue the construction of the house. Continue? Kajin raised his brow. Is the current funding enough? Enough. Ours nodded and continued. There has been an upgrade before because the requirements for the upgrade have been met. Enhancement? Does it have anything to do with points? Sheena asked. Yes. Ours nodded. Previously the point limit that I could get was only 50 points. However, now I can get 100 points for every second. That way, the amount that can be obtained every day has increased compared to before. We can continue construction of the house that will be occupied by us and the royal family. I understand. Kajin nodded. I will do it tomorrow before starting work. Who will get the 5 housing units? Ours? Ishiki asked with great interest. 3 housing units will be used by me, Hashirama, and Juichiro. Meanwhile, the other 2 housing units will be given to the Prince Kingdom and Ryugu Kingdom. They should find a place where they can rest when they come here. Regarding the Ryugu Kingdom, is it okay to give the house to them? Loelmana asked, especially regarding their size. The house would not be enough for them to enter. Only Queen Atoheim could possibly be enough to enter that house. No need to worry about that. Ours said, I will try to get a tool that can help them manage their size problem. The device will later be installed in their house when they want to enter the house. Their bodies will eventually shrink to normal body size. Ours gaze then looked at Myard. The fellowship building will be finished tomorrow, won't it? Myard nodded, yes. It is possible that the fellowship building can be completed during the day. When the building is finished, you can clean it right away so that at night we can manage the problems of the facilities and equipment there are said. I want meetings and talks between us leaders to be carried out as soon as possible, so that the many problems that are currently happening in the other two kingdoms can be resolved immediately. I see. Myerd nodded. R's gaze then turned to Rin, Loelmana, Ina, and Nezuko. After tonight's dinner, you guys go get ready. I'll be waiting for you on the 4th floor of the game room to teach you computer problems. R's gaze then looked at Jin and Ishiki. Jin, Ishiki, please help for a moment, we understand. Jin and Ishiki nodded. Grand Line, Kingdom of Alabasta, Rainbase City, Casino Crocodile. Extraordinary. He won again. How many times has he won? Calculating the moment. At least that guy has won 10 times in a row, and now he has won over 500 million berries in just a few minutes. Currently inside Crocodile's casino. Everyone present is gathered at the roulette table guessing what color the ball will go to. Black or white. If someone guesses the ball will go to black and the ball goes to the black city, that person will later get a profit of 2 times the value posted by him. Meanwhile, if you guess wrong, all the values that are installed will be directly taken by the dealer. The face of Bunder, who was holding the game, was pale. Because this is the first time he has found someone so great in the game. The person who became the center of attention at that place was Hashirama, whose face is now full of enthusiasm because he could win so many games by luck and has gotten a lot of benefits from this game. Meanwhile, the people who were playing with Hashirama right now were also full of enthusiasm, because they are also currently getting a lot of advantages by following the choices set by Hashirama. Even many people today want to try to play. However, due to the lack of a place to play, they can't do it. Unlucky. I have to hurry. What's with the commotion that's going on right now? Suddenly a female voice was heard from behind the casino manager. The manager immediately turned around and saw a woman with mature brown skin wearing a fairly thick white coat and a cowboy hat already behind her. The manager's gaze was instantly excited and said, "Vice President." "No need to be polite," Robin immediately said. "What's with the crowd gathered at this time?" asked Robin again. "This." The manager immediately explained everything that had happened to Robin. Robin was quite surprised to hear this and immediately aroused her interest because no one had ever won that much in this place and this was the first time anyone had done so. "Vice President, do we have to tell the President what is currently going on?" the manager asked again. "Don't tell the President. We will see the situation first." Robin was quite interested in who always won in the game and immediately walked towards the table. Many people who saw Robin's arrival immediately paved the way, and when the bookie of the roulette game saw Robin's arrival, her face immediately turned full of joy because she had survived. "Vice President!" exclaimed the city with great joy. Robin nodded and his gaze went straight to the person who currently held the most chips. When Robin saw the person's face, her face immediately turned full of surprise. "How is that possible?" Robin exclaimed with a face full of surprise. Robin's voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone there, including Hashirama, who was playing his chips. Hashirama looked directly at Robin and his gaze immediately filled with joy. "Finally you came too." "Coming too?" Robin was surprised to hear Hashirama's words and continued, "Why is a big person like you here?" Robin asked with a face full of curiosity, and at this moment there was a feeling of joy in Robin's heart. Because Robin is currently planning to escape from Crocodile but still doesn't have the chance to do it. However, in front of her was currently someone who could help her escape. Robin definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. "Great people?" everyone muttered in confusion. "I came here because of you," Hashirama said calmly. "Because of me?" Robin's eyes were full of hope and joy to hear this. "Currently our kingdom is understaffed in the finance department. Our king wants to recruit you to join the staff of the finance department in exchange for you to get our full protection, and also you will be able to get what you are currently looking for. Our kingdom has a book that records the complete history of this world, and if you want to join our kingdom, or in other words you become a citizen of our kingdom as well as a staff in the finance department, you can access the book. How? Of course, you will also get a salary and also a house allowance that will be given to you. You can live in peace in our kingdom without being afraid of being the target of those who chase you." Everyone who was there immediately fell silent hearing this and began to find out the identity of the person in front of him. "Wait. This person. Isn't he the crownless emperor, Hashirama Senju?" Instantly one of the people who were there remembered the news about Hashirama. Everyone was immediately surprised to hear the words of that person, while Hashirama himself didn't really care about that and his gaze was fixed on Robin. However, even though they knew the identity of Hashirama, no one moved from that place because the popularity that Hashirama had built was good popularity and not bad popularity, for example committing murder and others. Hashirama got a fugitive for daring to attack the world government, where many people hate the world government, especially the people who are currently in the casino room. It could be said not to be afraid of seeing Hashirama. Everyone in the room was very excited to see Hashirama's presence there. What? The casino manager was immediately surprised to hear Hashirama's identity. Damn it. How could such a big person be here? I must immediately inform the president about this. Without waiting for a long time, the casino manager immediately left the place. How? Do you accept this? Hashirama asked back with great interest. Are you going to betray me, Nico Robin? Crocodile suddenly appeared beside Robin using his ability. Crocodiles? Robin was very surprised by the appearance of Crocodile beside her. The people who saw Crocodile's appearance were immediately taken aback and started to take their distance in a safe position. Because they knew that with Crocodile's appearance in that place something big would definitely happen. Crocodile's gaze stared at Hashirama Senju seriously. Crownless Emperor, Hashirama Senju. Does such a big person have no shame in taking one of my subordinates? Have no shame? I still have shame. Even though Nico Roin is currently your subordinate. However, he has the choice to choose the path he wants to take. He has the right to choose, Hashirama said calmly without fear and looked at Robin. You can choose Robin. If you want to come with me. You don't have to be afraid of the crocodile threat. I will protect you even if Crocodile dares to try to take your life. I will kill him right away. This is a direct order from His Majesty. However, if you really choose to stay with him, I'll get out of here right away. You are free to make your choice. Nico Robin Crocodile's gaze became serious and cold looked at Robin. You better choose the right one. I'm out. President Robin without waiting for a long time immediately cut off the conversation from Crocodile. Besides, I'm not your subordinate. I am only building a cooperative relationship with you and not being your subordinate. Do you know the consequences of betraying me? Crocodile's gaze became extremely cold and intent had escaped his eyes. The guests who were there immediately fled feeling the killing intent of Crocodile. Even Robin was currently breaking out in cold sweat feeling the killing intent. Instantly an extremely terrifying pressure hit Crocodile's body. Crocodile's face at this moment immediately turned full of fear as this pressure directly hit his soul. Crocodile's body, which was previously standing upright, immediately knelt down and slowly turned his head to Hashirama, who was staring at Crocodile with a cold gaze. Do you dare threaten people from our kingdom? Do you want to die here, Crocodile? Hashirama's voice was very different from before. It was extremely cold and left a very deep impression of killing intent. You haven't decided on that yet, Crocodile replied forcefully. She's still not. I've decided to join him. Robin interrupted Crocodile's words again. I'm already a citizen of the Fortis Kingdom and no longer the person you work with, Crocodile. God damn it. Crocodile cursed angrily. Is that what you gave me in return after I gave you protection, Nico Robin? Crocodile asked in a forced tone. I've said it before, haven't I? The two of us do not have a superior and subordinate relationship but a cooperative relationship. I helped you take care of the organizational matters you created while you helped protect me. Neither of us owes each other any debts. Crocodile grew even more furious at this. Crocodile wanted to kill Robin right now. However, Crocodile also realized that he couldn't possibly do it, especially now that his body couldn't move at all even if he tried. Crocodile's current strength can be said to be very weak, especially in his physical strength. Crocodile is someone who looks like Ace. He relies heavily on his devil fruit abilities and forgets to increase his physical and spiritual strength. This also caused Crocodile to be unable to move under the spiritual pressure released by Hashirama. Robin looked at Hashirama. I've made up my mind. I will take the job as well as become a citizen of your kingdom. Good choice. Hashirama smiled and continued. Oh, yes. Can you help me exchange these chips I won? Hashirama asked with a cheerful smile. You are the vice president here. Of course you can do it, right? Sure. Robin nodded and immediately took the chips Hashirama had and took them to the administration desk. Robin immediately took out a large amount of cash from the safe and handed it to Hashirama. Here's all the money for your chips. Thank you. Hashirama immediately put all the money into his storage bracelet. Robin and Crocodile, who saw this, were immediately shocked. However, neither of them dared to ask. Robin herself would save it for later, while Crocodile at this point knew she couldn't possibly get the answer from Hashirama. Hashirama's gaze then turned to Robin. Do you have any luggage? We will rest at the hotel tonight and continue our journey tomorrow. I do have it. Robin nodded. Could you wait a minute? Yes. Hashirama nodded. You can go get it. I will wait for you here. Robin immediately left the place to take his belongings in the room occupied by her. Say it, Hashirama. Why did you invite him to join your kingdom? Is it because of his abilities? Crocodile asked while looking at Hashirama seriously, even though his body was still being suppressed by Hashirama's spiritual power. We invited her because we needed a genius and smart staff. Our kingdom has huge funds and it is difficult for anyone to manage. We also cannot recruit someone who has below average academic ability to manage the fund. Robin is the best choice because of the intelligence he has. Hashirama replied calmly, regarding his abilities, why do we need them? We're not interested in ancient weapons, we're not interested in the One Piece treasure. If we are interested in such things, we don't need to use Robin's abilities. Because we ourselves can get it if we want it. Crocodile fell silent at this. Say Hashirama. When you fought Whitebeard, did you beat that old man to a pulp? Asked Crocodile. Why are you asking that question? Hashirama asked in confusion. Just answer. Said Crocodile in an unconscious tone of hearing. Not bad. Hashirama didn't know about the grudge that Crocodile had against Whitebeard. At least, I beat him until he couldn't move. HMPH. Feel it. Whitebeard. Crocodile muttered with a feeling of excitement. Do you have a grudge against Whitebeard, Crocodile? Hashirama asked with interest. That's none of your business. Crocodile immediately refused to give an answer regarding this matter. It didn't take long for Robin to come back with a suitcase containing all of his equipment. Have you brought all the equipment? Hashirama asked. Yes, Robin nodded. Everything is in a suitcase. Okay. Then, let's go. Hashirama and Robin immediately walked out of the casino, and by the time the two of them had gotten out of the pressure that was pressing down on Crocodile's body, it disappeared. Crocodile heaved a sigh of relief as the pressure pressing down on his soul instantly dissipated. What was that power just now? Is that his devil fruit ability? No, that's different from the reported information. That ability is not a devil fruit ability. That ability Hashirama used. It's almost like armament hockey ability. Crocodile muttered seriously. Could it be an advanced level of armament hockey ability? Crocodile is a pirate who once sailed in the New World. This is what causes Crocodile to know the ability of hockey. However, Crocodile's own knowledge of hockey only reached the basic level and had not yet reached the advanced level. Because of that, Crocodile only came to the conclusion that the ability that Hashirama had released earlier was an advanced armament hockey ability. He didn't know that there was still a next level after the advanced that was the highest level. I think I need to find someone else to replace him. Crocodile muttered as he disappeared from the location and left it to his staff to take care of everything there. Crocodile currently had no sense of revenge against the Fortis Kingdom. Not that he didn't, because Crocodile realized he couldn't possibly do it. Just the presence of Hashirama alone made Crocodile unable to fight back. Especially the people within the Fortis Kingdom. Crocodile realized that the Fortis Kingdom was not an ordinary kingdom, especially the world government, which had strong powers, did not dare to take action against them and was willing to follow the orders given. The strength that Crocodile currently has is very weak, and the strength of his troops is also weak. In addition, Crocodile also believed that even if he got the ancient weapon, the Pluton he had been looking for, he would not be able to defeat the Fortis Kingdom, especially considering Hashirama's words where Hashirama said that if they wanted they could get the ancient weapon. Besides that, Crocodile had a little gratitude towards Hashirama for beating Whitebeard so badly that he couldn't move. This information is very important information for Crocodile and can be used by Crocodile when he meets Whitebeard later. Before meeting Hashirama, Crocodile has a plan to get the Kingdom of Fortis after obtaining the ancient weapon, Pluto. However, after meeting in person and talking to Hashirama directly, as a smart person, Crocodile knew that it was impossible for him to take revenge or take the power of the Kingdom of Fortis. This is what makes Crocodile throw away the feeling of revenge and begin to rearrange his plans since Nico Robin is not with him anymore. Crocodile must come up with a plan that will help him get the ancient weapon he wants. Meanwhile, at Hashirama and Robin's side, the two of them had arrived at the hotel where Hashirama was staying. Hashirama immediately opened a room for him right next to his. The two of them went straight to their bedroom floor. You rest tonight. I'll be right back tomorrow. If possible, we will travel before 7 a.m. so we can get there before 8 a.m. Before 8 a.m.? How could we possibly get there when your kingdom seems to be in New World territory? Robin asked strangely. I have the ability to fly. We can fly there at high speed. Tomorrow I will carry you while all your things will be put in the storage bin. We have to go back soon because I have a lot of work to do. Flying ability? Don't you have the ability to manipulate objects? Robin asked strangely, are you a dual devil fruit user? No, you are wrong. Hashirama shook his head, I am not a user of devil fruit abilities. While my flying ability comes from the ability to manipulate my spiritual energy. Not a devil fruit user? Spiritual energy? Robin asked back with great interest. Well, it's going to be quite long to explain. Hashirama said while scratching his head. No problem. I have enough time. After all, it wasn't too late yet. I can hear your explanation. Also, how about you explain to me about your kingdom? After all, I also need to know it, right? Also regarding the king of your kingdom as well as the person who will be my boss when I work. I want to know now so I can get to know them better. I guess it's fine. Hashirama nodded. Where do you want to talk? In my room or in yours? I don't mind in any room, Robin said with a smile. Then we'll just use your room. My room is currently still in a state of disarray and very uncomfortable to use for talking. Robin nodded and immediately opened her room. The two of them immediately entered while Robin immediately put his suitcase in an empty place, then immediately went to sit on the sofa together with Hashirama. Okay. Then let us start from our kingdom first. Chapter 49, Valentine's Day Part 1, February 14, 1512. February 14th is a day that is quite special among women in the modern world because on this date women will give chocolate made by her to a man she likes. However, there is also such a thing as friendship chocolate. The chocolate was given by a woman to her male friend out of gratitude. Since many of the women who became the top brass of the Fortis Kingdom were women from the modern world, they also bring this culture, and yesterday they had time to make chocolate to share with their friends or with people they like. The servants in the royal palace are also quite curious about this culture and have kept the information in their minds to do next year if they have someone they like, and are also quite interested in who the higher-ups will give chocolate to. The current time has entered the 14th of February. After breakfast finished, Ars immediately returned to his room while the others did their own activities. Ars immediately cleaned his body to prepare himself for today because there was quite a lot of work for him to do, especially in terms of installing water pumps in the vegetable and fruit cultivation area. After he finished bathing, Ars immediately wore a fairly simple outfit. Simultaneously, someone rang the doorbell. Ars immediately walked to the door of his room and opened the door to his room. Loa? Ars was quite surprised by the person who came. There was Loelmina. Did you just finish showering, Ars? Loelmina asked in a quite curious tone as she looked at Ars' hair, which was still wet, and the clothes he was wearing were also different from the clothes he wore at breakfast before. Loelmina was also currently smelling the fragrance from Ars's body. Yes. There is quite a lot of work to be done today. I have to prepare myself. Ars nodded and said, do you need anything? Loelmina nodded, slightly embarrassed. Can I come in? Please. Ars nodded and immediately let Loelmina into his room. They both walked towards the sofa. Well, what's wrong? Did you came to give me chocolate? Ars asked with a smile, looking at Loelmina's hands which were hidden behind her. Loelmina nodded shyly, then immediately took out the chocolate she made to Ars. This is for you, Ars. Wow, thanks, Ars said with a smile. What about the others? Have you given it to others? Or, am I the first to be given? You are the first, Loelmina answered quickly. Really? I think I had quite a bit of luck today, Ars said as he slowly opened the chocolate wrapper and saw that the shape of the chocolate inside was the shape of a heart. Ars didn't really care about the shape and immediately ate the chocolate quietly. When Ars tried it, the chocolate taste was pretty good. What do you think, Aries? Is it good? Loelmina asked, playing with both hands. There's no need to be nervous. You made a pretty good chocolate even though it's your first time making it, Ars said as he ate the chocolate to the end. Thanks for the chocolate, Iowa. Loelmina was very happy to see the chocolate that was given to her eaten by Ars. Ars, what kind of woman do you like? Loelmina immediately boldly asked while her head was lowered slightly so that Ars could not see her blushing face when she asked that question. The woman I like? Ars touched his chin. Well, I'm not very picky. However, I hope that woman has sufficient cooking skills. I prefer to eat food prepared by my friend or someone related to me than eating food prepared by someone I have no relationship with. I think I need to learn to cook from now on, Loelmina muttered under her breath. Simultaneously, Ars' room bell rang again. Loelmina and Ars immediately turned their attention to the bedroom door. Ars immediately got up from his seat and walked towards his bedroom door and immediately opened it. When the door opened, Ars saw Rin, who was already in front of him. Rin? Ars was quite surprised by the person who met him. Why is your face so shocked like that, Ars? Rin asked while hugging his hand, then his gaze immediately looked at Loelmina, who was in Ars' room, who was currently sitting on the sofa. Iowa, you are very quick to come to see Ars so early in the morning like this. Loelmina's face immediately reddened upon hearing this and replied back, aren't you the same, Rin? You went to Ars to give me the chocolate you made yesterday, didn't you? What? Wait. Don't get me wrong, Rin immediately stuttered and looked at Ars. HMP. I do make chocolate. However, I made chocolate because I just wanted to prove that my cooking was as good as he said yesterday. You should be happy for getting chocolate from me, Ars. Well, I'm quite curious about your chocolate you made. Ars nodded. Rin has a sincere attitude. Even though it looks like Rin doesn't have any particular response to Ars's words. However, in his heart he was happy that Ars was waiting for his chocolate. Rin immediately handed the chocolate made by him to Ars and said, here is your chocolate. Don't get me wrong, Ars. This chocolate is not Valentine chocolate. This chocolate is a thank you for helping me yesterday. Well, chocolate thanks. There's no particular meaning to the chocolate that I gave you. I know. Ars nodded and immediately opened the chocolate in front of Rin. Didn't you invite me into your room, Ars? Rin asked with a frown while looking at Loelmina, who was sitting quietly in Ars's room. Please come in. Ars was silent for a moment hearing this and immediately let Rin into his room. You sound very displeased with me coming to your room, Ars. Rin said with a frown. Am I intruding on your time together? Rin, are you always wrong in your eyes? Ars asked tiredly. Almost always. You blame me because it's true you're always wrong, Rin said calmly as he sat directly on the sofa next to Loelmina. Ars also immediately took his previous position and immediately ate the chocolate. Ars was quite surprised by the taste of chocolate made by Rin. Because chocolate is so delicious. How about it, Aries? Do you want to ask for more? Too bad I only made one chocolate for you and the rest of the chocolate was reserved for the others, Rin said with a tone full of pride, especially seeing Ars' face that was shocked when he tasted the chocolate. Well, that's quite a pity indeed. The chocolate you made is really good, Rin. If you make more, I might want to get some more to eat. Ars immediately poured out all the things that were on his mind. Loelmina was quite sullen to hear this because she didn't get that kind of comment. Ars. Loelmina looked at Rin with a competitive look. Era Iowa, you don't have to look at me with that look. Don't worry, I won't aim, Ars. After all, a man like Ars is not my type, Rin said in a triumphant tone. Well, Rin. So, what kind of man are you? Ars asked with interest. Does it look like Juichiru? Hashirama? Jin? Ishiki? Kajin? Kojiru? Mired? Dord? Or Garm? Why do you ask such a question, Ars? Rin asked back in a dissatisfied tone, I simultaneously returning. Ars' room bell rang. Rin's words suddenly stopped. Ars Sigrid got up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom door, then opened it. What a surprise that it was Nezuko who came. Nezuko? Good morning, Ars. Nezuko smiled at the space, then her gaze immediately looked at Loelmina and Rin, who were in Ars' room. Loa, Rin, don't get me wrong, Nezuko. The tsundere nature of Rin reappeared. I'm here because I want to give chocolates thanks to Ars and for no other purpose. Me too, Loelmina said calmly. Nezuko nodded and looked back at Ars and immediately handed him the chocolate. Ars, this is chocolate for you. Chocolate from Nezuko? Thank you very much, Ars accepted with a smile. Would you like to come inside talking? No, Nezuko shook her head. I want to go hand over the chocolates to the others. I hope you like the chocolate made by me. Ars nodded yes, thanks again for the chocolate. Nezuko then immediately turned around and left Ars to look for other men to give chocolate to him. Hey, Aries. Why did you invite Nezuko inside when you didn't invite me in? Did you invite Iowa into your room too? Rin asked again with a sullen face. Why do you always bother with this, Rin? Asked Ars in a tired tone, then looked at Loelmina, who was looking at him with an intense gaze. Yes, I invited her, and Loelmina immediately smiled happily at this while Rin became extremely displeased. HMPH. All men are the same. Rin sniffed in a dissatisfied tone. If all men are the same, it means that all men are people you like, Rin. Ars said calmly, because surely in the future you will like a man. That means you like everyone. Rin was silent for a moment hearing this. Ars immediately opened the chocolate package and ate the chocolate inside. How does Nezuko's chocolate taste, Ars? Loelmina asked curiously. Not bad, Ars nodded. The taste is good enough. However, when compared to the chocolate that Rin made, I would choose Rin's chocolate better. Rin, who previously had a sullen feeling, immediately disappeared that feeling, and now there was a feeling of joy because Ars praised him. Meanwhile, Loelmina immediately pouted hearing this. How about compared to my chocolate? Loelmina asked back with a sullen face. Compared to you? Your chocolate is better, Ars said as he glanced at the sullen Loelmina. Hearing these words from Ars, Loelmina's frown instantly turned into a happy feeling. Okay. The purpose of the two of you here is complete. You guys have work to do, right? Especially for you, Rin. You have to go get the residence data. The data that Sheena took earlier was only general data and not detailed data. You must go do your duty. You kind of kicked me out of here, Ars? Do you really want to spend your time alone with Iowa? Rin knew that Loelmina currently didn't have any duties. That's why he pouted hearing Ars say that. Meanwhile, Loelmina's face immediately turned red. Hey, Rin. Can you not blame me every time? Ars asked tiredly. Not that I want to spend time with Iowa. However, isn't this the right time for you to work? You have to go fetch the residence data to import immediately. Ars paused and continued. Besides, I also have work to do. There is quite a lot of work to be done today. Really? You're not just making excuses just to get me out of this, are you? Rin asked back while raising her brow. Are you suspicious of me? Ars asked while raising his brow. I have a lot of work at the moment, Rin. Arrange the plans for the development of the kingdom, arrange the plans for the construction of water pumps in the vegetable and fruit farm area, and much more needs to be done. HMPH. That's good. I thought you kicked me out just because you wanted to be alone with Iowa, Rin said in a dissatisfied tone. I'm not sure I'll leave Iowa with you. Oh. Do you think I am a werewolf? Ars asked with a flat look to Rin. Isn't that so? All men would definitely take every opportunity to do something with women when they were alone together. Rin asked back. Rin. Lomina suddenly came in. Didn't your words also imply that to the man who will later become someone you like? Rin fell silent again hearing this and looked at Lomina. Loa, why are you helping this man? Have you really fallen in love with this man? Lomina's face immediately turned red at this. Okay. Enough, Ars sighed tiredly. You two have work at the moment and I also have work to do at the moment. Since the two of you have already completed your current goal, you can return now. Please don't give me a headache before starting my work today. HMPH. Rin sniffed as she stood up from her sofa, then looked at Loelina. Let's go, Iowa. We leave this stupid man here alone who only thinks about work and is not grateful that there are two beautiful women in his room. Stupid man? Ars immediately had a headache with Rin's call. Lomina nodded and looked at Ars. We go first. Ars nodded and immediately Soren and Lomina walk out of the room, then immediately close the door again. It is quite difficult to be able to deal with a woman with a tsundeer nature. Well, however, if you manage to beat him, he will look quite cute with that attitude, Ars muttered with a small smile and got up from the sofa, then walked towards his desk to start the work he was going to do today. Chapter 50, Valentine's Day Part 2. By the time Ars was about to start his work, simultaneously, the doorbell rang. Ars immediately stopped his activities and immediately walked towards the door of his room and opened the door of the room. Ina? The person who came next was Ina. Good morning, Ars. Ina smiled while hiding chocolate behind her body. Am I bothering you? Not. You don't bother me. Ars shook his head. Please come in. Ina nodded and the two of them went straight into Ars' room towards the sofa. Ina's gaze immediately fell to Ars' room table and saw that there were several chocolate packets there. Ina immediately knew who the chocolate wrapper belonged to, since yesterday everyone was bowing in the same place and at the same time. Your luck is very good, Ars. You've got 3 chocolates from 3 different women. If I'm not mistaken, those are Iowa, Rin, and Nezuko's chocolates, right? Asked Ina. I guess so. I had quite a bit of luck today. Ars nodded and continued. Well, what is your purpose in coming here? Ina casually took out the chocolate made by her and handed it to Ars, even though in my previous world we didn't have this culture. However, I also want to follow him. This is my chocolate, Ars. I hope you like it. I got it from you too? Thank you, Ina, Ars said with a smile. I also make it for others. Let's try to open and eat. I hope you like it. This is my first experience in making chocolate. Ars nodded and immediately opened the chocolate package. Ars then immediately put the chocolate that was there into his mouth and a sweet feeling immediately flowed in his mouth. How? This is delicious, Ars said calmly, although this may be your first experience in making chocolate. However, the taste of this chocolate itself is quite fitting and delicious in the mouth. I can eat large amounts of it without fear of having a sour taste in my mouth. It's good that you like him. I was afraid that the chocolate taste would not be to my liking. Believe in your abilities. You are not an ordinary woman, Ars said calmly with a smile. Oh, yes. Ina. Nezuko from today will work to prepare the vegetable seeds that will be planted by him. I want you to help him in preparing the seeds. Nezuko's current experience and knowledge is still quite lacking. I am afraid that there will be some problems while he is doing his job. You don't have to worry, Ars. Nezuko currently has enough knowledge in the matter of seed preparation. Me, Shina, Megami and Ishiki have helped her in learning how to prepare seeds properly. However, I will also pay attention to the work done by him today. Ishiki also offered to help because the work he was doing wasn't very much said today and only supervised the paddy fields. That is great news. Ars nodded with a sigh. Well then, Ars. My purpose of coming here is complete. I want to come back to prepare myself. Ars nodded and saw Ina walking out of Ars' room. Just as Ina was about to open the bedroom door, Ars. Megami did it at the same time. Megami? Ina asked with a surprised face. Ina? Megami was quite surprised by Ina's appearance. Did you come here to give the chocolates made by you to Ars? Ina asked. Megami nodded with a slightly embarrassed face as this was her first experience of giving something to a man. Then come in. Ars is inside. There are already several people who have handed over their chocolates to Ars. Good luck. Ina immediately walked away while Megami walked into Ars' room and saw Ars sitting on the sofa. Sorry to interrupt your time, Ars, Megami said shyly. It's okay, Ars said calmly. Do you want to give me some chocolate too? Megami nodded and immediately walked over to Ars, then handed him the chocolate. This is for you, Ars. Wow, the chocolate made by you? It must be very delicious, Ars said excitedly and immediately opened the chocolate package. How does it feel? Is it to your taste? Megumi asked shyly. It's so delicious, Ars said with a smile. This is the best chocolate I have ever eaten. You really have a really great talent for cooking, Megumi. Thank you, Ars. Megumi was full of joy at the compliment. Do Jin and the others know about your cooking skills? Ars asked while casually eating the chocolate made by Megumi. Megumi nodded. They found out. Jin even asks for my help if they need help in the kitchen. I see. Ars nodded and continued to eat the chocolate until it was finished. Then, Aries. I go first. I need to give chocolates to the others and also I have work to do right now. Ars nodded and said, good luck with your work, Megumi. Thank you again for the chocolate you gave me. Megumi nodded happily then left Ars' room. Come to think of it. Only Kaguya and Shina remained who had yet to come. Are they going to give me chocolate too? Ars muttered then shook his head. Forget it, I've eaten enough chocolate this morning. Let's get to work. Ars immediately got up from his seat and walked towards his desk. At the time Ars was about to start his work, the room bell rang again. Ars immediately got up from his seat and walked towards the entrance then opened the door. Shina? The person who came to Ars next was Shinahori. Am I interrupting your time, Ars? Shina asked shyly. No. Ars shook his head. Please come inside. Shina nodded and came along with Ars into her room. Shina's gaze then looked at the large number of chocolate packages that were on the table in Ars' room. I saw Megumi just coming out of your room. Did he give you chocolate too? Yes. Ars nodded. The chocolate made by me is really good. Ars paused and looked at Shina. Well, do you need anything from me? Shina immediately took out the chocolate that was kept by her then handed it to Ars. Here, Ars. My chocolate for you too? Thank you. Ars said with a smile then took the chocolate that Shina gave him. Ars immediately opened the chocolate package. Oh, yes, Shina. There was a possibility that Hashirama and the staff who would be working in Kaguya's department would come today. She would likely go to the library to look for history books. Please help him when she's in the library. Rest assured, Aries. I will definitely do it. Shina nodded. I hope she is a person who likes to read. You don't have to hope. She is an archaeologist and also loves to read books. You two have something in common with something you love. I'm sure the two of you will eventually become friends. Shina's eyes immediately got excited hearing this. Ars, who had opened the package of chocolate, immediately ate the chocolate inside. How does the chocolate made by me, Ars? Is it good? Shina asked in a hopeful tone. This is delicious. Ars nodded. Is it your first time making chocolate? Shina nodded. This is my first time making it. This is a pretty good result. If you are interested in cooking, you can ask Megumi for help. The chocolates made by him are very good. You can improve your cooking skills from it. A good woman is a woman who can cook, especially when she becomes a wife. Does that mean you like a woman who can cook? Shina asked with great interest. Yes. I love it. I prefer to eat food made by people I am related to than eating dishes made by other people. Okay. I will try to learn to cook. Shina said as she nodded and her face immediately turned red. This. Ars. Don't get me wrong. I didn't do it for you. I did it for myself. I know. Ars nodded and smiled at Shina's cuteness. Okay. Shina immediately got up from her seat then looked back at the chocolate package on the table in the room. Shina immediately started to collect each of the packages then said, let me throw all these packages away, Ars. You just focus on your current job. You almost look like a wife to me, Shina. Ars said in a teasing tone. This has proven to be effective. Shina's face immediately turned red and without waiting for long Shina immediately walked out of Ars' room. It's fun to tease, Shina. Ars chuckled softly. Ars then got up from his seat and was about to return to his desk. However, before he could get to his desk, the room bell rang again. Ars immediately walked towards his bedroom door and opened it. Kaguya. The person who came this time was Kaguya. I just saw Shina come out of your room with a flushed face, Ars. Did you do something weird to him after she gave you chocolate? Kaguya asked with a smile. Don't get me wrong, Kaguya. Ars said calmly. You don't become the same, Rin. Almost everything is always my fault. I only teased Shina and didn't do anything else. I didn't say anything that could be misunderstood, Ars. However, I'm just guessing. Kaguya said. Can I go inside? Sure. Ars nodded and immediately let Kaguya into his room. The two of them went straight to the sofa that Ars and the other women had occupied before. You get quite a lot of chocolate. Have all the women given you the chocolate? Yes. Everyone except you. Ars nodded. Did you come here to give me the chocolate made by me? I think it was easy to guess. Kaguya immediately took out the chocolate she had stored and pushed it to Ars. This is my chocolate, Ars. I hope you like it. Thank you. Ars nodded and accepted the chocolate. By the way, Aries. When will the person who will work in my department come? Kaguya suddenly changed the subject. Today. There's a chance he'll arrive this morning. You just have to wait for Hashirama to contact us. Ars answered the question while opening the chocolate package. This morning, huh? May I use the royal guest room for him? Kaguya asked back. The one on the first floor of the royal palace? Kaguya nodded. Is there a reason you put him there? Ars asked while eating the chocolate made by Kaguya. This is delicious. Thanks for the compliment, Ars. Kaguya smiled and continued. I want to place her in the royal palace so that the two of us can coordinate properly. After all, the funds that will be managed by us are very large. I need help from him anytime. If he lived in the workers' quarters, it would be quite difficult for me to find him when I needed him. I see. Ars nodded and continued. Well, no problem. You ask the servants to prepare one of the rooms in the royal palace for his use. Okay. Kaguya nodded and suddenly her gaze fell on Ars' desk. I guess I'm interrupting your work time, right? No. Ars shook his head. I haven't started my work yet. You can be said to be unobtrusive. I see. Kaguya nodded then immediately stood up from her seat. Well, then I'll go first. I don't want to disturb your work time. Oh yes. Do you need anything? I happen to be going to the kitchen to ask Juichiro or whoever was there to make me some tea. Do you want something made? I guess I need something. Can you get one of them to make me some orange juice? No problem. Kaguya nodded. I will deliver it myself. Deliver it yourself? There are servants, why not let them do it? Ask Ars. Do you not like being escorted by me and prefer to be among the maids? Kaguya asked with a small smile. Stop it. Ars immediately stood up and looked at Kaguya with a sullen look. It's enough that Rin always blames me. Don't you anymore. It's already quite troublesome for me. Fufafu. Well, so, do you want to be delivered by me or the servants? Kaguya asked back. Ars sighed. Alright. You're the one who brought it. Since you force it, I will do it, Kaguya said with a smile, then walked out of Ars' room. Ars sighed. I think Kaguya has been infected with the virus from Rin. Ars muttered. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Cafe. You seem to be in a daze lately, Koala. Are you still thinking about the rejection Hashirama made to us earlier? Sabo asked. Koala and Sabo are currently still surviving in the Prudence Kingdom. Both of them held on because they wanted to find a chance to meet or talk directly to King Fortis. Although I'm quite disappointed about it. However, that's not what's on my mind right now, Koala said seriously. Not that? Then, what are you thinking right now? Sabo asked with great interest. Hashirama's ability, Koala said seriously. Think about it carefully, Sabo. In the information written in the news said that Hashirama's own abilities were related to wood or creating something from wood. However, what we saw earlier was that Hashirama could fly. I think what you're saying is true too, Sabo said seriously. Could it be that Hashirama is a dual devil fruit user? Sabo asked seriously. It's impossible for that to happen, Koala said seriously. Each person can only eat one devil fruit. There's no way a person can eat two devil fruits. That person's body will be destroyed if he eats two devil fruits then. What exactly happened? Sabo asked in confusion. I think it's probably related to a secret that the Fortis Kingdom has. Koala said seriously. It's possible that the Fortis Kingdom has developed a new power or something that is different from Haki and devil fruit powers. This power is also the possibility that Hashirama is currently using. A new source of power? Sabo muttered seriously. If it's true. This Fortis Kingdom is really a very terrible kingdom, Sabo said again. You think if we asked the King of Prudence about this, would he answer our questions? I doubt he will answer, Koala said. Usually things like this would not be possible to tell anyone, especially us who are not citizens of his kingdom and are just foreigners. We haven't tried it yet. Just as Dragon-san said, as long as we haven't tried it. We don't know yet whether we will fail or not, Sabo said with a smile. How about after this meal we go see King? We will try to ask him directly. The koala nodded and the two continued to eat the dish that was currently in front of them. Chapter 51, Back New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Ars Chamber. All the women who made today's special chocolates had already handed over their chocolates to Ars. It also caused Ars to have no more guests visiting his room and he could focus on the work he was doing in planning the future development of the kingdom. While Ars was at work, his den mushi sounded. Ars immediately stopped what he was doing and lifted the den mushi. Hello, Ars here, it's me, Aries. Kajin, what's wrong, Kajin? Have you finished cleaning the house? Just finished. 5 units of houses built by us are ready to be equipped with equipment. You can add it already. Well, I'll be there soon. You clear the area so no one can see the process. I see the communication line is disconnected. Simultaneously, Ars den mushi rang again. Ars picked it up again. Hello, Ars here, it's me, Your Majesty, Hashirama. Oh? Hashirama? How are you? Already on the way back? Yes. I just arrived at the New World Ocean region. It just took me some time to arrive. Well, if you arrive, You immediately take Robin to Kaguya. Kaguya herself will later arrange the matter of her residence. Meanwhile, you can meet me at the first type of house. I will wait there, and when the business there is finished, the two of us will continue to work on installing the water pump in the vegetable and fruit area. I see the communication line is disconnected again. Ars then immediately dialed the number on his Den Mushi, and it didn't take long for the communication line to be connected. Hello, Kaguya is here. Arzara, what's wrong, Ars? Your subordinates are about to arrive. Hashirama was currently on his way here and was already in the New World Ocean region. You wait in the front yard of the palace so Hashirama doesn't have to bother looking for you. I see the communication line is disconnected again. Ars then immediately got up from his seat and walked out of his room. After successfully exiting his room, Ars continued walking out of the royal palace. Arriving at the outer courtyard of the royal palace, Ars continued his journey towards the area where the first type of house was built. When Ars arrived there, Ars immediately entered the first unit in the first type of house. The house is currently in a pristine condition and there are no traces of dust or debris from construction. Ellie, I want to exchange this furniture and home appliances as well as the installation. The purchase and installation of this type of furniture and home appliances requires 1.5 million points. Are you going to do it? The previously empty house immediately turned into a house filled with various kinds of home furniture. This house itself has a size of 1,411 square meters with a total of 8 bedrooms, each of which has a bathroom in it. There is also a fairly large yard at the back and there is a swimming pool there. After exchanging the furniture and home appliances, Ars started to go around the house to look at the furniture used by the house as well as try every device that was there. Knowing that every piece of equipment there is functioning properly, Ars continued his journey to the second type of first unit house to prepare the furniture and equipment. Fortis Kingdom, Port of Ship Construction Department. Hashirama and Nico Robin finally arrived there. Is this the Fortis Kingdom? Robin muttered, who was quite surprised by the sight of the Fortis Kingdom, which at this time was not like a big empire that people thought but was an empire that was really just about to be built. Sure, Hashirama nodded. I already said that, didn't I? Our kingdom is a newly built empire. Let's continue our journey. We will directly meet with Kaguya, who will later be in charge of you. Robin nodded. Hashirama and Robin immediately walked towards the royal palace. During the trip, Robin is quite surprised by the houses that are currently being built by workers, and what surprises Roba even more is that these houses will later be given to the citizens of the Fortis Kingdom, one of which is he who will get the house. Even though Robi had heard from Hashirama that he would get a house. However, Robin had previously thought that the house that would be given to him was a simple house and not the luxurious house he was currently looking at. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the front yard of the royal palace and see Kaguya already waiting there. Welcome back, Hashirama. Kaguya immediately greeted Hashirama's arrival. Thank you for welcoming me, Kaguya. Hashirama smiled, then took out Robin's belongings and handed it to him. Hashirama's gaze then looked back at Kaguya. I leave it to you here. His Majesty has been waiting for my presence. Kaguya nodded and her gaze turned to Robin. Your name is Nico Robin, correct? Robin nodded and assessed Kaguya's appearance. Even though Robin was taller than Kaguya, Robin could feel the aura of a noble attached to Kaguya's aura. My name is Shinigami Kaguya. I am the head of the Fortis Kingdom's treasury. Nice to meet you. Kaguya immediately reached out her hand. Nice to meet you too, Ms. Kaguya, Robin replied politely. Okay. Let me accompany you to go to the room you are going to use. Kaguya immediately turned to walk into the royal palace. This made Robin quite strange because Hashirama previously explained that each worker would later get a room in the workers' house that had been prepared before they got their allotted house to live in. However, even though it felt quite strange, Robin still followed Kaguya. I apologize, Ms. Kaguya. However, shall we not go to the workers' homes? I got some information from Mr. Hashirama earlier that I should be staying there, Robin asked politely. You don't have to worry about it, Miss Robin, Kaguya said calmly. You won't be staying there. You will live in the royal palace. You will stay in a special royal guest room on the first floor. I have asked His Majesty's permission for you to stay there. Due to the work problems we had to be able to coordinate with each other at all times. The funds that our kingdom has are huge, and if you live far enough away, it will only make it difficult for me to coordinate with you. I see. Robin nodded. When Robin entered the royal palace, how surprised Robin was with the appearance of the inside of the royal palace, which was very luxurious. Even the luxury of the place used by Crocodile was far from the luxury of the royal palace. Simultaneously, Robin saw a woman who had a beautiful appearance come out of a room. Who is with you, Kaguya? Sheena asked in confusion. Robin, who heard Sheena call Kaguya's name without any honorifics, immediately guessed that Sheena was one of the higher-ups of the kingdom. She is Nico Robin. She is the one who will enter my department from now on. Kaguya calmly introduced Robin. Miss Robin, this woman in front of you is one of the higher-ups of our kingdom. She is Shinahori. She serves as the head of the Fortis Royal Library Department. So you are Nico. Robin, Shina said excitedly. I hope we can be good friends. Shina immediately stuck out her hand. Me, too. Nice to meet you, Miss Shina, Robin said with a smile. His Majesty said that you have a hobby of reading. Is that true? Shina asked with great interest. Your Honor? Robin was quite surprised to hear the question. Shina nodded. His Majesty has a lot of knowledge about this world, especially the various people in this world. He also knows about you, and it can be said that we all the higher-ups of this kingdom know you from him. Robin was again surprised by the information, and her interest in ours became even higher. Do you really like books? Shina asked again. Sure, Rob nodded with a smile. That's good, Shina said excitedly. If you have time, please come to the library. I will help you choose an interesting book. Oh yes. I have also prepared the history book you want. If you have time after this, you can come to get it. I see. Robin nodded with her eyes full of joy. This feeling of joy from Robin is because now he has the opportunity to be able to find the existence of the century of emptiness that he has been looking for. By the way, Shina, where are you going? It's rare to see you come out of the library at this time. Kaguya asked with interest. Rin just called me and asked me for help. She asked me to help bring him some papers. The paper currently used by her in conducting population records is currently out of use and additional paper is needed. I want to go deliver these papers to him. I see. Kaguya nodded. Well, then you better send the paper to Rin immediately. I think he needs it now. Shina nodded and left immediately, leaving Kaguya and Robin there. Does Miss Shina have such a cheerful attitude? Robin asked with great interest. Not bad, Kaguya nodded. However, usually only us higher-ups have this trait, especially for people who like books such as me, Your Majesty, as well as several others. Shina really likes books, and that's why His Majesty put her in the library department. Robin nodded, and the two continued their way to the room that would be occupied by Robin. It didn't take them long to get there. Kaguya immediately opened the door to the room and saw a very large and luxurious room. Robin was very surprised by the appearance of the room, especially there were some things in the room that she saw for the first time. This is the room you will use from now on until you get a house for you to live in. There are various kinds of facilities that exist in this room, and these facilities do not exist in the outside world. This is why you have to learn it. However, if it's you, I'm sure you can easily learn it. There is already a manual on how to use each of these equipment prepared in this room. You can use the book to study it. This room also has 3 rooms. The bedroom, the room for clothes, and the bathroom. Do you need help arranging your clothes? Kaguya asked with a smile. Not. Let me do it myself. Robin immediately refused. Okay. I will wait for you here. After you clean your clothes, I will accompany you to look around the royal palace so you don't get lost. Besides, I will introduce you to some of the higher-ups of the kingdom if we run into them. Later, after we finished looking around this royal palace, we will go directly to the royal treasure warehouse so you can see firsthand how much money we need to manage. Robin nodded. Fortis Kingdom, first type house territory. Is this the house we will use later? Hashirama asked excitedly, looking at the first type house. Hashirama has now met with ours and has explained the mission report carried out by him. Yes. This is the house that we will use later. Ars nodded. Currently the houses that Kajin built earlier can be occupied. I will use the first unit, you use the second unit, Juachir will use the third unit, for the fourth unit and the fifth unit will be used by the Prudence Kingdom and the Ryugu Kingdom. Does this purchase of furniture and equipment not cost you the money you have? Hashirama asked calmly. No need to worry. Ellie had improved and my income limit, which was 50 points per second, had now reached 100 points. The point income that I have now can keep up with the current speed of empire building. Hashirama sighed. That's good. I think it will burden you. I was lucky enough that there was a system upgrade feature. Otherwise, it will be difficult for current revenues to keep pace with the pace of development. In addition, we must immediately call our other friends. We can't focus too much on you, which makes a lot of people suspicious, especially for the world government. If they find out about our current situation, they will use all their power to attack us. If that's the case, we do the same trick as before. Let's just attack Marijoa. Hashirama said calmly. Tricks like that won't work anymore. If they knew our current condition, they will definitely do all the preparations by securing the Tenri Obito to a safe place so that we don't kidnap to threaten them the same way we did before. Ars said calmly. Even though there are a lot of people working in the world government, it's stupid. However, there are also some of them who are smart. The incident we did earlier was lucky because they didn't notice us. If they are alert, it will be difficult for us to attack just like before if only relying on yours. Paused for a moment and continued, let's go and start installing the water pump. So that after this you can go to the Navy to deliver their ordered goods. Hashirama nodded. The two of them immediately walked off to the vegetable and fruit area to work there. Chapter 52, Rejection. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Royal Palace. Sorry, I can't tell you too about it, Elizabeth II said firmly to Sabo and Koala who were in front of them at this time. That is a secret that the Fortis Kingdom has. Even though I know it, however, I don't have the right to tell you anything that has to do with it. Sabo and Koala instantly fell silent hearing this. Then can you help us communicate with King Fortis? Sabo asked again. You can definitely contact him, right? Haven't you guys been rejected? Why do you insist on establishing a cooperative relationship with them? Elizabeth II again asked directly. The refusal was made by Lord Hashirama, Koala said. It was not a direct refusal by King Fortis. We still have a chance to get cooperation from him. You better forget it, Elizabeth II said directly. What Lord Hashirama said yesterday to you is what King Fortis wanted. What do you mean the refusal was an order from King Fortis? How could it be? Koala asked back with a surprised face. That's the truth, Elizabeth II said. King Fortis was aware of this move you were about to make and was looking for me to get in direct contact with him. He had stated his desire not to do anything that would be of no benefit to his kingdom and also that carrying out such an act of encroaching on the world government's power would only be troublesome for him. Troublesome for him? Then how about yesterday? If it's really that troublesome, wouldn't King Fortis bother going to the trouble of attacking the world government? Koala insisted again. The attack that was carried out yesterday was because it was the work of the world government. The Fortis Kingdom is a kingdom that places great importance on the kingdom that builds a cooperative relationship with them. The world government attacked first and they retaliated. It's a relatively normal act as well as counterattack. Elizabeth II said calmly. In that case, are you just going to take it for granted? You just got an assassination plot and almost died because of them and your kingdom was almost overrun by them. Yes. Indeed it is. However, what now? Currently our kingdom is in good condition. I am also currently in good health and also the world government has apologized to me directly and they even paid a huge amount of compensation for the attack. The money has now been used by our kingdom in business and is currently earning a large amount of profit. What else do I need to pay attention to? Even though I took a loss from the previous attack. However, I also get more benefits. Because with the attack that happened, I was able to get quite a lot of capital along with knowing how vulnerable the security of our kingdom was. This. Koala was silent for a moment listening to this. So, is your kingdom really not going to help in overthrowing the power of the world government? Sabo again asked seriously. My decision is unanimous, Elizabeth II said seriously. We will not interfere if it has no relation and benefit to our kingdom. Right now we want to build our empire even better. Also, forget about your desire to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom regarding the overthrow of power. They don't have the desire and ambition to carry out such an act. Sabo and Koala fell silent for a moment hearing this. I see. Sabo nodded and said again, could you give us the Den Mushi number of King Fortis? If you really can't talk to him directly, let us talk to him directly. No, Elizabeth II refused again. I cannot hand over the number without King Fortis knowing. I don't want to make the relationship between us strain just because of the desire that you guys have. But you can ask him first, can't you? You can contact King Fortis and then ask him, Koala said again in a slightly desperate tone. Even though you said a pretty reasonable thing. However, I can't guarantee that he wants to talk to you. I've said it before, haven't I? King Fortis has rejected you and it is impossible for you to try to establish a cooperative relationship with them. Sabo and Koala fell silent again hearing this. Sabo then took a deep breath then looked at Elizabeth II. We understand. Thank you for taking the time with us. Sabo's gaze looked at the Koala. We're leaving, Koala. We can't possibly get a chance to talk to King Fortis right now. But. Koala's gaze stared at Sabo and had a look of despair. The two of them immediately turned to leave the royal palace. What is that? When the two of them arrived at an alley, the Koala immediately shouted angrily, they have ability and power. But. Why don't they want to help us? Don't they care about the same race as them? Tears slowly fell from Koala's eyes. You have to calm down, Koala, Sabo said calmly, but his hands were tightly clenched. Even though you are angry right now, you can't do anything. We don't even currently have a chance to talk to him. You will only destroy yourself. Koalas are slowly becoming calmer. At least, even if we get rejection back. We got very important information regarding the Fortis Kingdom, Sabo said seriously. Important information? Koala asked as he looked at Sabo and immediately wiped the tears that came out of his eyes. Yes. Did you not listen to the words of the King of Prudence? When we asked the King of Protons about Hashirama's previous strength, he just said that he couldn't answer and that it was a secret from the Fortis Kingdom. That means Hashirama's abilities match the analysis you built. Wait, does that mean? Koala's eyes widened at this. Yes, Sabo nodded. The Fortis Kingdom seems to have developed a new source of power that is not derived from Haki power or Devil Fruit power, but the Fortis Kingdom has a different source of power from these two powers. It is possible that the power that Hashirama is currently using is also not the power of a Devil Fruit as is currently widely known by the public, but Hashirama's power comes from this new source of power. Even though we know this. However, it won't be able to help us in scouring the world government, Koala said with a frown. We also cannot use this information to threaten the Kingdom of Fortis to establish cooperation with us. That would only cause us to get a direct hit from the Fortis Kingdom. Also, if we spread this information, it will only cause war to break out, which is not in line with our philosophy. Sabo was silent again hearing this. We'd better report what we got to Dragon-san. We are waiting for the response, Koala said calmly as he leaned his body against the wall, still feeling very disappointed. Sabo nodded and immediately took out his Den Mushi and immediately contacted Dragon. Hello, Dragon here. Dragon-san, it's me, Sabo. What about your job, Sabo? Have you had the chance for us to speak to King Fortis in person? Dragon asked in a hopeful tone. I apologize, Dragon-san. We didn't get a chance to speak directly to the King of Fortis, Sabo said in a sad tone. We've tried to talk to the King of Protons but we were immediately rejected. We've also tried to get King Fortis Den Mushi number from him. However, we were also rejected by him. We've tried talking to him. However, all of them were rejected. Dragon fell silent hearing this. However, we obtained important information through this conversation and it is related to the Fortis Kingdom. Important information? Dragon asked with great interest. Yes. The information we got through the conversation is that the Fortis Kingdom seems to have developed a new source of power. A new source of power? Dragon asked while frowning. Yes. Previously, Koala had thought that it was possible that the Fortis Kingdom had developed a new source of power whose source of power was not related to the power of Haki and the power of Devil Fruit. We all know that Hashirama Senju has the ability to control wood and manipulate it. But at the time yesterday, we saw Hashirama use his flying ability after he finished talking to us to return to his kingdom. Previously we suspected that Hashirama was a user of 2 devil fruits. However, as we know that one cannot eat 2 devil fruits. This piqued our curiosity and we immediately asked the King of Protons. At the time we asked this question, we get the answer that the King of Protons cannot answer this question because this is a secret from the Kingdom of Fortis. He doesn't have the right to tell her. A new source of power, Dragon said in a serious tone. Is it not possible for the two of you to be able to obtain information regarding the source of this power? I think it's hard to do. At the time we collect information from local residents. They don't seem to know about this information. I believe only the King of Protons as well as other higher-ups who have come to the Fortis Kingdom in person know about this new source of power. If so, there is a possibility that King Neptune as well as other higher-ups know about the information about the source of this new power, said Dragon. That can happen, Sabo nodded. There is a possibility that only they know about this. No, Dragon suddenly rejected it. Someone else knows about this, others? Sabo asked in confusion. Whitebeard, Dragon said seriously. Whitebeard had fought Hashirama before. Whitebeard must know about the source of this new power. Whitebeard, Sabo muttered under his breath. Should we go to him to ask? No, Dragon immediately refused. You guys don't go there. You will immediately get rejection from the old man. Dragon paused for a moment and continued. Let me go to meet Whitebeard in person to ask him. You two can go back to base. You've been getting rejection like this. It won't be possible to get that chance back. You will go directly? Sabo asked with a surprised face. I had several relationships with Whitebeard in the past. Maybe I can try talking to him to get some information. You go back to base. There are some jobs that will be given to you two later. Leave this mission. We will try to rethink how to meet King Fortis in person. We understand. Chapter 53, The Summit. The world's best swordsman meets the world's strongest man. New World, Moby Dick. Unlucky. How could it be so difficult to cultivate armament hockey abilities? Ace said with a sullen tone while eating the food in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Vista immediately laughed excitedly. Don't give up, Ace. It was indeed difficult to be able to awaken the armament hockey ability. Even when I first learned how to use this ability. It took me more than a year to get into the basics of this skill and it took time to develop this ability. Isn't there a quickest way to learn how to use this ability? Ace asked with a still sullen face. A quick way to increase armament hockey is by fighting head-to-head, Marco suddenly said. Fighting is the best training ground. You can quickly improve your fighting skills through battles, especially death or alive battles. The potential stored in your body will be quickly withdrawn. That's right, Marco. Ace Jaws said calmly, if you want to awaken your armament hockey ability, the most appropriate training is through combat. With your talent, you will be able to awaken your armament hockey abilities. However, you also cannot use your devil fruit abilities. If you are too dependent on your devil fruit abilities, it will be difficult for you to awaken your armament hockey ability. Gororo, what is said is all true, Ace Whitebeard said with a smile. Battle is the best training ground. If you want to increase your strength, you can try fighting Marco and the others, provided you don't use your devil fruit abilities and only rely on your physical abilities and try to unlock your armament hockey abilities. That way, you might be able to awaken your armament hockey ability. After all, you have great talent. Through a few battles, you might be able to quickly resurrect it. Ace nodded and looked at Marco and the others. What about you guys? Have you been able to develop your armament hockey abilities to an advanced level? Ace, do you think it is easy to be able to develop armament hockey abilities to an advanced level? Marco said dryly, though in theory it sounds pretty easy. However, it is very difficult to do so. Usually only people with high talent can reach that level. Jaws nodded in agreement to this. High talent? Then what about Hashirama's case? Ace asked in confusion. Don't compare us to Hashirama, Ace Jaws said dryly, that guy is a monster. That person's strength was terrifying. In addition, Hashirama was supported by the Fortis Kingdom, who possessed techniques for practicing spiritual energy. We cannot be compared to them. With possession of those techniques, they can easily learn how to increase armament hockey abilities. That's right, Vista nodded. It's very difficult to be able to upgrade armament hockey to an advanced level. Even in our group, only Oyaji can use this ability. What? Ace was surprised to hear this, then turned to look at Whitebeard. Is that true, Oyaji? Can you use that ability? Gorora, of course, Ace. Who do you think I am? Whitebeard said excitedly and continued. In this world there are only a few people who have reached the advanced level in the use of armament hockey. Me, Linlin, Gdu, Red Hair, Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru, Okainu, Garp, Kong, Rayleigh, as well as a few other parents. Few people have developed armament hockey abilities to the advanced level. Parents too? Ace's face immediately turned full of surprise. Parent? Everyone asked confusedly about this. Ace immediately realized and shook his head. No. I was just joking. Ace immediately thought of the latest topic of conversation and asked, 3 Marine Admirals can also use it? Yes, Marco nodded. I fought with them several times. They can use advanced armament hockey abilities. However, in the Navy itself, the most powerful advanced armament hockey belong to Garp. That old man's armament hockey is terrifying, even more terrifying than Oyaji's. Even though Marco didn't want to admit it. Marco respects Garp and realizes that Garp's armament hockey is stronger than Whitebeard's. Gorora, that old Garp is a monstrous monster from the Marines. I can still feel the old man's punch on my head decades ago. Whitebeard said while laughing excitedly. Ace was silent for a moment hearing this. Even though Ace now knew how scary Garp was. However, Ace has no details about Garp's strength. That old man is really scary. Jaws nodded. Of all the people I don't want to fight, he is the very top. Hey, Ace. I heard you had a hard time awakening armament hockey. How about I help you? Thaked suddenly came carrying quite a lot of food along with the members of his division. Are you able to use armament hockey well, Thaked? Well, I'm sure you won't be able to teach well. You underestimate me. Ace Thaked quickly sat down beside Ace and others. Look, I'm pretty good at teaching someone. How? Do you want to be taught by me? Before Ace could answer, suddenly a voice came from above. The person who made the sound was the officer conducting the monitoring. Oyaji. Dracul Mihawk are sailing here and want to ask to get on the ship Dracul Mihawk? Everyone was silent for a moment listening to this. Are Dracul Mihawk looking for you, Vista? Thaked asked strangely. Looking for me? Vista's eyes were immediately excited and full of joy, but I never challenged him to a fight. Vista said in a confused tone. Is it possible that he was looking for you out of boredom and looking for an opponent to fight with? Jaws asked confusedly. If that's the case, he can find Red Hair. Marco said calmly. Sorry, Vista. Even though your sword skills are the best in our group. However, when compared to Red Hair's swordsmanship and Dracul Mihawk, I don't think you can win. You don't need to apologize, Marco. I know this too, Vista said seriously. Gorora allowed Dracul Mihawk boy to come over. Whitebeard suddenly said, I wonder what the Dracul Mihawk boy's purpose was for coming here. Okay, Oyaji the scout immediately replied to the code given by Mihawk. Mihawk, who got the code, immediately steered his small boat and slowly began to approach the Moby Dick. The ship used by Mihawk was very small compared to the ship belonging to the Whitebeard pirate group. Mihawk quickly stopped his ship right beside Whitebeard's ship, then jumped high and landed right on the hull of Whitebeard's pirate group. Dracul Mihawk. All the ordinary members of Whitebeard's pirate group were frightened by the gaze from the Dracul Mihawk. Dracul Mihawk. Vista quickly came to the landing site from Mihawk. What is your purpose in coming here? The Whitebeard pirate group's 5th division commander, Vista Mihawk, quickly recognized Vista the moment he saw him. I'm quite honored to be recognized by the greatest swordsman in the world. Vista said excitedly. You haven't answered my question before. What is your purpose in coming here? Do you want to fight with me? That's a good idea, Mihawk said calmly, but the purpose of my coming here is not to fight with you. I want to meet Whitebeard because I want to ask him something. Meet Oyaji? Vista asked in confusion. Goro, Vista, bring that Dracul Mihawk boy in front of me. I wonder what question that boy wants to ask me. There was no sign of anger on Vista's face since Whitebeard himself was older than him, and that was quite the age difference. It was natural for someone who was far older to call with a child's nickname someone who was easier than them. Come with me. Mihawk nodded and immediately followed along with Vista towards Whitebeard. It didn't take long for Mihawk to immediately stand in front of Whitebeard. Around them were already gathered all the members of Whitebeard's pirate crew. They gathered because of high curiosity. What do you want to ask me, Dracul Mihawk boy? Whitebeard asked casually and didn't show much interest in Mihawk. I want to ask you about the Zanpakuto sword, Noble Phantasm sword, and Ignition sword. Mihawk said calmly. You must know about this type of sword, right? Whitebeard frowned and looked at Mihawk. Where did you hear these 3 types of swords from? I heard it from King Fortis, Mihawk said without covering it up. I heard from him that there are higher grades of swords above supreme grade swords, and these 3 types of swords are swords that are above supreme grade swords. I have the desire to fight with the swordsmen who are in the Fortis kingdom. However, King Fortis gave me the condition to obtain one of these 3 types of swords in order to be able to fight with one of their swordsmen. Mihawk paused for a moment and continued. I've gone to Red Hair before to ask. However, he didn't know about this. I thought you must have known about these 3 types of swords and came to ask you directly. Everyone fell silent for a moment hearing this. Even Whitebeard also showed some signs of being surprised to hear this. Goro. Whitebeard quickly regained his senses and looked at Mihawk. You came to the wrong person, Dracul Mihawk. I also don't know about these 3 types of swords. Don't know? Mihawk was quite surprised to hear this, then sighed. I guess so. A sword that disappeared more than 1,000 years ago is difficult for people of today to know. What do you mean, the sword that was lost over 1,000 years ago? Whitebeard asked back with a serious face. Mihawk knew that he might not be able to leave quietly if he didn't explain this to Whitebeard. Mihawk casually began to explain about the origin of the 3 types of swords and also the uniqueness of each sword. Mihawk's explanation then made everyone very surprised. How could it be? How could such swords exist in this world? Vista asked with a face that couldn't believe it. Do swords like that really exist in this world? Marco muttered seriously. If those swords really exist, Jaws said seriously, the destructive power of those swords is terrifying, especially in Yuma Elish's sword. If it comes to being held by people like Du and Linlin, the world will fall into ruin. Marco. Whitebeard suddenly said seriously, quickly call Hashirama. We need to know about this. Marco nodded and immediately took out his Denden Mushi and immediately contacted Hashirama. Even though Whitebeard didn't care much about things. However, when it comes to this world, especially the swords, Whitebeard must take it seriously. It didn't take long for the communication link to be connected. Hello, Hashirama here, it's me, Marco. Oh? Marco. What is it? Hashirama asked in a cheerful tone. Hashirama, I want to ask you something, Marco said seriously. Are the Zanpakuto swords, Noble Phantasm swords, and Ignition swords really real swords? Hashirama didn't answer right away, and after a few seconds he asked seriously, how did you guys know about this type of sword? This changing tone of voice immediately confirmed Mihawk's words that these 3 types of swords were real and existed in this world. We got the information from Dracul Mihawk, Marco said. He said he got this information through your king Dracul Mihawk? Hashirama asked strangely. If it's from His Majesty, that's fine. Hashirama, is it really the effect of the 3 swords? Marco asked again. If you hear it from Mihawk and Mihawk hear it from His Majesty. That's true. Those swords had an extremely terrifying effect. Therefore, currently all our swordsmen are tracking all the swords all over the world so that no one or the bad guys can get their hands on them. Those swords will be very dangerous if they get in the wrong hands, especially in Yuma Elish's sword, which can destroy the rules of the world. Swords like that can't be obtained by the world government or pirates, Hashirama said in a very serious tone. Hashirama then continued, but right now it's quite lucky. Those swords have disappeared from this world or in the history of the world. Even the world government did not know about the existence of these swords because of the time they appeared. These swords have disappeared into history. However, even though these types of swords have disappeared in history, We can't leave these swords in the outside world without any protection, especially Inuma Elish's sword, which can destroy the rules of the world. We are afraid that the swords will be wielded by the wrong people. Marco, give me the Denden Mushi, Whitebeard suddenly said. Marco nodded and immediately handed the Denden Mushi to Whitebeard. Hashirama, how did you guys know about this weapon? Whitebeard asked seriously. The people from our kingdom, that is the top brass of our kingdom, who are in the battle division section, come from different places from each other. We come from a place that emerged more than 1,000 years ago. It can be said that our hometown is older than the world government. We know the various kinds of history that exist in this world. This is also what caused us to know of the whereabouts of the swords. Hashirama paused for a moment and continued, in ancient times. Before the creation of the world government, or it can be said thousands of years ago. There are 4 major powers in this world. 13 Division of Imperial Guards, Kingdom of Ruk, Kingdom of Zahard, and Ninja Village. These 4 powerhouses are always fighting each other for the sake of holding absolute power in this world. The 13 Division of Imperial Guards are the users of the Zanpakuto sword, the Kingdom of Ruk is the user of the Noble Phantasm sword, the Zahard Kingdom is the user of the Ignition sword, and the ninjas whose power comes from the same chakra energy as used by me today. The war was huge. Because of the war, the land areas that were previously connected to each other to form a huge continent were destroyed by the war. The war also caused many lives to be lost. The battles between these 4 major powers lasted thousands of years. Nothing can destroy each other like the current 4 emperor system. If that's the case, why have the 4 major powers disappeared at this time? Whitebeard asked seriously. Because of the power struggle that is taking place within that group, Hashirama said calmly. I see. Whitebeard was familiar with this and continued. Well, do you have any other questions? I have received a call from His Majesty. I still need to do the mission this time. If you really don't want those swords to fall into the wrong hands, why did you let Dracul Mihawk boy look for him? Whitebeard asked back. I don't know the reason why your majesty is doing this, Hashirama said calmly. However, it is possible that His Majesty believes in Dracul Mihawk. His Majesty usually doesn't trust someone easily. If His Majesty has given such permission, I think His Majesty believes in Dracul Mihawk. Dracul Mihawk definitely won't use those swords for war or otherwise. Hashirama paused and continued. Besides, I believe the other reason is to be able to get the right owners for the swords back. The right owner? Whitebeard asked while frowning. Those 3 types of swords are the special swords of Whitebeard. Because these 3 types of swords can choose the user of the sword. If the person was not accepted by the sword, there would be no way they would be able to use the sword. Meanwhile, if the person has been accepted by the sword, he can use the sword. Each of those swords is also currently waiting for someone to use it. Hashirama paused and continued, though we want the swords to be sealed. However, the swords also have souls. We knew about it because several of our higher-ups were users of that sword. His Majesty's own plan is that after finding the sword, we will find the right person to become the wielder of the sword. The user must be the right person and won't cause chaos in the future. Well, then. It doesn't matter if we join in the search for those swords, right? Whitebeard asked with a grin. You want to find him too? Hashirama asked while raising his brow. Gorara, of course. How is it possible that only you guys can get that weapon? Besides, I believe there are my children who are worthy to be the wielders of that sword. All of Whitebeard's children grinned excitedly at this. I see. Hashirama nodded. Well, go ahead if you want to find him. However, I hope you can succeed because it is quite difficult to get those weapons because maybe now the weapons have sunk to the bottom of the earth or drowned at the bottom of the ocean. Gorara, it was a small matter for us, Whitebeard said excitedly. Okay. Then I will close first. I still have to carry out the mission of His Majesty. The communication line was immediately closed again. My business here is done. Then, I'll go first. Mihawk, without waiting much time, immediately turned around and left Whitebeard's pirate group to start his search again. Oi Aji. What are we going to do? Marco asked with a grin. Of course, we will also participate in the search for those swords. Whitebeard said excitedly, among the many swords. Of course some of you must be qualified to use it. Marco, please inform our entire fleet about this. Let them search for these swords. Also, if they run into people from the Fortis Kingdom, tell them not to rub against each other. They can retreat if they meet people from the Fortis Kingdom, okay? Oi Aji. Marco nodded. Oi Aji. I want to go on a quest, Vista suddenly said excitedly. I wonder if any of those swords will have me as the master. Gororo, what a good spirit. Go. You must be one of the people qualified to wield that type of sword. Whitebeard said excitedly. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Ars Chamber. Wouldn't it be okay to make up a story like that? Hashirama asked calmly. No problem. Ars shook his head. Besides, it's also not a fabricated story since the higher-ups of our kingdom use all three types of weapons to fight. Well, what if they can't find it for a long time? They will definitely think it's a lie, Hashirama said again. There's no need to worry about that, Ars said calmly. We made the origins of those swords from 1,000 years ago and have now disappeared from the eyes and knowledge of the world community. We don't have to worry about them not finding it for a long time or not finding it at all. Because these swords had also previously been declared missing. Moreover, if one of the possessors of this sword had come to this world, I will ask him to go on a trip and ask him to arrange an accidental meeting with Mihawk. This is also to strengthen the evidence that the swords really exist in this world. Then, later on, I will also make a stage where there will be an appearance of one of these three types of swords. However, the sword that appeared was not a real sword but a fake sword. However, the situation at the time the sword appeared would be so phenomenal that one would assume that it was a real sword. It can also strengthen the evidence that the swords exist in this world and are currently waiting to be discovered. But, wouldn't that just let a lot of people know about this? Hashirama asked again while raising his brow. Nowadays a lot of people know about it, Ars said calmly. The Navy must also know about this. Navy? Hashirama was quite surprised to hear this. Every ocean emperor always gets the full attention of the Marines. Their movements and actions always get their full attention. The Navy has also currently developed a tool that can intercept communications made using Denden Mushi, which causes the conversation between you and Whitebeard to be known to them. Well, I'm sure they're in the meeting room by now deciding on their move. Isn't that a problem? Hashirama asked again. No problem, Ars nodded. Anyway, even though they are also involved in the search for those weapons, there's no way they could get it. Because these weapons at this time had not yet appeared in this world. No matter how hard they look for it, they will never find it. Hashirama was silent for a moment and said, You're toying with everyone, that's not a joke. Hashirama Ars shrugged his shoulders. I'm just turning everyone's attention to us. There's been too much focus on our kingdom lately. We need a variable that can distract everyone so that we can move freely. You should have known this was bound to happen, right? Hashirama asked again. That's also why you have arranged the contents of history in the history books before. Yes, Ars nodded. This is indeed my prediction. If our kingdom will later become the main focus of the world, I will take this move to distract everyone from our kingdom. Because it was also at the time of starting to organize the contents of the library in the royal palace. I have arranged one of his books. Besides, currently no one in this world knows about the true history of over 1,000 years ago. In that case, is the content of the 800-year history regarding the century of emptiness fake? Hashirama asked again. Not. It's genuine. Ars shook his head. The contents of history are genuine. Only the history of 1,000 years and above until it touches the history of 5,000 years ago has been arranged by me. I see. Hashirama. Simultaneously, Ars's doorbell suddenly rang. Hashirama immediately walked towards the door of the room and saw Lomina coming. Looks like you're ready, Iowa, Ars said with a smile. Your battle today will be quite difficult since you will be having cooperation talks with 7 warlords of the sea. Hancock. However, I believe in you. If Hancock does not follow the rules that have been set, you can immediately decide to stop this conversation. However, if he follows suit, you can continue this conversation. I see. Lomina nodded. Hashirama, take care, Iowa said while looking at Hashirama. Of course. Hashirama nodded. Then, Ares. I'll go first, Lomina said with a smile. Ars nodded and saw Lomina and Hashirama walk out of his room, then closed the door of Ars' room smiling. You're almost asking permission to leave your husband, Iowa, Hashirama said teasingly. Hashirama. Lomina's face immediately turned red when she heard this. Hashirama just laughed as he continued his journey to the port in the ship construction department to travel to the Prudence Kingdom to have a conversation with the representative of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, 7 warlords of the sea. Boa Hancock. This talk is about the cooperative relationship that the Amazon Lily Kingdom wants to build. Chapter 54, Naval Plans. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Supreme Meeting Room. As Ars said, the Marines managed to intercept the conversation that was being held between Whitebeard and Hashirama. This is also what makes Sengoku immediately gather all the top brass from the Navy. Everyone's gazes were currently showing shock because they had just heard enough information that could shake the whole world if this information leaked out. Sengoku, is this information true? Garp, who was usually calm and relaxed, said with a serious face. This information is correct. Sengoku nodded seriously. Our side has managed to intercept the conversation between Whitebeard and Hashirama. The topic of their conversation was regarding the weapon. Sengoku paused and continued. It is now known that the entire fleet of Whitebeard's pirate group has also made a move. The people who conducted our monitoring also provided information that the Vista 5th Division commander had made a move as well. It is suspected to conduct a search for these weapons. Some time ago too, We had received information that the Red Hair Pirate group had made a move. Previously we did not know about this reason. However, I can say the reason might also be doing a search for these weapons due to the conversation that Whitebeard and Hashirama had. The name of the Dracul Mihawk is mentioned. We can't let pirates get such a terrifying weapon. Okay, and you said firmly, if the pirates accept it, they will become more and more rampant. We the Navy have to get it. Sengoku nodded. Even though we have a desire for it, Tsuru suddenly said, it will be difficult for us to find those weapons, especially those that have been lost for over 1,000 years. We have no information regarding the shape and appearance of the weapons. Everyone fell silent hearing this. Can we not ask the Fortis Kingdom for this information? Giant suddenly asked, perhaps we can be given the information. If we do such a thing. What if we were asked where we got this information from? Aokiji said lazily, it is currently known that only the Whitebeard Pirate Group, Dracul Mihawk, Red-Haired Pirates Group, and Fortis Kingdom know about it. In addition, according to the description of the previous information, Hashirama asked Whitebeard seriously where he got the information from. It can be said that the Fortis Kingdom is very careful about the information. If indeed the Fortis Kingdom is keeping that information a secret, why should they tell Dracul Mihawk this? Giant again asked seriously, shouldn't they be better off to keep quiet and not tell them? It's probably because of King Fortis' wish that the swords have a proper owner, Momonga said. King Fortis probably thought Dracul Mihawk was one of the people who could become the owner of the sword and gave him the information. Does that mean Dracul Mihawk has information on those weapons? Chid asked. Impossible, Tsuru suddenly said back, if Dracul Mihawk has any information regarding those weapons, Dracul Mihawk need not come to Whitebeard. He would prefer to do the quest himself. It is possible that the information possessed by Dracul Mihawk is only limited to information about the weapon. However, the shape, appearance of the weapon, he doesn't know it. Sengoku nodded and his gaze turned to Garp. What are you thinking, Garp? Sengoku's voice is quite strong and is heard by everyone. Everyone's gazes immediately fell on Garp. Compared to the sword problem, I'm more interested in the abilities that Hashirama said regarding chakra. Garp said seriously, it's possible that the conclusion we came to regarding Hashirama's abilities as a devil fruit user is wrong. Hashirama is probably the user of this ability called chakra. Chakra. Sengoku muttered under his breath. The source of the power possessed by the major powers 1,000 years ago. Is it possible that Hashirama's abilities like flying and others came from this power? Chicken asked again. That might happen, Tsuru nodded. The longer it goes on, the more I feel that I don't know anything about this world. Is it possible that we can't recruit people like Hashirama to join us? Momonga asked. We can search for Hashirama's hometown and recruit some people who were there to join the Navy. By joining them, we have a channel to learn the power of chakra and this will increase our combat power. That's a good idea, Sengoku nodded. However, it would be very difficult to be able to do that. Very difficult? Why? Giant asked. The reason is because we haven't heard of them all this time, Aokiji suddenly said. We haven't heard of them after 1,000 years. Even the world government doesn't know about them either. If they found out, there was no way the personalities of the higher-ups of the world government would let them get away with it. They will definitely make all efforts to get them to join the world government. In addition, there is also the possibility that Hashirama's hometown is a place that is very closed from the outside world, or it can be said that they don't want to interfere from the outside world. As Hashirama said, they were the ones who once destroyed the land. It's likely that they were too embarrassed to reappear here, or they are preparing to return to battle again, Tsuru suddenly said. Preparing to do battle again? Is that even possible? Doberman asked. That's just my analysis. Usually it is. However, it might not happen, Tsuru said calmly. However, we can forget about wanting to track down Hashirama's hometown. Because if their reason is to close themselves off from getting involved with the outside world anymore, we don't have to bother them. Because if we interfere with them, it is not impossible that we become targets of these forces. Even though their current strength could no longer be compared to their strength several thousand years ago. However, I'm sure people with the same level of strength as Hashirama are still there and maybe even stronger. Remember, Hashirama's appearance was still very young. There might be older people there with more terrifying power levels than Hashirama. If that's the case, can't we try to develop this power called chakra? Chicken suddenly changed the subject again. Develop? Everyone's eyes immediately lit up. That would be difficult to do, Sengoku said seriously. Cultivating something is very difficult, especially we don't know the theory of the power called chakra. No, Sengoku. Garp suddenly cut him off. We might be able to do it, Garp said seriously. Can you do it? How? Sengoku asked while frowning. We can try to analyze where the power comes from, Garp said. I will try to get Hashirama to fight and will make him use the power he has. Later, when the battle occurs, you try to do an analysis of the ability called chakra. You use observation hockey to analyze where the power comes from and what source it is. Of course, when Hashirama releases an ability of his, the chakra in his body will be sucked out to release the ability he wants. At that time was the most appropriate time for us to analyze the source of that power. Everyone fell silent hearing this. Sengoku's eyes immediately lit up. Rarely do you come up with such a great idea, Garp. Did you always think I was stupid, Sengoku? Garp asked with a gloomy face. Just say so. Sengoku nodded and looked at Tsuru. What do you think of Garp's idea, Tsuru? I think it's worth a try, Tsuru said with a nod. However, the problem is how to persuade Hashirama to fight with you, Garp. There is a possibility that we will get a rejection from him or not from him, but King Fortis, Tsuru said seriously. Remember, King Fortis is not someone stupid. He is a very genius person. He might be able to figure out what we're doing this for. Ha 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 ha. Tsuru-chan. You're thinking too much about that. Garp burst out laughing at once. I'm sure if Hashirama was challenged to a fight, he would definitely accept it. He was a strong man. There was no way he would turn down a fight offer from a strong man either. Strong people will attract each other. Shouldn't fellow fools attract each other? Jian muttered as she looked at Garp. What about those ancient weapons? Akainu again changed the subject, though we don't know any information about that weapon. We also have to keep moving. We can't let Whitebeard's pirate group get that item. Sengoku frowned. We can try to wait to hear from Whitebeard or Dracul Mihawk. We currently have no information regarding these weapons. If we try to move our troops, it will only make us spend a lot of money in vain looking for an object that we do not know the detailed information about. I agree with this, Tsuru suddenly said. Instead of looking for something that isn't certain where it exists, we can try to think of a plan to develop a new source of power, namely chakras. We have to figure out how to persuade Hashirama to fight with you, Garp. So that we can find out how the source of that power can be formed. Why do you need to think about it? We just have to wait for Hashirama to come here, Garp said calmly. Besides, didn't he already say so? He will send our order wood. We just have to wait for him to come and then ask him directly. Talks conducted by the Navy continued. However, not talking about ancient weapons. They talk about the new source of power, the chakras, and how to develop this ability. New World, Dressrosa Kingdom, Royal Palace, top floor. Fufafu, a new source of power, huh? The Fortis Kingdom is indeed a very scary kingdom. Thanks for the information, Virgo. You're welcome, Doffy. I will let you know when the Navy has succeeded in analyzing the source of this power. Okay, Doflamingo nodded and immediately closed the communication. The world is becoming more and more interesting. Ancient weapons. A new source of power. Everything is currently centered in the Fortis Kingdom. The organization that previously always got the information the first time didn't even know it. Fufyafafu. What will the future be like? Hey. I want to know what the future will be for the world government. Will they stay on top this time? Would they still be able to look at people with contempt? Hey. Anyone please answer this question. Fufyafufuf. It wouldn't take long for the trash that was currently sitting in their position to be forced down. Fufyafafu. I want to see that scene immediately. Even I want to do it myself. Even though Doflamingo had been humiliated by Ars before, Doflamingo had no desire for revenge against Ars. Instead of taking revenge, Doflamingo wanted to keep up with developments. Doflamingo realized that it was impossible for him to obtain the Kingdom of Fortis because the power there was so terrifying. Compared to taking risks that lead to his own destruction, Doflamingo chose to play it safe by keeping up with the times. New World, Wano Kuni Kingdom, Onigashima Island. Whitebeard's group of pirates have made a strange move. Kdu-san King gave a report to Kdu, who was currently sitting casually drinking his drink. Movement? Kdu frowned. Yes. Our troops report that currently Whitebeard has mobilized all of his fleet to carry out a search for an item. Several of his division commanders have also made moves and their likely goals are the same. King paused and continued. Besides, I also just received a report that the Red Hair Group also made a move. However, until now it has not explained the movement carried out by them and the purpose of the movement. Kdu frowned and immediately drank back his drink. An item. It is possible that Doflamingo knew about this, King said calmly. Doflamingo? Kdu raised his eyebrows. Some time ago, Jack just came back with a large order of artificial devil fruit that we got from Doflamingo. Jack told me that Doflamingo seemed to be looking for something, and that was why Doflamingo had ordered a large number of his troops to look for an item. So, the Joker knows that stuff too? Kdu grinned excitedly and immediately took out his Den Mushi and contacted Doflamingo. It didn't take long for the communication link to be connected. Hello, Doflamingo is here, it's me, Joker Kaido? Doflamingo's voice trembled and suddenly changed. Why did you contact me, Kdu? Is there a problem with our transaction? Didn't we already ship your order before? It's true, I also got the report, Kdu said excitedly and continued, say Joker. What item are you currently looking for? What thing? What do you mean, Kdu? Doflamingo asked nervously. Nonsense. Do you want to play with me, Joker? Kdu immediately shouted angrily, say it. You must know what Whitebeard's parents are looking for, right? Yesterday Jack found out that you are currently looking for an item, so you mobilized all the troops under you. Say Joker. What item are you currently looking for? Or do you want me to come there in person? Doflamingo's face immediately broke out in cold sweat. Although currently Kdu still has wounds from his previous battle with Whitebeard. However, Kdu's current strength is not that of Doflamingo's. If Kdu wanted, he could destroy the entire Dressrosa easily. Even if Kdu didn't intervene, King or Kdu's other subordinates could step in to sort things out. Without waiting long, Doflamingo immediately explained what he knew to Kdu. However, Doflamingo only explained about weapons and not the new source of power, namely chakra to Kdu. This is very interesting. Kdu said excitedly, a weapon that disappeared over 1,000 years ago? We should be able to get that gun. With that weapon, I can avenge Whitebeard's parents. Not even ruling this world is impossible. Kdu immediately looked at King, send all our troops to conduct a full-scale search of these weapons. We can't let anyone get it. What about the Fortis Kingdom? King asked, they are also currently conducting a search for these weapons. Kdu fell silent for a moment hearing this. Except for them, Kdu thought for a moment and continued, tell our entire army. If they met people from the Fortis Kingdom, they can back off. We can't fight with that kingdom for now. Kdu is not an idiot. Kdu knows that he can't provoke the Fortis Kingdom, especially now that his strength is weaker than Whitebeard while Whitebeard is weaker than Hashirama. If Kdu tries to provoke the Fortis Kingdom, it is likely that he will have the same fate as the world government. Even though Kdu has the will to die. However, it was only his wish to be outside or to be shown to the world. This is because he has confidence in his physical strength. However, if Kdu is given true death, Kdu is actually very scared. New World, Whole Cake Island, Royal Palace. Charlotte Linlin also received information about the movements made by Whitebeard and Shanks. But unlike Kdu, Linlin didn't know the purpose of this move. This caused him to only be able to send his troops to track and find out the purpose of the movements made by Whitebeard and Shanks. Katakuri, have you guys still not found the location of the Fortis Kingdom's whereabouts? Big Mom asked while frowning. Still not, Mama Katakuri said, we have traced the whereabouts of this kingdom. However, we still haven't been able to find the whereabouts of this kingdom. Big Mom's face looks very gloomy hearing this. Mama Prospero suddenly said, how about we send our troops to the Protons Kingdom? The Protons Kingdom currently has a cooperative relationship with them. Besides, the King of Protons must have come to that kingdom. We can directly ask him about the location of the kingdom. Mama. Big Mom laughed excitedly. That's a good idea. Big Mom's gaze stared at Katakuri. You went to carry out this mission, Katakuri. You have to come back with the information. What if we don't get the information, Mama? Katakuri asked seriously. Katakuri currently had no confidence in obtaining such information. Because he couldn't forcibly interrogate Elizabeth II since he did that. They would have a conflict with the Fortis Kingdom. Big Mom was silent listening to this. Mama Prospero suddenly said, we'd better give up our urge to do this. If we get into a war with the Fortis Kingdom, the other Sea Emperors will use this to destroy us. Compared to that, it's better for us to focus our troops on finding out the purpose of Whitebeard and Red Hair's movement. There's no way the goal of these two people is a simple goal if the two of them go into full-scale movement. Simultaneously, Oven quickly walked into the castle with a serious face. Mama, we received information from our troops. Right now the beast pirates had made a strange move. They moved all their troops. Kdu is also making moves? Big Mom was immediately surprised to hear this. Mama, it's better to forget about marriage matters, Katakuri said seriously. Regarding marriage matters, I'm sure it would be difficult for us to persuade someone like Hashirama Senju to get married. Besides, we'd better focus all of our troops on tracking down the goals of these three Sea Emperors making a full-scale move. There's no way the purpose of moving these three Sea Emperors was a simple goal, especially for them to mobilize their entire army. Mama Smoothie suddenly said, I think Big Brother Katakuri's idea can be followed. Now is not the best time to get married. Besides, I believe if we try to establish a marital relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis, especially Hashirama Senju, Kdu, Red Hair, and Whitebeard would definitely not allow that to happen. They would definitely turn their attention to us and launch a full attack on us. It will only cause loss on our part. We can't possibly withstand the attacks of three Sea Emperors at the same time. Big Mom thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. I think your idea is right. Big Mom then laughed. Mama. You really are my children who are very genius. Forget about those marriage problems for now. We will focus on finding out about the purpose of the three people moving their entire army. Send our men to find out, okay, Mama. All of Big Mom's kids are very happy about this. They didn't want to go to war with the Fortis Kingdom, because they knew that they might not be able to win the battle. In addition, they also know that if information comes to Big Mom's desire to be known by many parties, it is to marry Hashirama Senju to her son. There was no way the other Sea Emperors would allow that to happen. They wouldn't let Big Mom's pirate group have two people with the strength level of a Sea Emperor. It would only cause them harm. The same goes for the other Sea Emperors. Each of the Ocean Emperors would not allow a group to have someone of the same level of strength as their captain except for the case of the Red-Haired Pirates group. The Red-Haired Pirates group has a small crew. They didn't have the same fleet as the other Ocean Emperors. They only have one core army. But there is also their intelligence squad that helps them in gathering information. However, the intelligence troop was not part of their crew. Even if their crew is small. However, the strength of the crew was balanced. This is also what makes Shanks able to sit as Emperor of the Ocean. Also, because the strength of the Red-Haired Pirates group was balanced with the strength of the other Sea Emperors, the three Sea Emperors did not cooperate to bring down the Red-Haired Pirates group. However, it's different if the Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Do pirate groups have a subordinate with the same level of strength as their captain. If one had it, surely the group of pirates could be said to have two Sea Emperors in it. However, if it was Whitebeard, it is likely that there will not be much response from all parties. Because considering the age of Whitebeard, it's possible that that person joined only because Whitebeard wanted to inherit his pirate group. It's a different story if Big Mom and Do. Right now both of them were still at the peak of their strength. If only the two of them had a subordinate with the same level of strength as them. The two of them will definitely make a large-scale movement and it is not impossible to cause chaos everywhere. For this reason, if the three Sea Emperors found out about Big Mom's plans, they won't let that happen. Even before the plan can be realized, these three Ocean Emperors would directly attack Big Mom. Another reason, if Big Mom managed to marry off her son to Hashirama, it could be said that Big Mom's pirate group had made an alliance with the Fortis Kingdom. The full power of the Fortis Kingdom is still unknown to the people. However, everyone agreed that the strength of the Fortis Kingdom surpassed that of the other Sea Emperors. If Big Mom can ally with a power like this, it would only cause chaos in the New World due to Big Mom's desire to increase the size of her territory. Although it is not certain that the Fortis Kingdom agrees to this. However, the other three Ocean Emperors would not allow that to happen. As for the Kingdom of Fortis, even though they knew how terrifying the Fortis Kingdom was, however, they couldn't do anything. The first reason is because the location of the Fortis Kingdom is currently unknown. The second reason was because they didn't know how terrifying the Fortis Kingdom was. Of course, a party will not attack until it knows how strong the opponent's strength is. Only a fool would carry out an attack without knowing the strength level of his opponent. Chapter 55, Movement of all parties. News of the movements made by the Beast Pirate Group and Whitebeard's Pirate Group was immediately known by all parties. Morgans, as a person who owns a very wide intelligence network, quickly recognized this movement and immediately covered in his newspaper on the front page. It also raises a lot of questions for all those who do not know the reason for this movement. As for those in the know, everyone was starting to be wary of each other. New World, Royal Ship of Fortis. Is there any interesting news, Hashirama? Lowellmana asked with interest while standing beside Hashirama. Not bad, Hashirama nodded. Ours previously arranged a plan to distract everyone from our kingdom. The plan built by ours went smoothly. Fluent? Lowellmana was a little taken aback by this and asked, what is ours' plan? Hashirama immediately explained the plan built by ours. This is indeed a very good plan, Lowellmana nodded. It is difficult to find a hole in the plan that ours built, especially regarding the problem of taking history 1,000 years ago. Especially the history of the world today only records the history of the start of the world government was built, while previous histories have been erased. There's no way one could find fault with this fabricated story. Yes, Hashirama nodded, especially the one who made this story is ours, and there are many who support this story like Whitebeard and others. Everyone will only be forced to believe the story. New World, Yukari Island. If it's Whitebeard, we can understand it for him to know the information regarding those weapons, Shanks said seriously, especially Whitebeard has a relationship with Hashirama. He must have known the information about the swords. However, how did Gdu get that information? Shanks could easily guess the purpose of the moves made by Whitebeard and Gdu. Especially the moves made by Whitebeard. There's no way Whitebeard would tell Gdu about that information, Ben Bachman said with a serious face. Recently the two of them fought and Gdu almost died in that battle. It's also impossible for Fortis Kingdom to share this information with Gdu. Hongo said seriously, We know that these two powers are not related to each other. It's hard to say that the Fortis Kingdom gave Kdu that information. Looks like someone else told Kdu about this. Building Snake said, "Boss, try to contact Dracul Mihawk. Ask him, besides him. Anyone who was with him at the time of obtaining the information. We might be able to find out the person who spread the information to Kdu." Shanks nodded and immediately took out his Dendenmushi. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. The moves made by Kdu are probably related to those three weapons, Sengoku said with a serious face. We can't allow this. Okay, Inu said angrily, Sengoku-san, give me the order to launch an attack on them. I will definitely guarantee the destruction of their fleet. Yo. Still as hot as ever, Sakazuki. Are you sure you can destroy the entire fleet? We can't guarantee that there is Kdu in the fleet. Even though Kdu just had a battle with Whitebeard. However, Kdu is his own mythical devil fruit eater. In addition, Kdu has excellent body resistance and regeneration. You will be instantly destroyed if Kdu is in that fleet, Kizaru said calmly. Shut up. Okay, Inu immediately shouted angrily, I don't want to listen to the ravings of an old lazy old man like you. So painful. That's the question here. Who told Kdu the information about that weapon? Tsuru said seriously, there's no way Kdu will get that information from Fortis Kingdom, Whitebeard, Red Hair, or Dracul Mihawk. Someone else must have told him this. Is it possible from our side? Garp muttered under his breath. Impossible. Sengoku immediately shouted, there's no way our side would leak this information to Kdu. We also know that among those who know this information, only people with the title of Vice Admiral and above know this information. Besides, no one has any information regarding the three weapons. You can't just say that right away, Sengoku. Tsuru said seriously, it could be what Garp said. The information that Kdu obtained probably came from our side. It is possible that in this navy there is a traitor. There is no way someone was sent to sneak into our current unit. This is interesting, Aokiji said seriously, a person who dares to send his subordinates to join this navy. If that really happened. So there are two possibilities. The first one is of very high intelligence and the second one is at least very strong in order to have a subordinate with the strength level of a vice admiral. A strong person with very high intelligence. Tsuru muttered, could it be that person? That person? Sengoku asked while looking at Tsuru seriously, did you know that? Possibly. Tsuru nodded. Among the many pirate groups with a level of strength that exceeds that of a vice admiral and possessing high intelligence, there is only one person currently active at sea. That person is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Sengoku's gaze suddenly became one full of anger. Yo. Doflamingo? This person is brave enough to do such a thing. Kizaru's gaze also became very serious. But that's just my guess, Tsuru said, there are still many candidates, not. Sengoku suddenly said seriously, if we estimate a person who can actually do this. Only Doflamingo can do that. That person not only possessed great strength. He also has a very cunning brain. Besides that. Sengoku's gaze suddenly turned to Tsuru. Wasn't it a few years ago that there was news about the disappearance of the highest cadre of the Doflamingo pirate group with the code Corps own? If counting the current time and the time that person disappeared from the group, it was not impossible that that person could reach the rank of Vice Admiral, especially he was the highest cadre of the Doflamingo family. That person's strength must be very strong and it's easy for him to be promoted so easily. Tsuru fell silent hearing this. Sengoku then continued back, also, do you still remember? Before Doflamingo served as a 7 warlords of the sea. That person is almost always able to escape your pursuit without any trouble at all, as well as the incident of stealing the heavenly gold that was behind Doflamingo. Even though Doflamingo was a former Tenryou Obito. However, he was just an ex. It was impossible for him to be able to obtain the shipping lanes of ships transporting Surwagi gold at that time. We didn't divulge any information about the shipping line at that time either, and only people with certain ranks knew about it. The disappearance of the highest cadre in Doflamingo's band of pirates was several years after the attack on the heavenly ship. During that time, it is very possible for the person Doflamingo instilled in us to gain a certain rank so that he can access information regarding the shipping lanes of the ship. Looks like we have to do some cleaning. Garp said with a serious look, we can't let a rat stay here. It will only cost us as long as he is here. Red Line, Marijoa, Thangua Castle, Ipti Throne Room. What do you think of this information, Imu-sama? Masato asked seriously. Information regarding Zanpakuto weapons, Noble Phantasm weapons, and ignition weapons has reached the Gorosei through one of the vice admirals. After getting this information, without waiting much time, the Gorosei immediately informed Imu of the information to decide the best course of action they would take. After the previous incident, at this time, the Gorosei could no longer immediately make their own decisions. Only decisions in small cases they can make decisions. However, in a big case like this, the Gorosei don't have the right to make decisions at all and everything has to be discussed with Imu. This is a policy that Imu issued earlier so that the Gorosei don't make stupid decisions like before. Zanpakuto. Noble Phantasm. Ignition. Imu muttered under her breath and her eyes showed a touch of surprise. Even though Imu has lived a very long time, 800 years. However, this was the first time he had heard about the 3 types of weapons. I can't say whether this information is true or not, Imu said calmly, however, if it comes from the Fortis Kingdom. It is possible that this information is correct. Imu paused for a moment and continued, because thousands of years ago there was a very big war. An even bigger war than the war between me and Joy Boy 800 years ago. The Gorosei who heard this had their eyes revealed in shock. The current Gorosei themselves can also be said to have immortality. However, they were not humans born 800 years ago. Each of them was born in a different year. They earn their immortality through the operation of the Oponomi fruit which was given to them because of the contribution they had previously. A lot of information regarding ancient times has disappeared even at that time. Not much information is recorded regarding the history of ancient times even in the kingdom that was previously ruled by me. Not much information is recorded regarding the era of 1000 years ago. Imu said calmly, however, even if it's a little. However, there are still records that record the history of several events thousands of years ago. One of them was a very big war going on at that time. War? Ogata asked while raising his head. Yes. Imu said in a trembling voice, the war was very big. All land areas in this world were previously connected to each other. However, because of the war, the land area is divided into many parts. The people who lived in that era had a stronger power than the people who lived in this era. Their technology is also very advanced, as well as various other things. Imu paused and continued, 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Rock Kingdom. Zahard Kingdom. Ninja Village. It is possible that these 4 major powers were the masterminds behind the war. However, this is only a possibility. Because I also can't say that these 4 major powers actually did it. Because there is no historical record that says such a thing. Imu stopped back and continued, however, if it comes from the Fortis Kingdom. It was not impossible that the information was true, especially with Hashirama Senju's presence. His presence could tell us that the 4 powers really existed in this world at that time but had been destroyed. If that's the case, Imu-sama, how about we do a search for the descendants of these 4 major powers? Didn't Hashirama say that he came from a place that existed thousands of years ago? If so, we can do a search of the place and recruit the people who are there to be our subordinates. With them joining, our strength will also increase compared to before, especially if a character with a power level like Hashirama Senju joins us, Yasunori suggested. Don't do that. Imu immediately rejected it. A place that we haven't even heard of for thousands of years isn't a place that can be taken for granted. Moreover, we also currently have no information regarding the place. It was possible that the place was the same as the current Fortis Kingdom. They have a protective mechanism that protects the island from threats from the outside world or direct contact from the outside world. Imu paused for a moment and continued, instead of searching for a place that we don't even know exists right now, we'd better do a search for those weapons. Imu said calmly, if the power of the weapons is correct according to the information provided. Those weapons were likely the ones that the higher-ups of the 3 major powers had at the time. Although we couldn't get a new power source called chakra. However, if we could get hold of the weapons used by the higher-ups of the 3 major powers of old, that is a very good thing. Imu's gaze then became very cold. If we get to that weapon, it's not impossible that we can take our revenge on the Fortis Kingdom. The Gorosei became more serious. The Fortis Kingdom is strong because we have no information regarding them. They are strong because in their kingdom they have many things that we don't know. They are strong because currently the location of their kingdom is unknown to all. They were strong because there were many higher-ups in their kingdom who were direct descendants of those 4 major powers. However, do they think we can't retaliate for what they did before? Imu's voice became colder than before. They have those weapons. That means we can have it too. As long as we can get our hands on those weapons, especially Inuma Elish's sword. As long as we get the sword. Even though the Fortis Kingdom is very strong, we can destroy them then rule the whole world. We will make all powers submit to us without any protest from them. In this world there can only be one ruler and that is us. There cannot be 2 rulers in this world. Imu's gaze then looked at the Gorosei. Do this job well. Find those weapons. This is our chance to be able to make the world submit everything to us. I've given you a second chance and don't miss the chance I'm giving you right now. If not, it's time for you to be replaced by someone more worthy. We understand, Imu-sama. The gazes of the Gorosei immediately became very serious. They don't want to be replaced by someone else. Their current position, even though they are not leaders. But the outside world knows them as leaders. 10,000 meters below sea level, Ryugu Kingdom, Royal Palace. Damn it. Jinbai. How could you possibly know where I am? Vanderdecken asked with an angry face to Jinbai, who had now brought himself into the Royal Palace with a face full of wounds. Vanderdecken was currently unable to use or move his body. As a devil fruit eater, he has a weakness for seawater. Lucky because he is a fishman race. He can still live in the ocean even though he can't use his devil fruit powers or use his current body. You are too stupid to leave your mark, Dekken Jinbai said coldly. Besides, how dare you do that to Princess Shirahoshi? That is payback for him rejecting me. He is the only one who is suitable to be my life partner and no one else. Dekken fearlessly replied to Jinbai's words. Jinbai is currently very emotional. He did not reply to Vanderdecken's words and immediately brought the Dekken before Neptune. Jinbai, Neptune and Itoheim, who were there seeing Jinbai's arrival, were quite surprised and their gazes immediately turned to Vanderdecken, who was currently unable to use his body to move. He's Vanderdecken. He is the mastermind behind everything. Neptune's gaze became furious as he stared at Vanderdecken. Even the usually gentle and affectionate Itoheim looked at Vanderdecken with a look of anger because all this time what he had been terrorizing was his own daughter. So true. I'm the mastermind behind it all. Vanderdecken, who had been arrested, he knew that he couldn't hide it. The action I did was because Shirahoshi rejected me. He should be my partner. He only fits in with me and no one else. Shouted Vanderdecken angrily. You can't decide all that. Neptune said angrily, whoever is going to be Shirahoshi's partner, it's her own choice. You have no right to determine yourself as his life partner just because of your own decision. Impossible. Vanderdecken again said, Shirahoshi and I were destined to be a couple. He is only suitable to be my partner. King Neptune, we better get him into the cell immediately. Jinbai said seriously, if we keep talking to him, we might get more emotional because of it. Neptune nodded, I think that's a good idea. Take him to the cell, Jinbai. Then tie him up with chains so he doesn't get free. Besides, let the troops guard it. Don't let anyone help him escape. It will only harm Shirahoshi in the future. I understand. Jinbai nodded and immediately brought Vanderdecken, who was continuously screaming to be free. Finally Shirahoshi can be free too. Neptune nodded. Itoheim's eyes immediately brightened. I will tell this to Shirahoshi. She will definitely be very happy to hear this information. Neptune nodded and instantly his den mushi sounded. Itoheim, who wanted to leave, immediately stopped his steps out of curiosity as to who was contacting Neptune at this time. Neptune immediately lifted the den mushi. Hello, Neptune is here, it's me, King Neptune. Ars Neptune's and Itoheim's eyes immediately showed joy upon hearing this. Boy, you look very happy, King Neptune. Is there anything interesting? How about you share it with me? Ars said in a friendly and cheerful tone too. Ha 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 ha. Neptune immediately laughed excitedly. It is true that there is something that makes King Fortis happy. Jinbai had previously caught Vanderdecken and now my daughter Shirahoshi is able to get out of her room. That is very good news, King Neptune. I can't wait to meet him, Ars said and continued again. Oh yes. The guild building was currently finished. We can already use it. We plan to hold our first meeting on February 16th, which starts 2 days from now. I hope King Neptune can prepare for this battle. Neptune and Itoheim, who heard this, were very excited. We will definitely prepare ourselves. Neptune nodded. Oh yes. Please also prepare a screen that can project Den Mushi live on Fishman Island. Projection screen? What for? Neptune asked in confusion. Battles to avenge problems of cooperation and others will not be carried out in secret but will be carried out openly. During that battle too, the citizens of each of our kingdoms could watch the battle unfold. So that they also know what we really discussed in that battle. It can also later help them find out what kind of cooperation the kingdom has built and other things. I don't want the meeting to be held behind closed doors. At least, let the citizens of our kingdom know the contents of the battle. So that later they might be able to give advice and others. I see. That is indeed a very good idea. Neptune nodded. Okay, I will do it also. The house that will be given to you guys is ready at this time. However, because of the issue of body size, it is possible that the house is still unusable. Currently we are planning to develop a tool that can help in regulating your body size problem so that it can fit your normal body size. I hope you can wait a little while so that this tool will be available soon. No problem. Waiting for some time is not difficult for us, said Neptune. Okay. That's all I wanted to convey. Prepare the things you want to say in the battle. I will wait for your presence at that time. Also, if possible, bring Princess Shirahoshi. I'm sure he'll love to walk around our kingdom the next time we do battle. There are many higher-ups from our kingdom also want to meet him, especially the women. I'm sure Shirahoshi can definitely make friends here. I see. I'll definitely take him there. Neptune nodded. The communication line was immediately closed again. Finally, the time has come, Atoheim said excitedly. Neptune nodded and said, Atoheim, you convey this to the 3 princes and princesses so they can prepare themselves. I will go do the installation of the projection screen requested by King Fortis as well as prepare the things that will be discussed at the meeting. I see. Atoheim nodded and left immediately. Not long after Atoheim left, Jinbai came back into the room. King Neptune, I've done it. Vanderdecken is currently locked in the bottom cell and is guarded by 5 people and will change from time to time. That's good. Neptune nodded and continued. Jinbai, can we help me to install a large projection screen in the middle of the Fishman Island? Projection screen? Jinbai asked in confusion. Neptune immediately explained to Jinbai the purpose of installing the projection screen. Jinbai, who heard this, became very excited. Because with the installation of this screen, the citizens of Fishman Island did not have to wait to be informed at the meeting. They only need to listen directly to be able to get that information. This is a very good idea, Jinbai said with a nod. Yes. This is indeed a very good idea, Neptune nodded. Usually a meeting will be held behind closed doors. However, as expected by King Fortis, he must be able to come up with an interesting idea. Ha ha ha. She really is an amazing person. Jinbai paused and continued. By the way, what about Princess Shirahazi? Will he also come along? Sure, Neptune nodded. King Fortis also seems to want to meet him. I will take him to the meeting. This is also a good move so that Shirahoshi can build friendly relations with the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom, especially their female higher-ups. That's a good idea. Jinbai nodded. Then, I'll go and first to do the installation. At the same time, I will inform the citizens of this so that they can watch in time for the battle to take place. Please, Neptune nodded. Jinbai, without wasting much time, immediately carried out the order. While Neptune does other work, namely preparing materials for the meeting that will be held later. Chapter 56, Talks of Cooperation Relations with Amazon Lily Kingdom, New World, Prudence Kingdom, Royal Palace. Hashirama and Lowellman finally arrived at the Prudence Kingdom and were immediately greeted warmly by Elizabeth II and the others. Lord Hashirama, has King Fortis been aware of the news regarding the moves made by each force? Elizabeth II asked seriously. Your Majesty still hasn't read it. Hashirama shook his head. However, the King of Prudence need not worry. This movement made by all the major powers is also due to His Majesty. Because of King Fortis? Elizabeth II, Dagama, and Ru, who heard this, were very surprised. Yes. The reason for the moves made by all the current powers is because of the information of the sword, which is more powerful compared to supreme grade swords. There are currently many powers trying to find the sword. This. Elizabeth II immediately showed signs of fear at this. Is it possible? Don't blame yourself, King of Prudence, Hashirama said quickly. It's not your fault. The information was leaked due to the conversation that Whitebeard and I had earlier. His Majesty also didn't mind the leak of information regarding the type of sword, as it was impossible for the group to find the sword. Those swords have been missing for more than 1,000 years. Even those of us who have detailed information still find it difficult to get hold of the sword, let alone a group of people who don't have any information about the sword. Impossible to get it. I see. Elizabeth II, who heard this, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Because if the information was leaked because of it, Elizabeth II would be very embarrassed if he met ours again. By the way, King of Prudence, His Majesty's message to you, Hashirama said. The guild building has been completed and is now available for use. The meeting between the leaders will be held 2 days from now on February 16th. Prepare all the things you want to bring to the meeting. Also, the house that will be given to you is also ready. Later, if the meeting lasted for 1 full day, you can use the house to rest, or the troops who are with you can use the house to rest while waiting for the meeting to take place. Elizabeth II and the others were very excited to hear this. I will definitely prepare it soon, Elizabeth II said firmly. Oh yes. Please also install a live broadcast projection screen in your kingdom. It aims to broadcast the meeting that will be held. His Majesty wants the meeting held by the royal leaders to be witnessed directly by the people of the kingdom, so that the people also know about the content of the conversation that took place during the meeting, and this can also help you to inform your people about the content of the conversation. So, whatever is discussed in the meeting will be immediately known by the citizens of the kingdom, for example regarding visas from our kingdom. We have finished discussing the price as well as some other conditions. His Majesty will raise this discussion at the meeting. That way, you no longer need to explain this to your people, because at the time the matter was raised by His Majesty, your people also already know the contents and also the provisions. This is a very effective method, Dagama said with a nod. But, is it okay for the meeting to be broadcast live? What if there is a sensitive topic? It doesn't matter, Hashirama shook his head, whether it's a sensitive topic or not. Everything should be broadcast to the people so that they know what their leader is discussing. They have the right to know everything, for example, regarding the cooperation carried out, what royal funds are used for, and so on. If indeed the topic is too sensitive to be raised in the meeting, you don't need to bring it up in a meeting and can directly discuss it privately. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded. I will definitely prepare everything good. King of Protons, where's the Empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom? Loelmina suddenly asked politely. Is he ready for the conversation? Yes, Miss Loelmina. Elizabeth II nodded. I let her wait in the waiting room that has been prepared. Come on, I'll take you there. Elizabeth II immediately led everyone to the waiting room. It didn't take long for them to get there, and it was seen that Boa Hancock and her two sisters were already there. Hancock and the others' gazes immediately turned to Loelmina and Hashirama. Where is King Fortis? Hancock asked while frowning seriously. Hancock's purpose in coming here was other than discussing the issue of cooperation with the Fortis Kingdom regarding the issue of territorial protection. Hancock also wanted to meet with Ars to see firsthand the person who dared to attack the world government without the slightest fear. King Fortis can't come at this time, Elizabeth II said seriously. Miss Loelmina, who has now been appointed by King Fortis, met with you to discuss this matter of cooperation talks. Loelmina immediately came forward and said, Hello, First Battle. My name is Loelmina. I am the head of the Fortis Kingdom's Department of Foreign Relations and have currently been appointed by His Majesty to handle these cooperative relations talks. What's the matter? Why didn't King Fortis come to have a talk with me? Hancock asked back coldly. Your Majesty can't do that because that's not the procedure. If you want to build a cooperative relationship with us, we have to hold talks to discuss the cooperation you want to build and others. This is the task of the Department of Foreign Relations. If the talks go well and both parties agree to the talks, the next step can be taken by us inviting you to come to our kingdom to sign the cooperation agreement. Meanwhile, if the talks do not go well and one of the two parties does not agree with the terms that have been determined, we can't take the next step, Loelmina said politely. The mechanism is too complicated. Also, why should I discuss a cooperative relationship with you? You are just a department head while I am an empress. At least if you want to have a conversation, it should be done by our king directly. Loelmina wanted to speak. However, Hashirama immediately restrained him. Is that your attitude towards our representative? Even though Iowa is only head of the Department of Foreign Relations. However, he has been appointed by His Majesty in full. All decisions of this cooperative relationship, he has the right to decide. If this is the first step, you don't agree with the discussion of this cooperative relationship. In that case, we shouldn't bother to have this cooperative relationship talk. After all, even though we can't continue the conversation and establish a cooperative relationship with you guys, there is no loss from our side. Sandersonia and Marigold, who heard this, immediately broke into cold sweat and their faces filled with fear. If they fail to gain territory protection from the Fortis Kingdom, their kingdom will be the target of the Navy and the world government. Since it is not impossible that information about Hancock who came here is already known by the Navy and the world government. Elder sister, Sandersonia said in a trembling voice and tried to persuade her. Hancock was also currently in a dilemma. Even though he had confidence in his strength. However, her two younger sisters were very weak. Also, Hancock had seen the combat power possessed by the Navy and there was no way her side could defend against the Navy's full attack. Hancock sighed, then looked at Loelmina. Alright. I accept you. Hashirama frowned. Where's your apology? Huh? Hancock was immediately surprised to hear this. Why should I apologize? Shouldn't it be? You've previously said high things to even disdain our department head. At the very least, he should get your apology so we can continue this conversation. Don't go too far, Hashirama. Hancock said coldly. Why should I apologize when I have nothing wrong? Doesn't have any wrong? Haven't you despised the head of our foreign relations department? He was currently directly appointed by His Majesty. That means right now his status before you is like His Majesty of our kingdom. If you don't apologize to him, it would be the same as demeaning the king of our kingdom. If your attitude is still like that, we can't continue this conversation. I also will not agree with the development of this cooperative relationship. Why should I listen to your words? You have no right. You are wrong. Empress Loelmina suddenly came in, even though we are only a department head. However, we also have the right to determine this. The talks we are having at the moment are still in the first stage. The two of us here have the right to decide whatever happens here. Both Hashirama and I, as long as we both disagree with this talk, we can decide unilaterally. His Majesty will not be angry with us either. Because we have indeed been fully appointed for this conversation. Hancock was silent for a moment hearing this. If indeed you don't participate in this, Hashirama said again, we have to go back. We have a lot of work to do. We can't stay here just waiting for you to apologize to us. Please wait a moment, Marigold suddenly said and immediately came forward near Hancock. Elder sister, please. It is possible that by now the Navy and the world government already know about our movements. If until we do not get this cooperation, we will be the targets of the world government and the Navy. Amazon Lily Island will definitely be attacked by the Admiral. Elder sister, please. Sandersonia also muttered sadly. Hancock, who was confronted by her two younger sisters' request, couldn't help but feel proud. Hancock's gaze immediately looked at Hashirama and Loelmana. I'm sorry. These words of apology from Hancock immediately made Sandersonia and Marigold very happy. Hashirama then looked at Loelmana and nodded. Loelmana then immediately walked over to the prepared seat while Hashirama stood behind her. Elizabeth II and the others also joined in the battle by sitting on the side chairs wanting to hear the conversation. Can we start the conversation yet? Hancock asked seriously. Loelmana nodded. We have received a report from the King of Protons that you guys want to establish a cooperative relationship in the protection of the territory, is that true? Hancock nodded calmly. We can do this, Loelmana said, however, you must meet the conditions put forward by us. Condition? Hancock asked with a frown. The first is that you are obliged to give us 5% of your entire kingdom's annual income. The second is that you are obliged to stop your piracy activities on merchant ships, or it can be said that you stop being a pirate. Impossible. Hancock immediately rejected him. How could we possibly do that? Piracy is the source of income for our kingdom. If we can't do that, where can we get our income from? You can try to build a business network, Loelmana said calmly. Our kingdom has a log that you can sell to the shipyards in the Grand Line area. The wood is currently used by the shipyard on Water 7 Island. They usually buy us each unit for 450,000 berries. We can provide you with a price of 400,000 berries for each unit of wood for you to sell to them. That way, you can earn up to 50,000 berries for each unit of wood. Loelmana paused and continued. The Galley Law Company is the shipbuilding company that usually buys us wood. The amount of wood they bought was 100,000 units. If each unit of wood you get a profit of 50,000 berries, the profit you can get on each transaction with the Galley Law Company is 5 billion berries. Loelmana then looked at Hancock and others. It's just one shipyard. There are many shipyards in the Grand Line area, for example the shipyard on Sayboundy Island. You can sell the wood there by taking a profit of 100,000 berries. With this action, it is not impossible that you can get a profit of 10 billion per month. Loelmana paused again and continued. Furthermore, there are also various products from our kingdom which we will later sell below the current market price. You can get the product and then sell it to the islands in the Grand Line area at a price below. If this activity goes well, within a month, without the need for piracy, you can earn at least 20 billion berries. 20 billion berries? Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold, Elizabeth II and the others were very surprised to hear this. Well, do you have any objections regarding this? We have helped provide solutions to your source of income. You don't have to be a pirate anymore to do piracy. You can already have a steady income. Even the fixed income is more than the income you get through your piracy activities, Loelmana said calmly. What about the pirate case? Hancock didn't answer immediately but asked, aren't we also allowed to hijack them? No. Loelmana shook her head. Pirates in another case. You are free to do anything if it's a pirate. By piracy we mean the hijacking of merchant ships or ships of civilians. Besides, you are free to do so. Okay, Hancock nodded. Then regarding the first condition. Isn't that too much? 5% for annual income. Can't it be more or less? That can't be done, Empress Loelmana said. That value is already a rule of our kingdom. The Protons kingdom had already followed this rule. We can't lower the price. Apart from that, you have already benefited a lot from us. For example, you can buy every product from our kingdom at a lower price and also other things. Do you think the price we have offered is too big? Hancock was silent for a moment thinking about this. Regarding the payment issue, you must provide us with your financial reports every December. We ourselves will determine how much payment you have to pay us. Why should we do it? Can't we do that too? Hancock asked while frowning. Yes. However, we also need to know how many financial statements your kingdom has. Whether the report is in accordance with the records we have or not. Every time you make a product purchase in our kingdom, we will record as well as calculate the benefits that you can get. This is also to minimize fraud and others. Loelmana paused and continued, in addition, through the financial statements, we can also find out how the development of your kingdom. If you as the Empress do not use the money to build your empire and will only use it for personal gain. So, unfortunately, we will immediately stop this cooperation. Even if you pay the fee. Loelmana paused for a moment and continued, our kingdom will not establish a cooperative relationship with a kingdom that does not care about their people. At this time His Majesty allowed us to have a conversation because he wanted to see how your kingdom would develop if we were to establish a cooperative relationship. If in this cooperation your kingdom has no prospect of increasing and you only use the money from the business for personal gain, this cooperation will be immediately cancelled unilaterally. Hancock fell silent hearing this. If Hancock thought of Luomena's words, it can be said that they are currently fortunate to be accepted for the discussion of cooperative relations, because there is a possibility that they will get rejected outright. If you agree to these two conditions, we can continue the discussion of this cooperative relationship to the second stage. You will later be brought to our kingdom to meet His Majesty. At the same time, we will legalize this cooperative relationship by signing a document of cooperation between our kingdom and yours. Luomena said calmly. Aren't you the one who has been appointed? Hancock asked while raising her brow. Even though I have been appointed. However, I only have full power over the first stage, namely this cooperation discussion with each representative getting the same agreement. If both parties agree, we can meet you with our king. HMPH. At least you guys still know that too, Hancock muttered proudly and continued, no problem. I agree on this. I can meet your king after this, can't I? Yes. Because you agreed. You can meet him. Luomena nodded and continued, do you guys currently have your royal flags? Our royal flag? What do you want it for? Hancock asked in confusion. Every kingdom that builds a cooperative relationship with us is obliged to give their flag to us to be flown in the territory of the alliance building, which indicates your kingdom has a cooperative relationship with us and is worthy to participate in the meeting that will be held at the fellowship building. The meeting was a meeting conducted by the kings of the kingdom who build cooperative relations with our kingdom to discuss various things such as cooperation issues, royal problems and also various other things. Everything is discussed there. The closest meeting will occur on February 16th or 2 days from now. If your kingdom officially establishes a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, you can also participate in the meeting which will be held on February 16th, said Luomena. A meeting between the kings? Isn't his like the world government's reverie? Hancock asked. Yes. It is indeed the same. Luomena nodded and continued, however, the reverie itself is a meeting where to discuss the matter of this world's pattern. However, in the meeting organized by our kingdom is to discuss the issue of cooperation, and others. The point in the meeting was to discuss how to increase the development of the kingdom. In addition, the meeting will also be broadcast live in the territory of the kingdom that builds cooperative relations with us. This is so that the citizens know the conversations that are taking place at the meeting and also that the royal party does not have to bother to explain the contents of the conversations that are happening to the people. How about a conversation where the core of the matter is a sensitive topic? Hancock asked seriously. Sensitive issues don't need to be discussed there. You can ask to arrange a meeting with His Majesty, if you wish to discuss this matter, Luomena said calmly. I see. Hancock nodded. So, if we have officially established a cooperative relationship with your kingdom, we can get the benefits of purchasing products at low prices, get protection from your kingdom, and can also participate in meetings organized by your kingdom. Is it true? Yes, Luomena nodded. One more thing. You will also be given a house that is used specifically by our royal officials and also the royal families whose kingdoms build cooperative relations with our kingdom. Luomena then took out a drawing and handed it to Hancock. Hancock immediately took a picture of the photo. That is the house that your kingdom will later acquire. You can use that house as a resting place while you are in our kingdom. However, currently only 5 units have been successfully built and the 5 units are already occupied. You need to wait for some time to get it. Then where will we live then? Hancock asked with great interest. You will live in the royal palace later. We have special guest rooms for royal guests. Before you get the house, you will live in the royal palace if you come to visit our kingdom and don't have time to go back. Luomena stopped back and continued, I forgot something. If you build a cooperative relationship with us too, we will give you our royal eternal pose later. Special eternal pose? Hancock lowered the photo and raised her brow. The island where we built our empire is a unique island. The island has a special electromagnetic field that a normal pose log would not be able to capture. That special electromagnetic field can only be captured using the special eternal pose created by our kingdom. If you don't use that, there's no way you guys can find our kingdom. Is that why your kingdom is hard to find? Hancock asked again. That's one reason, Luomena said. Another reason is because our kingdom has its own security system. There is a thick fog that surrounds our kingdom. As long as you don't have a guide or our royal special eternal pose, you won't be able to reach our kingdom and will only be lost in the fog for a whole week before you can get out. Hancock and her 2 sisters were quite surprised to hear this. Regarding the flag, I asked you guys, did you bring it? Luomena asked again. We brought him. We'll leave it to you when we get there, Hancock said calmly. We can leave now, can't we? Loelmana nodded and looked at Hashirama. Contact His Majesty and inform him of the success of this mission. I understand. Hashirama nodded and went straight to the task. Loelmana's gaze then turned to Elizabeth II and the others. Thank you for facilitating this conversation, King of Protons. Hahaha. No problem, no problem. It was an easy matter for me, Elizabeth II said excitedly. It didn't take long for Hashirama to finish reporting it and walk straight back to Loelmana. His Majesty already knew and asked us to bring the Royal Empress Amazon Lily. Okay, Loelmana nodded and looked at Hancock. Empress, we have obtained permission. Let's go sailing to our kingdom. Hancock nodded. The talks for the first stage of the cooperative relationship between the Fortis Kingdom and the Amazon Lily Kingdom are finally over. Chapter 57, Planning New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Study Room. How are the seeds prepared? Ars asked while looking at Ina, Nezuko, Megumi, and Ishiki. Ars had gathered everyone who worked in the Department of Agriculture because he had something to talk about. The preparations are ready. Ina, as the head of the department, immediately replied, we just need to wait some time for the selection of superior seeds. It is possible that tomorrow the election will be finished and the seeds that have been selected will soon be planted. Ars nodded and continued, the meeting between the royal leaders is about to start and it's only 2 days from now. 2 days from now? Does that mean the meeting will take place on February 16th? Ishiki asked. Yes, Ars nodded. The previous plan was for the meeting to take place tomorrow. However, there have been some changes to the schedule because there is a kingdom that wants to establish a cooperative relationship with us, and currently Hashirama and Iowa have left to take care of the matter of conversation. As long as the kingdom agrees to our terms, we can establish a cooperative relationship with them. What kingdom would like to establish a cooperative relationship with us, Ars? Megumi asked curiously. Amazon Lily Kingdom, Ars said calmly. Amazon Lily Kingdom? Ina raised her brow. Isn't that kingdom ruled by the pirate Empress Boa Hancock? Isn't that kingdom a kingdom run by a group of pirates? Why should we build a cooperative relationship with them? Even though it is. However, the geographical factor of the island caused them to do that, Ars said calmly. The location of the Amazon Lily Kingdom is in the Combelt region, which is a windless zone. No merchant ships dared to come there. It also makes it difficult for their empire to build a business network and can only rely on piracy to meet their needs. I've asked them for conditions regarding the prohibition of piracy if they want to establish a cooperative relationship and start setting up a business network that will later become the main source of income for their empire. Especially for the Grand Line area itself, our kingdom still doesn't have a cooperation network that can help us to market our products. As long as they agree to that, we can build a cooperative relationship. I see. Ina nodded. At the next meeting, I will try to recruit some workers back to work in your department. I will ask the kings, which kingdom is ready to help us in preparing human resources. That's why I called you here. Ars paused for a moment and continued, how many human resources do you need to help complete the work you have? Ina thought for a moment and continued, I don't think there's a need for too much for now, Ars. Ina said, we currently don't need too many workers. Maybe around 200 people. 50 people will be given to Megumi, 50 people will be given to Nezuko, and 100 people will be given to Ishiki. While for the documents and administration, we don't need this part yet. What do you think? Asked Ars while looking at Megumi, Nezuko, and Ishiki. I have no problem with this, Ishiki smiled, for my own part anyway. We only have a duty to carry out supervision and maintenance. As long as there are no problems with the rice currently being planted. My part is not having a lot of work. Ars nodded and looked at Megumi and Nezuko. Ars. I think I need more, Nezuko said shyly, probably around 75 people or even 100 people if possible. In that case, you can cut off from my people, Ars. Ishiki said, the workers in my own territory are only doing surveillance and nothing else. Compared to recruiting more workers, it is better to shift some other workers who are already superior in one field. This is also to save on expenses for financing salary funds and also food financing. Oh yes. And could lighten the workload of Juichiru and the others. The more people we currently recruit, the heavier the workload they have. How about this? Arzina suddenly said back, since Ishiki's department only has supervisory duties, we can give him 25 workers. While the other 175 workers we have currently recruited are given to Nezuko and Megumi. The task they have is quite heavy right now because they have to do the planting. Are you okay with this, Ishiki? Ars asked while looking at Ishiki. Not. I have no problem, Ishiki smiled. Ars. Megumi suddenly said, regarding recruitment. How about recruiting 225 people? So that Nezuko and I can get an equal. Compared to recruiting 200 people and Ishiki getting 25. That means we have to split the other 2,175 people. 225 people, huh? Okay. I will recruit a suitable amount. Ars nodded and continued. Do you guys still have jobs after this? No. Nezuko, Megumi and Ina immediately shook their heads. I'm still there, Ishiki replied. I still need to do an examination. Ars nodded, then looked at Megumi, Ina, and Nezuko. Since you guys don't have any more work to do, can you go to the workers' quarters and check the rooms that will be used by the workers in your department? Check the equipment that is there as well as mark the rooms that will be used later. We understand, okay. You can come back already. Ina and the others immediately walked out of the study. Suddenly Ars's denden mushi rang. Ars immediately picked it up. Hello, Ars here, it's me, Your Majesty. Hashirama, how was the conversation there? Is it going well? The talks went well, Your Majesty. The Royal Empress of Amazon Lily agrees to our terms. Good. Then invite him here. We will soon sign a cooperation agreement so that they can participate in the meeting 2 days from now. Oh, yes, on the way here. Help him to understand the rules as well as matters regarding our kingdom. So that I won't have to explain to him again when he gets here. I see Royal Palace, library room. Hey, Sheena, Robin suddenly called out to Sheena, who was in front of him. Sheena's relationship with Robin can be said to be very good even though the two have just met. Sheena even asked Robin to remove her honorific call. You have power, and other things. Why don't you guys try to overthrow the world government? Wouldn't it be that by overthrowing the world government, you could become the ruler of this world? I've asked Hashirama about this before. However, the answer he gave me is because His Majesty is not someone who wants that. That's true. The answer that Hashirama gave was the correct answer. Sheena replied calmly, His Majesty is not someone who has a very big ambition. The purpose of the formation of this kingdom is so that we can live comfortably and also so that the citizens of our kingdom can live in peace. The matter of overthrowing the world government is quite troublesome. Even though His Majesty can do it. However, that was not what he wanted to do. He just wants to live in peace with his friends as well as the citizens of his kingdom. I see. Robin nodded. I saw that your face changed quite a bit when you read about the Age of Emptiness. Did that really surprise you? Sheena asked curiously. Yes, Robin nodded, though that's one of the reasons. But another reason is because I never believed that it would be so easy to know the history of the Age of Emptiness. Easy as that? Ah, if I'm not mistaken, you've been a fugitive from the world government since childhood, haven't you? Sheena asked back. How did you know that? Robin asked in quite a surprised tone. His Majesty said that to us, Sheena said. Didn't I tell you before? His Majesty has quite a lot of information regarding this world as well as the people His Majesty deems important. You are the one that His Majesty has been seeking information on. I'm getting more and more attracted to Your Majesty, Robin said with a small smile. Do you think I can meet him now? Currently? Yes. Sheena nodded. Would you like to meet him? If you want, I can ask him. Does Your Majesty have time? Before Sheena could finish her sentence, her denden mushi sounded. Sheena immediately raised the denden mushi. Hello, Sheena here, it's me, Sheena, Ars Your Honor? Sheena was quite surprised to know who contacted her. You are quite surprised. Are you doing something, Sheena? Am I bothering you? No. It's just, I'm currently talking to Robin about you and I didn't expect you to contact me. Talk about me? I am interested in your topic of conversation. So, what are you guys talking about? Ars asked in a cheerful tone. Robin wants to know if she can meet you or not. I replied that she could. However, I need to ask when you can do that. Oh, I see. I think she's quite lucky. I do currently have time to meet him. Also, I have business with you. Can you come to my study? Take Robin with you at the same time. I understand. Sheena nodded. I will wait for you here. The direct line of communication was closed and Sheena looked at Robin. Your Majesty has time. Let's go there. If you have a question you want to ask, you can ask him. His Majesty has quite extensive knowledge and knows about various things that exist in this world. Robin nodded and there was also a feeling of joy because he also wanted to meet someone who could be said to have saved him and had also given the opportunity to study the history of this world. Sheena and Robin immediately headed to the study and it didn't take long for them to arrive there. Robin immediately saw Ars, who was sitting at his desk, and looked at them. Finally you guys arrived, Ars said with a smile and continued. Welcome to the Kingdom of Fortis, Nico. Robin. I hope you like the place we prepared and the treatment of our people. Thank you for the welcome, Your Majesty, Robin said with a small smile. I really like the room prepared for me and also the people here are very friendly. Besides that, I also want to thank you for saving me and also giving me a place to live. You're welcome. Ars nodded and his eyes stared at Sheena. Sheena, please make a cooperation agreement document. Cooperation agreement? Did we just establish a cooperative relationship again? Sheena asked in confusion. Yes. Hashirama and Iowa had taken care of it. We will establish cooperation with the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Amazon Lily Kingdom? Aren't they a kingdom ruled by a pirate group? Why should we build cooperation with them? Sheena asked strangely. Ars immediately explained the reason to Sheena, and the reason Ars gave was enough to surprise Robin. I see. Sheena nodded. Okay, I'll make it. Sheena then looked at Robin. I'll stay first, Robin. We can talk or ask His Majesty something. I need to do this task in another room. I understand. Robin nodded. Sheena, without waiting long, immediately left the room. Well, is there something you want to talk to me about? Ars asked with great interest. I wonder, what is the reason Your Majesty is seeking information about me? Robin asked with interest. You are someone from Ohara Island, where the island is the center of knowledge, which means you can say you are a genius. I gathered information about you because I was quite interested in a child who was wanted by the world government. I didn't think that you had enough interesting things to say about your genius. The finance department is a department that must require someone who is a genius and also conscientious to work in it. It's very difficult to find someone like that. You are qualified, and this is what made me recruit you into our kingdom. I see. Robin nodded. Then, I would like to know, what was the reason His Majesty did not try to overthrow the world government? Even though at that time you had the opportunity to do it. Isn't his question you have heard from other people? Ars asked while raising his brow. If not. I just have no interest in taking care of such troublesome matters. I just want to focus on managing my kingdom. Even though the current world government could be destroyed. However, it is possible in the future that people who are similar to them may even be more inhuman than them. As long as there are humans in this world, it is impossible for negative actions to be eliminated. If you want this world to be calm and peaceful, then destroy all the humans in this world, then the world can be calm and peaceful. But, if you do things like that, you will definitely be known by everyone in this world, especially you might be considered a savior. I'm not interested in such things. Ars shook his head. My goal right now is just to build a kingdom where my friends can live in peace and the citizens of our kingdom can get security, food, etc. I'm not interested in being famous or a legend. I prefer to live in peace with my friends and my people. You are quite a unique king, Robin said with a low chuckle. If the other kings had all the things you currently have, they will probably do whatever it takes to increase their influence. They are them. I am me. Ars shrugged casually. I have no interest in such things. After all, I'm already quite grateful with my current territory. This area is large, and if used properly will be able to bring huge profits. People like you said are people who will never be satisfied forever. I think so. Robin nodded. Well, what's your goal now, Robin? Ars asked with interest. Previously the aim was to know about the Void Century, wasn't it? Now you know what really happened in the Age of Emptiness. Do you have any other goals you want to pursue after this? Destination? Robin suddenly fell silent hearing this and then smiled. Maybe. My goal is the same as yours. I just want to live in peace from now on. Ars chuckled softly. Your current mindset is almost the same as ours. All the higher-ups from our kingdom also had the same thought except for a few adventurous people. However, they are also not very interested in the issue of power struggles and other things. I hope you can live in peace in our kingdom. Our kingdom will definitely not treat you badly as long as you also follow the rules set by our kingdom. I understand. Robin nodded. Do you have anything else you want to talk about? Otherwise, I need to get ready to welcome the arrival of the Pirate Empress. The person is known to be quite proud and arrogant. At the very least, I also need preparations to meet him. It's not there anymore. Robin shook her head and suddenly remembered something. If someday I want to see you to talk again, is it okay? Speak. You can try to find me at night. Usually I have free time at that time. I understand. Robin nodded and immediately saluted Ars and immediately left the study. Not long after Robin left, Ars also left the room to prepare himself. Chapter 58, Summit Meeting. Commander of the Revolutionary Army and the strongest man in the world. New World, Moby Dick. Today was an ordinary day for Whitebeard's pirate group except in the morning when they had the best swordsman in the world. Whitebeard's pirate group is a group of pirates that is quite unique. They will not cause a problem if they are not disturbed or disturbed. Whitebeard's pirate group is also rare to carry out robberies to merchant ships. Usually their main income is war booty from pirate groups, the navy, or tax fees charged to their territory. However, the taxes Whitebeard gave to his territory were also not too high. This relates to him having experienced many tragic events in the past. As previously mentioned, Whitebeard's pirate group is a unique pirate group because this pirate group is almost like a family. Even if they are not related by blood. However, the relationship between each other is very close. Whitebeard who became their parent or father while Marco would be the eldest of them. Although Marco is often used as a bully for Ace and Eight. However, they have the closest relationship among the others. Because it was this relationship that made many members of the Whitebeard Pirates, even though it was their first time joining, They could quickly adapt. Because as long as that person has recognized Whitebeard as his father, all members of Whitebeard's pirates will welcome him warmly. Oyaji, can you stop your drinking? Even though you have now been healed by Hashirama. However, you should also pay attention to your age, Marco said with a flat look to Whitebeard. Marco is the ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. He knew very well about Whitebeard's condition. Gorber, there's no way I can't drink on a nice day like this, Marco Whitebeard said excitedly. Leave it for today, Marco Jaws suddenly said. After all, if Oyaji's disease recurs again, we can ask Hashirama for help, Jaws said. That's right, Marco Ace also said excitedly. Let Oyaji have fun today. His body is now healed. It would be boring to party without drinking. Shut up, Ace, Marco said flatly. Also, you better focus on your training. If you don't focus, the longer it will take you to master your armament hockey. Don't remind me of that, Marco Ace said grimly. Today is a special day. I need vacation time. Also, I'm sure tomorrow I'll be able to master that hockey ability. Gorber are seeing the current scene. Whitebeard was overjoyed. Whitebeard was not someone who was crazy about treasure. If Whitebeard liked treasures, he would be very easy to obtain. However, it is different with family. Families are very hard to come by, and that is Whitebeard's wish. Zahaha, Captain Ace, you must train with passion. So that our division can be better than the others. Suddenly Teach appeared there excitedly while eating a cherry pie. Even though Teach was not a division commander and was just an ordinary member. However, Teach is a member who has been with Whitebeard for a very long time. Everyone respected Teach, even the division commanders who joined after Teach had great respect for him. Hey, Teach. How about you? Have you mastered the hockey ability? Ace asked with interest. Zahahaha, I have no interest in such things, Captain Ace, Teach said with a smile. My talent in battle is very weak. If my talent is great, it's not impossible that I should be able to reach your current level. Don't be humble, Teach Thaked suddenly appeared. You don't have a bad talent. It's just that you're too lazy to practice. If you're diligent, you can reach the position of a division commander. I'm not interested in such things, Teach said with a smile. I prefer my life right now, even though Teach said so. However, that was only what was said up front. However, in his heart it was very different. I think you should practice some more, Teach, Marco said. Your talent isn't bad. At that time even you could fight well for 3 who? Marco's gaze immediately became serious and turned to the sky. Not only Marco but people who can use the observation hockey ability can sense that someone is coming towards them from above the sky. What's the matter, Mark? Ace asked in confusion. There is someone who came from above the sky towards us. Somebody? Sky? Is that Hashirama? Asked Ace excitedly. No, Jaws said, that's not him. This aura did not belong to Hashirama. This person's strength is also weaker than Hashirama's. Whitebeard immediately stopped drinking and looked up at the sky. Why don't you come out, kid? Or, do you want me to help you out? Whitebeard asked calmly. You're still a grumpy old man like before, Whitebeard. Dragon finally appeared right in front of Whitebeard. Everyone was immediately alerted by the appearance of the dragon. That person. One of the crew members was immediately taken aback by the appearance of Dragon. Dragon the revolutionary, Marco said seriously. Why did that person come here? Dragons? Ace was immediately surprised to hear the name. Ace's gaze immediately looked at Dragon seriously. Dragon can be said to be Ace's uncle because Ace himself is Luffy's brother. Well, Luffy is the son of Dragon. Even though Luffy never told Ace who his father was. However, Ace knows who Luffy's real father is. Garp told him this. What are you doing here, Dragon? Jaws suddenly asked seriously. Don't you revolutionaries usually don't interfere with pirate matters? Jaws the Diamond Dragon's gaze stared at Jaws. I have business with Whitebeard here. Anything with Oyaji? Marco frowned. Gorora, lately there are a lot of little boys who have business with me without any fear or intimidation of Dragon's presence. Whitebeard just laughed excitedly, then drank his drink. Are you worthy to deal with me? Instantly Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki was released. All members of the Whitebeard pirates immediately cheered, feeling the Haki. Although not at its full power. If this Conqueror's Haki is released to an ordinary member, the member will immediately faint. Your strength hasn't decreased compared to before. Dragon narrowed his eyes and instantly another surge of Conqueror's Haki was released by Dragon. Boom. The two Conqueror's Haki of the two people clashed against each other. This caused many members of Whitebeard's pirate group to faint, and currently only the division commanders and also a few others were resistant to the clash of Conqueror's Haki. He has it too? Ace asked with a surprised face. I guess. If that's the case, Luffy has it too, Ace muttered happily. You seem to know the person, Ace? Thaked asked strangely. Just say so, Ace nodded and continued. He could probably be said to be my uncle. Your uncle? Thaked and the others were very surprised to hear this. That person is my brother Luffy's father. Ace paused and continued, even though Luffy doesn't know his identity. However, I was told this by the person who took care of me. The clash of the two Haki took place very quickly. Gororo, your strength has not diminished, monkey boy. Whitebeard said excitedly. Well, say it. What is your purpose in coming here? Does Oyaji know him? Ace asked in confusion. We know him quite well. Ace Marco nodded and continued. Dragon before helping the Revolutionary Army was a former Marine Admiral candidate. We don't know how the story goes, but a few years after Gul D. Roger was executed, Dragon suddenly left the Navy and it caused an uproar throughout the ocean because after leaving the Navy, Dragon suddenly disappeared and reappeared with his powers itself, namely the Revolutionary Army, with the aim of destroying the world government. He is also the one who usually goes along with Garp or Sengoku in hunting us. Jaws suddenly added. Many people have hopes for him to become the new Fleet Admiral of the Navy because apart from Sengoku, he is also the possessor of Conqueror's Haki. Ace is quite surprised to hear about Dragon's past. He didn't expect Luffy's father to be a former Marine Admiral candidate, even the best candidate for Navy Fleet Admiral. I came here to ask about information regarding the Fortis Kingdom. Hashirama paused and continued. You must know about the information regarding the Fortis Kingdom, right? I was wondering if you could share information about the kingdom with me. Gorura, information regarding the Fortis Kingdom? Whitebeard laughed excitedly, then said, why do you want information about this kingdom? Do you wish to form a partnership with them to overthrow the world government? Yes, Dragon didn't cover it up and immediately said it. They have power, technology, information, and other things. They are very worthy figures to work with. If we can build a cooperative relationship with them, it will be very easy for us to overthrow the world government. It's a good idea indeed to establish cooperation with the Fortis Kingdom. Whitebeard nodded. However, I reject it. Why? Dragon asked while frowning. Why? Who do you think I am? I am Whitebeard. Do you think a brat like you can ask me something and I will give it easily? If you want information, bring Garp here. Only he is worthy of talking to me. Whitebeard said with a tone full of pride. Or not, you beat me in a one-on-one battle. If you can beat me like Hashirama, I will share information regarding the Fortis Kingdom as you wish. Dragon's face immediately darkened. Dragon could sense through his observation Haki that Whitebeard's current level of power was still the same as before when he was a Vice Admiral. Can't we exchange information with each other? Dragon again asked to negotiate. Gorura, do you think you deserve to say this to me? Whitebeard asked again. If you are not the child of Garp's parents, there is no way I will allow you to come to this place. Dragon's face became even more gloomy hearing this, and instantly he saw Ace, who was there. Dragon is very familiar with Ace because every year Dragon will came to pay attention to Luffy's condition. During that time, Dragon was always watching Ace. If you want to get information from me, I won't say it, Ace immediately said calmly. Even though you are Luffy's father, my brother, you should be called uncle by me. However, you don't deserve that status. You never take care of Luffy, even appear in front of Luffy even though you never. Even Luffy himself doesn't know you as his father. He also doesn't even know whether he has a father or not. You don't deserve to be my uncle. Dragon instantly fell silent hearing this and felt that he was wrong at that time. Compared to just monitoring, it's better to show up straight away and make an impression on Luffy and Ace. Dragon sighed in disappointment because he felt it was impossible to get information from Whitebeard. Whitebeard, who heard this, immediately frowned and said, you have failed at being a father, brat. How could you have abandoned your child like that? It's because of my status issue, Whitebeard Dragon said seriously. I can't appear before Luffy because of my status. If the Navy or the world government finds out about Luffy and I's relationship nonsense, there's still Garp. Whitebeard said angrily, even though your current status is that of the world government's most wanted fugitive. However, you should at least introduce your identity to your child. You can go after that. How can you leave your son without him knowing who the father is? He still has Garp. Garp could protect him now, and it was not impossible that he would grow up to be a strong person in the future to take care of himself. Ace is his brother, that means he is my family too. If you don't want to protect him, I can do it. Dragon was silent for a moment hearing this. Go. You don't deserve to be here. I don't want to destroy me because you're the son of my old friend and you are an uncle who is not considered by Ace, said Whitebeard. Dragon sighed sadly and disappointedly. He immediately used his devil fruit ability and disappeared from the place. Hey, Ace. You said Dragon was your uncle, right? Faked suddenly thought of something. Dragon is Garp's son. Does that mean Garp is your grandfather? Everyone immediately looked at Ace with a surprised look. Yes, Ace nodded. That old man is indeed my grandfather. There are very few people in this world who have Ace's respect. Garp, Diden, Mugra, Doagra, Makino, Slap, and Whitebeard. These were the people who earned Ace's sincere respect. Oh. Are you kidding? Marco asked strangely. Grandfather is a Navy Vice Admiral, even has the title of Marine Hero. His son is a Revolutionary Army commander, and also a grandson who became a pirate? Don't get me wrong, Ace immediately said, even though the told man is my grandfather. He's just my adoptive grandfather. He's the one who took care of me since childhood and has treated me as his grandson, Ace said with a frown, then continued. Oh, wait a minute. Luffy has the desire to become a pirate, even the Pirate King. Dragon is the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army and has a goal to overthrow the world government. People, that old man is a Marine hero, then you are the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirate group, Thake said dryly. What kind of family is this? Everyone immediately fell silent hearing this. Because every member of the family is not an ordinary person. Almost everyone has great status in this world except for Luffy, who is currently still not going to see. Hey, Ace is Garp's grandson, Jaws suddenly said. Doesn't that mean we're also Garp's grandson? Isn't that so? Ace recognizes Oyaji as his father. Doesn't that mean Oyaji is Garp's son? Whitebeard's face immediately turned black when he heard Jaws's words. Whitebeard's blackened face was immediately seen by everyone. Without waiting for long, everyone immediately disappeared from the place, leaving only Jaws, who was still thinking about it. Chapter 59, Amazon Lily, Royal Empress, Boa Hancock, New World, Fortis Kingdom, Port of Ship Construction Department. The royal ship Fortis and the Kuja pirate group ship finally arrived at the port. Hancock and the others disembarked together with Hashirama on the ship of the Fortis Kingdom, as it was on a voyage to the Fortis Kingdom. Hancock used a ship belonging to the Fortis Kingdom. This is because Ars asked him that Hashirama and Loelmana could help explain everything to Hancock about their kingdom. Arriving at the kingdom, Hashirama, Loelmana, Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold immediately got off the ship and immediately walked towards the royal palace in the middle of the island. Absolutely still under construction, Sandersonia muttered with a face full of surprise upon seeing the Fortis Kingdom for the first time. Didn't I already say that? Our kingdom is just under construction. Hashirama said casually and continued on his way. That building. Is that the building that you will give to your citizens? Marigold asked while pointing to the second type of building which was currently under construction and was about to be completed. Yes, Loelmana nodded. That building is one of a kind. The building I said was for people with less than 4 family members. While more, they will get a third type of house. We couldn't see it because the building was on the opposite side of us. This is very luxurious, Hancock mumbled quietly. Don't you guys feel a loss by giving your citizens such a luxurious house like this? Make a loss? Because why? Hashirama asked confusedly. We don't feel wronged. The purpose of building this kingdom is for us to live in peace and comfort. The choice of this house to be built is to maximize the comfort of the residents who will live in this kingdom. Not only this building, we will build every building that will be built later so that every one of our citizens can feel comfortable living in this kingdom. But, if you build a building like this, it will cost a lot of money, Sandersonia added. Easy to get cost, Hashirama said. After all, at the time of our raid on Marijoa, we got quite a lot of money there. The funds can be used for the construction of these houses. The houses you see today are quite exclusive houses, Loelmana suddenly said. These houses themselves will only be built in 2,000 units. Each type of house will be built as many as 1,000 units. It could be said that these houses were exclusively for the citizens who were willing to move to our kingdom at a time when it was under construction. This is a reward for them. After these 2,000 housing units are completed, houses like this will not be rebuilt. There will be other house designs built. However, although different. However, the house to be built is also very comfortable. The only difference between this house and the house that will be built later is in terms of the size of the house and the land used. As for facilities and others, all the same. This is also to make it comfortable for the citizens living in our kingdom. What if there is someone who wants to live in this kingdom but he wants to use a different house design? Sandersonia asked with great interest. No problem. He can do that. However, Loelmana paused and smiled. Rest assured. You still haven't seen the house facilities we built. If you see it, you will definitely choose the house that we built over the house you want to build using your own design. Loelmana's gaze then looked at the first type of house. That is the first type of house which one unit will be given to you later. Hancock and the others immediately turned their attention to the house. Currently only 5 units have been completed. Those 5 units are currently being used by His Majesty, Hashirama, our royal chef Juichiru, and the other 2 units have been taken by the Prudence Kingdom and Ryugu Kingdom. Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold nodded and were quite curious about the house. They continued their journey and arrived in front of the courtyard of the royal palace. They continued their journey into the royal palace. When they entered, Hancock and others were immediately surprised by the luxurious and beautiful interior of the royal palace. His Majesty is currently waiting for us in the guest room. Let's go there. Loomina said calmly. Loomina and Hashirama immediately led Hancock and the others into the guest room. It didn't take long for them to get there, and it was seen that Ars and Sheena were already there. With on the guest table there was a box containing the flag of the Fortis Kingdom, 2 special eternal poses whose one purpose was the Fortis Kingdom and the other was the connecting channel. Then there were also documents, which Sheena was currently holding along with a small book. Your Majesty, I have brought the Royal Empress of Amazon, Lily, Boa Hancock along with her 2 sisters, Hashirama said politely. Good job. Ars nodded and immediately walked towards Hancock, who was currently looking at him with a look of interest. Hancock wanted to see if Ars would be affected by her beauty. Welcome to the Fortis Kingdom. I'm Ars. I am the king of the Fortis Kingdom. I hope you enjoyed your previous voyage on a ship from our kingdom. Ars raised his hand for a handshake. Hancock was quite surprised by Ars' calm demeanor, and it didn't appear from Ars' face that Ars was captivated by his appearance. Hancock immediately returned the greeting calmly. Amazon Lily, Royal Empress, Boa Hancock. Nice to meet you. 2 Ars nodded and immediately let go of his hand, then looked at Sandersonia and Marigold. You too, the younger sister of the Empress? Ars asked kindly with a smile. That's right, Your Majesty. Sandersonia immediately said politely. I'm Boa Sandersonia. I am Boa Marigold. Ars nodded and looked at Hancock. How about we talk while sitting down? Good idea. Hancock nodded and immediately went along with Ars, sitting on the sofa that was there. Hashirama, who saw that there was a suitcase and eternal pose of his kingdom and eternal pose of the connecting channel, immediately took all the things to hold, then immediately stood behind Ars along with Loomina and Sheena. Sandersonia and Marigold also did the same thing by standing behind Hancock along with the snake Salome, who became Hancock's partner. I apologize in advance. I know that you must be dissatisfied with our previous mechanism, right? Ars said calmly. However, it is a mechanism of our kingdom. Before a kingdom can officially sign a cooperative relationship, they have to go through talks with our Department of Foreign Relations. If the conversation is direct with success, the next step can be implemented. No problem. I understand. Hancock nodded. Thank you. Ars nodded then continued. This cooperative relationship is a cooperative relationship to protect your kingdom's territory. You want us to protect your territory from attacks from other people. At the same time, you also have to pay us a certain amount of protection tax annually, which is 5% of your total annual income. Also, apart from getting protection, your kingdom can also buy products in our kingdom at the same price as the prices purchased by the citizens of our kingdom. This is the cooperation agreement. Is there nothing wrong with this agreement? Hancock frowned and said, can the tax payment not be reduced? That can't be done. Empress Ars shook his head. That tax payment will later be used to finance our kingdom's fighting forces. Our Royal Fighting Force has 4 departments. Department of the Royal Palace Guard, Department of Intelligence, Department of the Army, and Department of the Navy. The tax payments you pay will go to the department's funds. In addition, we have also given you a very large benefit, one of which is the purchase of goods in our kingdom at a very cheap price compared to the market price. You should already have a lot to gain from this cooperative relationship. Hancock sighed then continued. Then can you add to the content of the agreement by teaching us the spiritual energy control technique your kingdom possesses? It can be done. Ars nodded, however, only to the advanced stage. We cannot teach at the highest level, because the technique can only be used by the higher-ups of our kingdom. Even our troops will only be taught up to advanced control and not to high level. Ars paused and continued. Besides, regarding this teaching, we can only do so when one of our combat departments is ready. We still can't teach you at this time because all of our people are still focused on building and don't have time to teach you guys. You can hand us the book that records his training, Hancock said back. No way, Empress. I can't guarantee that if I leave it to you guys, the technique will be well preserved and not leaked to outsiders. Ars paused. Currently our kingdom has a conflict with the world government. If they know that our spiritual energy control technique is on your side, they will definitely do anything to get it. The best way to learn is to wait until one of our departments is completed to be built and ready to operate, and your troops can train together with our troops later. How long? Hancock asked again. I can't guarantee how long. However, at least less than 1 year. There will be 1 or 2 departments ready to operate. Okay. Hancock nodded. Sheena called Ars. Sheena nodded and immediately handed over the documents she had prepared beforehand to Ars. Ars immediately received the document and handed it to Hancock. Please check first. If there is no error, you can sign this document to ratify our cooperative relationship. Hancock nodded and immediately took the document. Hancock read it briefly then signed it when she did not find anything strange there and the agreement was in accordance with what they agreed. Hancock then handed the document back to Ars and Ars handed it to Sheena. Go and keep this document in the storage warehouse. I see. Sheena nodded and immediately left the room. Hashirama. Ars called. Hashirama then immediately handed over the suitcase containing the flag of the Fortis Kingdom. Ars immediately opened the suitcase and saw the flag inside. This is the flag of our kingdom. You raise this flag in your territory to let everyone know that your kingdom is under the protection of our kingdom. Put it out in the open and can be seen by everyone, Sonia Hancock called. Sonia immediately walked forward and took the flag along with her suitcase and then immediately carried it out to their ship. Hashirama then proceeded to give Ars 2 special eternal poses. Here are 2 special eternal poses that I will give to you. Ars immediately pushed the 2 special eternal poses in front of Hancock. Special eternal pose with the name Kingdom of Fortis is a special eternal pose that can help you to navigate the ship to the Our Kingdom. Meanwhile, the special eternal pose with the name Channel of Connectors is a special eternal pose that can help you to sail to the Grand Line without using the underwater route, namely Fishman Island, or the upper route, namely Mangekyō. What does it mean? Hancock asked with a slightly surprised face. Our kingdom has established a connecting channel in the lower region of the Red Line. The connecting channel has a large enough size and can be passed by several ships at once. The connecting channel connects the New World region and the Grand Line region and is located adjacent to Sabounty Island. However, at the entrance of the connecting channel there was a very strong illusion that had been set. Although one could use observation hockey to an advanced level, it was impossible to find the connecting channel without the help of this special eternal pose. The illusion that existed at the entrance could restrain one's observation hockey from feeling it. Only by using this special eternal pose can you find the connecting channel. I leave this to you so that you can easily make the voyage here. You don't have to bother to cover your ship using a bulge protector or so on. Just use that connecting line. However, do not let others know. It will only be troublesome for us. HMPH. This is something good. Hancock sniffed with satisfaction and looked at Ars. I didn't expect your kingdom to have such a good thing. We already planned this. In the future, our products will not only be marketed in the New World area but also in the Grand Line. In addition, the best shipyards are currently in the Grand Line region. We need a channel that can speed up the delivery of the goods later, Ars said calmly, then continued. Well, did you bring your royal flags with you? Hancock immediately kept the eternal pose she was given and said, come on. Marigold immediately walked forward and placed the suitcase she was carrying in front of Ars. Ars immediately opened the suitcase and saw the flag of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Loa, please bring this flag to my study. We will raise the flag on the day of the meeting. I understand. Loomana immediately took the flag and then left the room. By the way, currently our kingdom has established a cooperative relationship. Our kingdom currently also has an order for wood from the Navy worth 10 billion berries. 10 billion berries? Hancock and Marigold, who heard this, were shocked. Yes. 10 billion berries. Do you want to take over the delivery of this item? At the same time, you can prepare for the meeting later on February 16th. What a great advantage you can get. You will later get a profit of 2 billion berries by making this sale. What do you think? Is there a lot of wood that will be brought later? Hancock asked while frowning. Relax, Ars said casually, our kingdom has a technology called storage capsule. The capsule is a small object that can accommodate a variety of items in it. On the inside of the capsule there is a storage space technology with a storage size that can store 50,000 units of wood in one store. We will lend you one capsule to carry the order. How? Hancock and Marigold were quite surprised by the storage capsule's technology. Is that storage capsule technology a product of your empire too? Hancock asked with interest. Sure, Ars nodded, but it's different from other products. We will not sell this product to anyone. This product is a step product and we will not sell it to anyone. I lend it to you because I believe in your character. You won't let anyone else get that item. HMPH. Of course. Hancock sniffed proudly. Who do you think I am? You are Boa Hancock, right? Amazon Lily Royal Empress as well as the 7 warlords of the sea, Ars said calmly. You said that almost like you were mocking me, Ars, Hancock said with a sullen face, then continued. Also, don't call me a 7 warlords of the sea anymore. From now on I am no longer a 7 warlords of the sea. Up to you, Ars shrugged his shoulders, then continued. What about the proposal I offered earlier? Do you want to take it? At the same time, you can immediately say your withdrawal from the 7 warlords of the sea when delivering the goods. Well, I accept it, said Hancock proudly. Hashirama, you'll tell Sengoku about this later. So that they know who will deliver the goods. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Ars gaze then looked at Hancock. By the way, has the scar on your back and your 2 sisters gone yet? Hancock and Marigold were then very surprised to hear this. Neither of them thought that Ars knew about it. How did you know? Asked Hancock coldly. It was an easy thing for me, Ars said calmly without fear, with Hancock's eyes which were currently cold and full of killing intent. You don't need to look at me with that look. I'm just asking you. Is it still there or not? If it's still there, Hashirama can help you heal the wound if you want. What? Hancock and Marigold were very surprised to hear this information. You can do it, can't you, Hashirama? Ars asked while looking at Hashirama. You can definitely heal wounds that are difficult to heal, right? For example, a wound that touches the flesh of the body. Hancock and Marigold looked directly at Hashirama. I think I can do it. Hashirama nodded. Well, maybe I can. As long as the wound is not a wound that really cannot be healed, for example, a cut hand or other things. I can do that. You can actually do it? Asked Hancock with a look full of disbelief. Hancock had been looking for someone who could help erase the wound. However, many people told him that it was impossible to get rid of the wounds that had imprinted on his flesh except for removing the flesh. Hancock didn't want that because it would leave a very ugly mark on her back. Yes. It's pretty easy if it's just a scar like that compared to the wounds of a stubborn old man. Hashirama said calmly and casually. Older sister. Marigold's eyes were currently filled with hope. Hancock and her two sisters didn't have much hope. They just want to live in peace and also the scars on their backs disappear. They had been looking for a way, but until then Hashirama confirmed it. They couldn't find a way. Hashirama can do it. You guys have heard that firsthand, Ars said calmly. Well, what now? Do you want him to help? I can ask him to do it. At the same time, we will prepare a room that you will later use for your rest today. The time is now in the afternoon and it doesn't take long to enter the evening. Going on a cruise at night is a bit risky even if it's you. Rest here tonight. Hancock's eyes, which were cold and full of killing intent, immediately turned to hope and joy. I want it. Hancock said excitedly. Okay. Then, we are waiting for your sister to come back, Ars said, then looked at Hashirama. Go and tell the servants to prepare 3 guest rooms that Hancock and others will use to rest. I understand. Hashirama nodded and immediately carried out the order. Chapter 60, Change of Center. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. Sengoku, although currently has entered retirement age, but because of the position held by him, namely Fleet Admiral, Sengoku has a lot of tasks to complete every day. The position of Fleet Admiral is the highest position that can be obtained by a Marine. Whoever holds the position has full power over the Navy, and also someone holding this position can control every troop that exists. However, despite having enormous authority, Sengoku rarely uses his authority because he is currently more focused on completing document tasks than field assignments. In contrast to Garp, who incidentally is the same as himself. Garp is currently 70 years old and this age is retirement age. However, it is different with Sengoku, who holds a very important position in the Navy. Garp did not hold a high position. Garp was currently only a veteran's vice admiral and he didn't have much work to do. This also caused Garp to have a lot of leisure time compared to Sengoku. Meanwhile, Tsuru, who is in the same class as the two, has the same fate as Sengoku. Because of the position held by him. Even though Tsuru has entered retirement age. However, Tsuru also has a lot of work, especially work in the field of documents that he always receives every day and must be reviewed. Boom. Suddenly the Fleet Admiral's office entrance was smashed by someone. Usually no one would dare to do this. Because if you do that, you will get military punishment, and also before you can do that action, the aides guarding the front door of the Fleet Admiral's office would stop the person doing that. However, there is an exception for someone. That person was used to doing that. Even the aides guarding the entrance didn't hold him back. Not only because they are used to it, but they also don't dare to do it. Bastard Garp. Can't you enter the normal way? Sengoku immediately stopped his work and shouted at Garp, who came in casually while eating the sanbai that was under him. You are so boring, Sengoku. Why did I have to enter in such a boring way? It's better to go in this cool way. Garp replied with a face with no regrets at all. Cool way, you say? God damn it. Do you think your family finances the entire Navy? Sengoku shouted again angrily. Sengoku's voice could even be heard as far away as the Marine Headquarters Courtyard Square. The Marines who heard this scream were not strange anymore, only the troops who had just arrived felt strange about the scream. This is because the old troops almost every day listen to the fights that will be made by Sengoku and Garp. That would apply if Garp was at Naval Headquarters and not carrying out any missions. You are still so boring, Sengoku. After all, this is a normal occurrence. You just have to ask our troops to fix the door. Garp said, also, if you don't want me to destroy your office door, better leave the door alone. It's really getting in the way. Sengoku's face darkened upon hearing this. While the aides who were in front of the entrance held back their laughter. Because every time Garp was there would definitely be a funny argument between the two of them. Sengoku took a deep breath and continued, Why did you come here, Garp? Don't you have some work to do? My job is done by Bogart, said Garp. Bastard. What's the matter? Don't lecture me, Sengoku. Garp cut him off immediately. Besides, Bogart doesn't mind completing the task either, and this isn't the first time Sengoku's face turned black again when he heard Garp's answer. Only Garp could possibly do such an act. Even Okiji and Kizaru, who were notoriously lazy at work, would not give the work they had to their aide and would finish the job alone. Hey, Sengoku. How are you from Hashirama? Hasn't he contacted you yet? I can't wait to meet him. This question from Garp instantly removed Sengoku's angry emotions. Sengoku shook his head and replied, not yet. I don't think he can deliver today's order. Cannot? Garp raised his brow. Did that person forget it? Do you think he is the same as you? Sengoku asked with a straight face, even though he is a fugitive. However, from the information I got, Hashirama was the one in charge. He's not someone who would break his word. I guess so too. He's just like me. Garp nodded seriously. Just like you? Huh? Sengoku looked directly at Garp with a gloomy face. It's better to say that you two are opposites of each other, huh? Are you kidding me, Sengoku? Am I the opposite of Hashirama? Are you blind? Is your brain currently short-circuited? Garp asked Sengoku strangely. This bastard. Sengoku's face darkened even more when he heard Garp's words. Meanwhile, the aides at the door could barely contain their laughter and could only hold it in by pinching their waists. Suddenly the den mushi on Sengoku's table rang. Sengoku's previously very black face immediately lowered and immediately lifted the den mushi. Hello, Sengoku is here, it's me, Hashirama. Garp and Sengoku's eyes immediately lit up hearing who contacted him. Are you near our base, Hashirama? Sengoku asked quickly and also held back with polite words. Ah, about that. Hashirama said in a slightly embarrassed tone, I apologize in advance. I can't deliver your wood orders. Cannot? Sengoku was surprised to hear this. Why? Sengoku asked seriously. The task of delivering the wood has been transferred to someone else. Right now it's not me who will deliver your ordered wood to you. Others? Who? Sengoku asked while frowning and had a bad feeling. Boa Hancock, Hashirama said calmly. Boa Hancock will send it to you guys. Boa Hancock? Sengoku and Garp were immediately surprised to hear this. Wait, don't say. Before Sengoku could finish his sentence, Hashirama cut him off. Yes. The Amazon Lily Kingdom is currently building a cooperative relationship with us. They build cooperative relations in the area of territorial protection. The island that is currently the site of the Amazon Lily Kingdom being built is now within the scope of our power or our protection. Hashirama said seriously. Then Amazonian Empress Lily also conveyed her message to you that she has now left the 7 warlords of the sea and she will have nothing to do with you anymore. That's what he said. Sengoku and Garp immediately fell silent hearing this. Sengoku. I apologize for earlier. However, this is His Majesty's direct order. The person who would later deliver the order was Empress Amazon Lily. I have been assigned to another task. Hashirama paused and continued, I know that Boa Hancock is currently a fugitive from your side. However, we have arranged the matter of the cooperative relationship we have established with their kingdom. The arrangement that we have made is that the Kuja pirate group from now on will no longer carry out robberies against merchant ships or ships from civilians. They will only carry out robberies against pirate groups. Therefore, I beg you to be able to remove the pirate status to Boa Hancock and others. Because from now on Boa Hancock will hold the status of Empress Amazon Lily. Because, if you still maintain the status of Boa Hancock as a pirate and you dare to attack the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the Fortis Kingdom will never stand still. We will retaliate against the attack. We have developed a cooperative relationship and we must do our part to protect their territory. Hashirama's tone was different from before. He got very serious. Sengoku knew that Hashirama was not kidding through his words. Do you promise he will follow the rules you set? As long as Boa Hancock follows her, we will issue her status as a pirate. We promise. Hashirama nodded. As long as Boa Hancock breaks the rules we set, we will immediately cut ties with their kingdom. You are free to do whatever after that. However, it's different now. Currently the Amazon Lily Kingdom has a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. I hope you don't do anything to make His Majesty angry. Hashirama paused. That was when the world government was looking for trouble with us. Only I did the attack. Rest assured. In our kingdom there are at least a few people whose strength level is on par with me, and there are even 2 people whose strength level is higher than me. One person between those 2 could destroy the marine headquarters alone. I hope that doesn't happen. Because His Majesty has respect for you even though you yourself have also committed many crimes. However, the evil you did was covered by the good you did. Sengoku and Garp immediately fell silent again, especially hearing that there were several people who had the same strength or even more than Hashirama. That's all I want to say, Hashirama said with his tone back to normal. Well, what about your orders? Are you still going to order it? If so, your order will be dispatched by Empress Amazon Lily tomorrow. Sengoku immediately woke up again. Still. We are still placing orders, okay? Then, see you later. The direct communication line is closed. Sengoku Garp suddenly said seriously, I think what we thought really happened. Garp paused and continued, the Fortis Kingdom is not an ordinary kingdom. Yes, Sengoku nodded then sighed, we were lucky that at that time the Fortis Kingdom didn't target us when the world government was toying with them. Garp nodded and also sighed, too bad, looks like I won't be able to meet Hashirama in such a short time. Forget about that matter, Garp, Sengoku said seriously, rather than we thought about it. The thing we have to think about is Hancock's exit from the 7 warlords of the sea. With Hancock's exit, the current 7 warlords of the sea only had 6 people left. We need to add it back. It's quite difficult to find a replacement these days. That is your problem and not mine, Garp said calmly, that business is too complicated for me. I better go back and start trying to break my donut record, bah ha 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 ha. Insolent you, Garp. Sengoku shouted with an angry face as he watched Garp casually walk out of his room. Some time passed. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, 2nd floor. Where are you going, Ares? Ars, who just came out of his room, suddenly heard Rin's voice coming from beside him. Ars immediately turned around and saw Rin, who was staring at him while carrying a book. The fellowship building has been completed. I want to go do the installation of furniture and equipment there. At the same time, I will install projection screens and projections so that the upcoming meeting can be seen by outsiders. Ars said casually, books? Are you new from the library? Yeah, Rin nodded, I'm bored and want to find something interesting. I went to the library and found this book interesting to read. A book about types of devil fruit, huh? Well, it's quite an interesting book. Ars nodded and continued, well then, I'll go first. Wait. Rin immediately grabbed Ars' hand, you're going there alone? Yes, Ars nodded, I don't want to disturb the others and will complete this task alone. After all, this task isn't too difficult to do either. HMPH. Then how about I accompany you? Rin asked proudly. Don't get me wrong, I offered myself out of pity to see you go alone. Yes, that's all. Really? Are you the one who doesn't want to be alone with me? Ars asked in a teasing tone. Both. By the way? Not. Who wants to be alone with you? Rin shouted with a flushed face. If you don't want to be alone, it's better not to come. After all, if we go together, isn't that called a couple? Ars asked in a logical tone. Rin suddenly fell silent hearing this. No. It is not like that. Even though we went together. However, I am only accompanying you. Don't get me wrong, Ars. I'm just holding you and don't want you to go there alone. Also, you are our leader. You can't go alone. There must be someone to protect you. Yes, just that we are currently in the kingdom's territory. Hashirama is also currently here, and also we have a security system mechanism in this kingdom. Who dares to attack me? Ars asked again while raising his brow. Rin's face immediately became gloomy hearing this. Because he couldn't think of a reply to the question asked by Ars. Seeing Rin, who was currently gloomy, Ars sighed and said, alright. Okay, you can come with me. You don't need to think about the reason. You are with me as my guard, just like the excuse you made earlier. Rin was immediately happy to hear this, but she immediately turned away. Don't think I'll be happy because you accepted my offer, Ars. I'm just your guard here. Don't think it's weird. Stay cool. If so, I think it's weird. I'll keep it in my mind so you don't know. Rin's face immediately turned red when he heard this. You pervert. Stop your screaming, Rin, Ars said with a sullen face. It's getting late. Many have rested. Your shouting will annoy them. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Okay. You go put your book down. I will wait for you here. You're not going alone, are you? Rin asked in a cautious and suspicious tone. Stay cool. I'm not that kind of person, Ars sighed then flicked Rin's forehead. Go. I will wait here. HMPH. Good. You wait for me here, Ars. Don't go anywhere. If you leave, I will be angry and won't talk to you for a week. Yes. Stay cool. Go quickly. Rin, without waiting for a long time, immediately ran very fast, even using his mana energy to get to his room as soon as possible. Ars sighed and leaned his body against the wall of the room to wait for Rin while humming a song that had become his favorite again in his previous world. Chapter 61, Heir to the Kingdom of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. The next day. New World, Whole Cake Island. The current time is breakfast time. All of the Charlotte family members were gathered in the dining room in the royal palace except for Kitakuri, who usually never dined with them. Even so, it was not something of a problem for the family as they were used to it. Everyone was eating quietly. Even Big Mom was currently eating with a feeling of expression full of joy. It almost never stopped his chess army bringing in large quantities of food for him to eat, and currently over 100 kilograms of food had been consumed by him, and it still hadn't stopped or slowed down his current food speed. Suddenly footsteps were heard walking into the room and suddenly the dining room door opened. I saw Katakuri walking in with a serious face. Katakuri? Oven immediately frowned. What is it? Is there something? The oven's voice was strong enough that everyone could hear it. Big Mom, who was currently eating vigorously, even stopped eating and looked at Katakuri, who was currently showing a serious face. What's wrong, Katakuri? Asked Big Mom. Even though Big Mom is very angry if someone interrupts her mealtime. However, currently an unusual situation is occurring. Our intelligence force just reported regarding something that Kdu, Whitebeard and Red Hair are looking for. Have you found it? Big Mom's eyes showed a touch of joy. Mama. As expected by my subordinates. Say it fast. What are these three disgusting men really looking for? Asked Big Mom excitedly. They are looking for swords, Katakuri answered calmly. Huh? Sword? Katakuri, aren't you kidding? All of the Sea Emperor's fleets are moved just because of the sword? Daifuku asked with a strange look. Don't get me wrong, Katakuri immediately said seriously. The sword that these three Sea Emperors are currently searching for is not an ordinary sword, but rather it is related to the Fortis Kingdom, and also the power of the sword is equivalent to that of an ancient weapon. What? Everyone immediately shouted with faces full of horror. Sword. Relationship with the Fortis Kingdom? Smoothie muttered with an unbelievable face. Power. Strength on par with ancient weapons? Cracker asked haltingly. This. Katakuri, this. Is this true? Over asked again. This is information provided by our troops who managed to sneak into the Beast Pirates army. They have now been ordered by Kdu to look for a sword. Mama. Big Mom immediately laughed excitedly. Explain in detail. I want to know the detailed information. I'm sorry, Mama, Katakuri said in a slightly guilty tone. Our troops can only get information about that. They only knew that Kdu asked them to find a sword. However, information regarding what kind of sword was being sought. They don't know it. Huh? Big Mom was surprised to hear this, then frowned and shouted, quickly get my denden mushi. Big Mom's chess army immediately moved to take Big Mom's very large denden mushi. Big Mom, without waiting long, immediately contacted someone through her denden mushi. God damn it. Who calls me this early in the morning? Do you want to die? Kdu's angry voice sounded from behind the denden mushi. Mama. It's me, Kdu. Huh? This voice? Why did you contact me, old granny? Kdu asked, who had now regained his senses. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, Kdu. Say it fast. What sword are you currently looking for? Rose sword? Why should I tell you about this, old granny? Huh? Don't you remember, Kdu? You owe me? Debt for life. Big Mom said with a grin. Hurry up and say it. God damn it. Didn't you say that this debt was paid off a few years ago? Kdu said angrily. Mama. Paid? This is a debt for the rest of your life. It's impossible to pay off that easily, Big Mom said. Hurry up and say Kdu. What sword are you currently looking for? If you tell about this, I will consider the debt paid off. Are you serious? Kdu asked seriously. Mama. Of course, Big Mom said. Hurry up and say it. All right. But, remember, old granny. My debt to you is paid off. If you ask anything from me again, I will come straight to you to kill you and your family. Mama. Just try it if you can, Kdu. Do you think I am afraid of your threat? Big Mom asked seriously. Hurry up and say it. I don't want to waste too much time talking to you. You old granny can't wait. Kdu sniffed and immediately gave Big Mom information about the sword. Big Mom's face immediately changed listening to the information. No, not only Big Mom but all of Big Mom's children also changed when they heard information about the sword that Kdu, Whitebeard, and Red Hair were currently looking for. Mama. I see, Big Mom said excitedly. I have to find these swords, huh? You found it? Are you dreaming of, old granny? Do you think you can easily get that item? Impossible. The one who will get those swords is me. You? Don't joke, Kdu. Mama. My intelligence network ability is better than yours. I have more chances to get it. Do you think just because you have an intelligence network you can easily get one? You are too stupid, old granny. Even the Fortis Kingdom is hard to get with their intelligence network, let alone you. You are still early like this already. Become a reliable comedian, god damn it. Do you want to die, Kdu? Asked Big Mom angrily. Without answering the question, Kdu immediately closed the communication line. Bastard. Big Mom screamed angrily when she found out that the communication line had been cut. Mama, please calm down, Perispero immediately said. Now that you have the information, we'd better start making moves. We are already lagging behind the other powers. If we don't move now, we might be overtaken by other powers. Big Mom finally came to her senses and nodded. Good idea. Big Mom's gaze then looked at Katakuri. Send our entire fleet to search for those 3 types of weapons. We have to get all those weapons. Don't let those weapons fall into someone else's hands. Okay, Mama. Katakuri nodded and immediately left the dining room to carry out the order. Mama. If I could get all those kinds of weapons, I can become a pirate Snow, king of this world. Mama. That way, I can make all races live happily. Big Mom said with excitement and joy. Grand Line, Whiskey Pick Island, Mayor's house. Is this information correct, Igram? Vivi asked with a face full of surprise. That's right, Vivi-sama. Igram nodded. I just got that information from some agents. They say that Hashirama Senju is currently in Alabasta, more precisely in Rain-Base City. Hashirama Senju. That person. Isn't he? Yes. He was a higher-up from the Fortis Kingdom and a while ago managed to attack the world government. A crownless emperor, Hashirama Senju, said Igram. The crownless emperor, Hashirama Senju. Vivi muttered with a face full of surprise. Vivi's surprise was not without reason. In this region of the Grand Line Ocean it was extremely rare for a fugitive with a price exceeding 500 million berries to appear. While Hashirama himself has a fugitive of more than 3 billion berries, which can even be said to be very impossible to appear in a place like this. Igram. Vivi suddenly had an idea. What do you think? What do you think if we ask Mr. Hashirama for help? Will he be able to help us? Vivi-sama. You mean? Yes. We asked for his help to defeat Crocodile. If the news said by the newspaper is true. Even though Hashirama Senju is a fugitive. However, he is not the fugitive as we know it. Vivi said excitedly. We might be able to do it. This will be difficult to do, Vivi-sama. Igram said with an ugly face. Hard to do? Why? Vivi asked in confusion. Hashirama Senju is no longer in Alabasta now, Igram said grimly. That person has left with Miss All Sunday. Going with Miss All Sunday? Vivi asked in confusion. Yes. 2 days ago, last night to be exact. Hashirama Senju was at Crocodile's casino and at that time he made a lot of profit there. It turned out that the purpose of coming there was to meet Miss All Sunday so that he could recruit her to join the Fortis Kingdom. There was some conflict at that time since Crocodile appeared there. Then, how did Lord Hashirama Senju manage to kill Crocodile? Vivi asked with a face full of impatience. No. Igram shook his head. Despite the conflict, however, there was no battle between them. Just some time after Crocodile came, Hashirama and Miss All Sunday had already left the casino, and by the time the people returned inside, they found no sign of Crocodile's corpse or any sign of Crocodile's body. In addition, the casino is still running and it is likely that Crocodile is still alive. Vivi had a hard time believing this information. Immediately an idea popped up in Vivi's mind. Igram. You think, if we ask Fortis Kingdom for help? What? Could they possibly help us? Asking Fortis Kingdom for help? Igram frowned. That's hard to do, Vivi-sama. Right now the whole world doesn't even know where the Fortis Kingdom's true location is. Only the citizens of the Fortis Kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, and Prudence Kingdom knew the true location of the Fortis Kingdom. While the 2 kingdoms are currently located in the New World and one is under the sea. There's no way we can go there. But. We can try asking Father for help, Vivi said. Father may have contact with the King of Prudence. We can ask Dad to do this. We can ask Father to contact the King of Prudence and then ask for his help so that we can speak directly to the King of Fortis. Igram fell silent hearing this. This is our only hope, Igram. Vivi said seriously. If we don't take out Crocodile right now, the kingdom of Alabasta will be destroyed because of him. I don't want to see our kingdom destroyed because of him. But, how can we get in touch, Your Majesty? We don't have his contacts at the moment. I will try to find a way, Vivi said seriously. I will try to find a way to return to the kingdom of Alabasta, then try to find an opportunity to talk to Father in person. Not. Igram immediately rejected him. You can't do that, Vivi-sama. It is very dangerous. Then, how? If I don't do it, who should do it? Vivi asked with a sad face. Let me do it, Igram said seriously. I don't want you to go on such a very dangerous mission like this. If this mission fails, your life will be at stake, Vivi-sama. You are the heir to the kingdom of Alabasta, the future queen. You can't do a mission like this. Igram paused and continued. Regarding this mission, leave it to me. I will definitely find a way to make contact with His Majesty and tell me this plan you have devised. I understand. Even though Vivi found it difficult to accept this. However, Vivi is very much about Igram's personality. Igram definitely wouldn't let Vivi go on such a dangerous mission like this. Chapter 62, Identity Change. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Harbor. At this time in the harbor of Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Akainu, Admiral Okiji, Admiral Kizaru, Vice Admiral Tsuru, The 6 of them were there waiting for the arrival of Hancock, who had now entered the territorial waters of the naval headquarters to deliver orders. Hancock's current identity was different from her previous identity. If Hancock came to Marine headquarters using her previous identity, namely a pirate or more specifically a 7 warlords of the sea, Hancock would not have received such a lavish reception. However, currently Hancock came as the Royal Empress of Amazon Lily, and her current status had changed compared to before. In addition, the Amazon Lily Kingdom is an empire that builds a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, which is currently declared by everyone in the world to be the strongest kingdom and richest kingdom. At this time, apart from the 6 of them, there were already many navy troops there as well. They were attracted to someone Sengoku and the others would welcome. In addition, they also brought quite a lot of cash, which was now neatly arranged near them. "It's finally here," Garp said casually as he ate his snacks. The royal ship Amazon Lily was finally spotted and slowly sailed towards the harbor. The royal ship Amazon Lily is still using the ship belonging to the Kuju pirate group. No changes yet. Hancock also had no plans to make any changes since the ship itself had become a symbol of their kingdom. "This is quite strange," Kizaru muttered under his breath. "Where is the wood we ordered?" "It's possible they kept it in a storage capsule," Sengoku said seriously. "King Fortis would be generous enough if he lent such an important item to a kingdom that established a cooperative relationship with them in just a short time," Tsuru said calmly. "He probably has some faith in the items they have," Okiji said. "It's like some kind of tracking device. With technology that has developed rapidly like that, it is not impossible that they have developed such technology." HMPH. "Okay," and you just snorted nonchalantly about this. His gaze stared at the Amazon Lily Kingdom's ship seriously. Even though the current identity of Hancock had changed. However, that still didn't take away Akanu's hatred of Hancock. The Royal Amazon Lily ship finally stopped right at the harbor. Hancock's appearance immediately made all the Marines cheer with enthusiasm. Hancock's appearance can be said to be the highest class beauty in this world, coupled with the charm she gets from her devil fruit. Hancock is a killer for men who can't contain her lust. Hancock and her 2 sisters immediately descended to the harbor with the help of the Sea King, who pulled their ship. HMPH. "It turns out that you still know to welcome my arrival," said Hancock with a tone full of pride as an empress. "Don't go too far," Hancock Akanu said seriously, "even though we have now revoked your status as a pirate. If your kingdom breaks with the Fortis Kingdom, I myself will immediately destroy the entire kingdom that you have. Are you trying to threaten me, Akanu?" Even though in front of him was an admiral, Hancock didn't show any fear because right now she had a strong power protecting her. "Stop it!" Sengoku immediately shouted. "Sakazuki, don't act stupidly, that will cause us to suffer huge losses." Sengoku's gaze then looked at Hancock. "You too. We're not here to argue and get into trouble with you. We're just here to make transactions." HMPH. Boring, Hancock sniffed discontentedly, then said, "Where do I need to put the wood you ordered?" "You can put it there," Tsuru said while pointing at the empty space they had prepared. "It's quite surprising that you will be given the Fortis Kingdom's storage capsule even when you two have just established a cooperative relationship. The Fortis Kingdom is not the same as yours. They are very kind and will also help us," Hancock said mockingly while looking at Akanu. Akanu's face immediately darkened at the sight. "Your intelligence network is good enough to be able to find information about the Fortis Kingdom's technology," Hancock said calmly, "but what a shame. Even though your intelligence network is great, you won't be able to find the location of that kingdom. Are you trying to provoke war with us, Boa Hancock?" Akanu asked with angry emotions, and his pupils showed signs of being ready for battle. "Try it if you dare," Hancock said without any fear. "I wonder how the Fortis Kingdom will respond if they find out that the Marines dared to attack the kingdom with which they had a cooperative relationship. It's possible. The Marines will disappear from this world very soon. God damn it." Akanu couldn't contain his current emotions when he heard those words. "Enough." But Sengoku immediately stopped what Akanu was about to do. "Hancock, if you continue to act like this, I will report this to the Fortis Kingdom. Even if you build a cooperative relationship with them, if they find out about your actions, they definitely won't blame us if we attack you." Hancock knew that even now they had the protection of the Fortis Kingdom. However, as long as they provoked the war, ours will never help them. In the agreement that happened, as long as their kingdom was attacked first, then the Fortis Kingdom will help in solving problems and protecting them. However, if their kingdom did the attack first, the Fortis Kingdom will never help solve the problem, it won't even protect them. Even though you have established a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, you can't just act like that, Hancock Tsuru said seriously. "As long as I'm watching, the Fortis Kingdom is not a kingdom that likes to start wars. They would only help if the kingdom they were protecting was the kingdom that was being attacked and not the kingdom that was attacking. If you continue with this provocation, We have reasons to attack you, and I'm sure the Fortis Kingdom won't protect you since you guys were the first to start this thing HMPH. Hearing the words of Sengoku and Tsuru, Hancock immediately withdrew all the words of ridicule. Hancock's gaze immediately shifted to the prepared area, then took out the storage capsule that Tars had given her earlier. Everyone's gaze became serious as Hancock took out the capsule. This was their first time seeing the technology that the Fortis Kingdom had, and everyone didn't want to distract them. Hancock immediately pressed the capsule button and threw it into the empty area. Boom. The capsule immediately exploded and produced a huge amount of smoke. Slowly the smoke began to dissipate and reveal a huge pile of wood. Amazing technology. Garp muttered as he held onto his package of sandbai. If this technology were owned by us, our combat power might be able to increase several times compared to before, Tsuru muttered with a face full of surprise. If I had that thing, it would be very easy to carry things, Aokiji muttered quietly. Sengoku, Okainu, and Kizaru didn't say their opinion. However, the three of them also agreed with Garp, Aokiji and Tsuru's words. Dream, Navy. Hancock walked back after taking the capsule. This capsule is a unique technology that belongs to the Fortis Kingdom. Even if you have Dr. Vegapunk as your tech expert, it won't be possible to create the technology that the Fortis Kingdom possesses. All the high-ranking Marines fell silent hearing this. Sengoku had previously sent Kizaru to ask Dr. Vegapunk. However, the answer given was the same as Hancock's words. Dr. Vegapunk could not create this technology because at this time his knowledge of the concept of space is still very minimal. Looking at all the Marines who were silent, Hancock felt a very extraordinary feeling. Because Hancock never thought that she would be able to do this. Come on, Sonia. Raise all the money that has been prepared. Then set aside 2 billion berries that we will take, and set aside 8 billion berries to give back to the Fortis Kingdom. Yes, Big Sister Sander, Sonia and Marigold nodded and immediately carried out the task. Hancock. You said 2 billion? Wait. Did you get 2 billion from this transaction? Tsuru asked with a face full of surprise. Of course, Hancock said proudly. Oh, yes. From now on our kingdom has been given the authority to sell products from the Fortis Kingdom in the Grand Line territory. If you need additional wood, please contact me. Hancock's words immediately made everyone, especially the Navy officials, surprised again. They could hardly believe that Hancock, who was previously so arrogant and proud, would do such an act. Hancock, without waiting for a long time, immediately turned around and walked back to her ship. Seeing the departure of Hancock, everyone suddenly woke up again. Is this really, Hancock? Aokiji asked with a very strange look on his face. So surprising. I would have thought it was someone else too, if I hadn't met him. That person is Hancock, Garp said calmly, though there has been a slight change. However, the proud and arrogant nature of that person never changes. At least we are grateful. That person has undergone a change, although his attitude is still as annoying as before. Sengoku said, I wonder how King Fortis could make such a proud person like him change like that. Rather than that, Tsuru said, I'm more interested in the price Fortis Kingdom paid Amazon Lily Kingdom for the wood they have. We bought the wood at a price of 500,000 berries for 1 unit, and with a purchase of 10 billion berries, we got 20,000 units of wood. Meanwhile, Hancock said that she thought she had made a profit of 2 billion berries from this transaction. It means the Fortis Kingdom sold them the wood for 400,000 berries for 1 unit. Sengoku suddenly added, the Amazon Lily Kingdom is very lucky. Can build a cooperative relationship with Farragon Fortis. The Fortis Kingdom currently has a transaction relationship with the Galila Company, with the transaction value likely to be in the tens of billions of berries. If the Amazon Lily Kingdom takes over this transaction matter, it's not impossible that in one transaction, the Amazon Lily Kingdom can earn more than tens of billions of berries. Yes. This Amazon Lily Kingdom is very lucky, Tsuru said seriously. A while ago I got quite a lot of information. There are many kingdoms that want to establish cooperative relations with the Fortis Kingdom, especially their territorial protection cooperation. However, none of them were accepted by the Kingdom of Fortis. Not accepted? Why? Garp asked strangely. I don't know either. Tsuru shook her head. They even got a direct rejection before being able to talk to the Fortis Kingdom. The King of Prudence who rejected them outright, or a King of Prudence? It seems that he has received a request for help from the King of Fortis regarding this matter, Aokiji said. Besides, there might be some conditions that a kingdom must have to establish a cooperative relationship with the Kingdom of Fortis. It's possible. Sengoku nodded. A kingdom like the Fortis Kingdom should be a kingdom that chooses carefully who they establish cooperative relationships with. Otherwise, there's no way they would have hidden their kingdom the same way they are now. The Marines continued their conversation. After they had finished talking, they all went straight back to their offices to continue their work. Meanwhile, the pre-ordered wood has been taken away to the shipyard for storage. Chapter 63, All Parties Preparation. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, 2nd floor. Dining room. Your Majesty, Dord suddenly said. Currently 5 units of Type 3 have been completed and currently only need to add furniture and household appliances so that the house can be used. The same is true for me, Garm also added. The 5 units of the house that I built have also been completed and only need additional furniture and home appliances so that they can be used immediately, with the addition of 5 housing units built by Garm and Dord respectively. Currently there are 20 houses that can be used by residents, Kaguya said calmly. Ars nodded and looked at Rin. Rin, finished eating this? You go and tell everyone that they have entered the quota for the division of the house to prepare their belongings. Soon they will be moving into their new house. I understand, Rin nodded. Ars gaze then looked at Kajin and admired. If any of your subordinates get the house share quota, give them a break. They need to adapt to their new home and learn every piece of equipment that is there. We understand. Kajin and Myard nodded simultaneously. Your Majesty, Loelmina suddenly called out, the fellowship building. Is it ready to use? It's ready, Ars nodded. Last night I went to do the installation of furniture and others there. There is also a projection screen that you can later use to watch the upcoming meeting. Can't we watch inside? Sheena asked with great interest. I can't. Ars shook his head and continued. The meeting room can only be entered by the leaders of the kingdom and there are also only 8 places to sit. There is no seating available for spectators. You can watch the meeting through the projection screen. There is already a place that has been prepared. Ars gazed and looked at Juichiru, Jin and Kojiro. Which of you can stay in the fellowship building to prepare food and snacks that will be eaten at the meeting? Let me do it, Your Majesty, Jin said. I will definitely do my best. Okay, Ars nodded, then his gaze turned to Loelmina. Loa, you don't have any work to do tomorrow, do you? You help to arrange a number of servants in the fellowship building to bring food into the room at certain times. Certain times? Loelmina asked in confusion. The meeting will start at 8 a.m. Ars gaze then looked at Jin. I hope you can prepare snacks at 9 a.m. Heavy meals at 12 noon, snacks back at 3 p.m., and dinner at 6 p.m. However, if our meeting took place quickly, you can arrange that. I see. I will definitely do it. Ars gaze then turned to Dord and Garm. After this, you two pull all your subordinates away from the area of the building that has been successfully constructed. I will go do the furniture and equipment installation there. We understand. Garm and Dord nodded. Ars gaze then looked at Myard. How was the process of building the project? It's going well now, Your Majesty, Myard said politely. It is estimated that each unit of the cowshed can be completed in 2 days, while for the warehouse owned by the Ministry of Agriculture and the warehouse owned by the Department of Animal Husbandry, each unit can be built in 1 day. ICRs nodded. After the process of building the 3 projects, you shift your task to build offices of each department. Especially for the ship construction department, the agriculture department, the animal husbandry department, the home appliances and furniture construction department, and also the electricity department. Currently, each of these offices must exist so that the department can run well. I understand, Your Majesty. What about my office, Your Majesty? Rin asked while hugging her arm. Your office can be built later, Ars said calmly. Right now your office is not really needed. You can still use the Iowa department's or Kaguya department's computers. There are a lot of computers there and they haven't been used yet. But I'd rather have it myself, Rin said back. Nevertheless. However, I will prioritize the important first. Currently your departmental office is not needed. You also currently still don't have any subordinates. I'm not going to build your office yet. That's the final decision. HMPH. Rin sniffed in a dissatisfied tone. Ars gaze then looked at Ina. How was the process of planting the seeds? Goes well? It went well, Ina nodded, thanks to Hashirama's help. We were able to quickly complete the process. Really, Megumi nodded. Hashirama's clone really helped. In just a few hours, we have completed the task. Nezuko nodded. We currently only need to carry out the inspection process as Ishiki did. Hashirama really helped us. Hashirama, who received the praise, was very happy while smiling with a stupid smile. Ha ha ha. You're such an idiot with that smile of yours, Hashirama, Juichiru said with a laugh. Better that way than you, Juichiru, Kojiro said. At least Hashirama has a lot of benefits compared to you, who says I don't have much benefit. Are you the one who doesn't have much benefit, or maybe you're jealous because I've got my own house? Juichiru asked mockingly. HMPH. Who else is jealous of your house? After all, you were lucky to have arrived earlier than us. Just tell me, you're jealous, aren't you? The fight between the two was repeated. However, everyone was used to this. Ars looked at Hashirama. In the next few days or maybe next month, the top brass of the battle division will be present. Hashirama, when he comes, you can start focusing on your department. These words from Ars immediately made people speechless. Hashirama was excited to hear this. Who's coming soon? Hashirama asked. Fortis Royal Navy Vice Admiral, Ulquiorra Chiffer. He will come soon. There is a possibility at the end of this month or at the beginning of next month. He will attend. When he is present, you can focus on your department. You can also start looking for your own subordinates. Regarding your subordinates, I will leave everything to you. I don't really understand military matters. Therefore, regarding the development of your territory, I'll leave it to you. You can use an electronic map that can help in determining an area that you will build something. That's good, Hashirama said with a grin. If you want to recruit subordinates, you use a crystal ball to get information from the target you want to recruit. You can also see how much talent they have for practicing using chakra. Okay, Hashirama nodded and continued. How much is the quota for my department, Your Majesty? Quota? Ars thought for a moment and continued. 300. No, you can recruit 350 people into your department. Later each region will get 50 people who are in charge there, I see. Hashirama nodded vigorously. Your Majesty, Juichiro suddenly called out, do you know a great chef in this world? Great chef? Ars asked as he raised his brow. There are many great chefs in this world, and doesn't the Province Kingdom also have great cooks? No, Juichiro shook his head, though the chef over there has quite the skill. However, still not enough. I want to find a chef who can compete with me in cooking. I see. Aries nodded. How about you come along with me? Hashirama suddenly said, there is a chef from the Whitebeard Pirates who is interested in your cooking skills. The chef of the Whitebeard Pirate Group? Juichiro was immediately intrigued by this. Hashirama nodded, yes. His name is Thatch. He is a good person. Although his cooking skills are more or less lacking compared to the three of you. However, he wants to meet and try to compare his dish with yours. Oh? This is interesting. Juichiro smirked and looked at Ars. Your Majesty, let me go. I want to meet him, Thatch. This guy is quite good indeed. Ars nodded, no problem. However, wait until the leaders' meeting activity is over. As long as the meeting is over, if Kojiro and Jin don't mind your leaving. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that, Your Majesty, Kojiro said. After all, if Juichiro leaves, the kitchen will be a little quieter. Really? Oh yes. There will be quite a few additional workers in the future. Are you sure you want to let Juichiro go? Asked Ars with a smile. Adding workers? Jin raised his brow. How many and which department will they be in? 225 workers, and they will later work in the Ministry of Agriculture, Ars said. Currently the Ministry of Agriculture already needs workers. We have to recruit as soon as possible. 225 workers, huh? Jin frowned. Don't worry, Ars said. There will be a new chef coming soon. New chef? Chihiro asked with interest. Who is he? Is he great at cooking? His name is Nakamura Azami. His cooking skills are on par with yours, Ars said calmly. I think with his inclusion, it's fine for you guys to let the adventurous people in your department go on adventures, right? Yes, Jin nodded. If there is a new chef added, we have no problem with that. I think it's better for Juichiro not to come back again, Kojiro said. Don't say that, Kojiro. Juichiro smirked. If I don't come back, you will definitely miss me a lot. What a disgusting thing, Rin said while looking at Juichiro with a strange look. You two are almost like a couple. We are not a couple. Juichiro and Kojiro said in unison. Wow. You two are really a couple, Shina said. Even you can say the same sentence at the same time. The lunch was full of color as all the higher-ups started making fun of Juichiro and Kojiro. The servants who were watching this also smiled, seeing the actions and attitudes of the royal higher-ups who were very different at work and at leisure. If at work time, almost every high-ranking royal has a serious attitude and personality except for a few people. However, it is different from the time of rest. Their personality will change 0 degrees. They will be very cheerful and also full of laughter, especially Hashirama, Juichiro, Ishiki, Loelmana, and also several other higher-ups. Even Ars, who is usually serious in his work time, will show a carefree attitude and seem to not care about his status during the break. Apart from the Fortis Kingdom, the Province Kingdom, the Ryugu Kingdom, and the Amazon Lily Kingdom had also prepared everything for this encounter. They had also managed to install a projection screen that the citizens of their kingdom could use to watch the gathering. The citizens of their kingdom also knew about the impending meeting and cheered excitedly. Even if they weren't involved in the meeting. However, they were very enthusiastic about the meeting. Even the residents were so enthusiastic. Many of them have prepared a place to watch in front of the screen. There were even many shops opened by the citizens of the kingdom who were planning to close during the time of the gathering to watch the gathering that was about to take place. They want to know the contents of the conversation that will occur in the meeting. News of the meeting quickly became known to all parties. The World Journal Economic News Agency immediately got the information and immediately spread the information. This also instantly aroused the interest of everyone, especially the kings of a kingdom, navy, revolutionary army, world government, and even the pirates were very interested in the upcoming meeting. The interest was because they were curious about the content of the conversation that would be raised at the meeting, along with they had curiosity about the Fortis Kingdom. They had hope at the time the meeting took place. At least they could have an idea of the Fortis Kingdom. An empire that even the world government is afraid to seek trouble with. Because of that interest, the king of a kingdom, navy, revolutionary army, world government, and a large number of pirates immediately sent their representatives to the Province Kingdom to record the meeting, and later the leaders of those representatives would watch quietly at their place. It could be said that there were currently many ships sailing towards the Province Kingdom. Even Miok, who usually had no interest in anything other than swords, took the time to come to the Province Kingdom to watch the meeting. While there were also those who came directly to the Province Kingdom to watch the meeting in person using the projection screen that had been prepared. Even though these people who came were people who belonged to the opposite camp. However, no one dared to cause trouble or do anything strange in the Province Kingdom. Because they know, as long as they do something there, it's not impossible tomorrow they will disappear immediately. As for the kings whose kingdom is in the Grand Line region, Morgans has set up viewing facilities on Saybounty Island. Currently, the Kingdom of Prudence and Saybounty Island are bringing a lot of visitors who want to watch the meeting of the Four Kings. Then, apart from the news regarding the meeting that the Four Kings will have in the Fortis Kingdom, there is also news about Hancock's exit from the Seven Warlords of the Sea organization. However, the news about Hancock's family from the Seven Warlords of the Sea was covered with news about the meeting of the Four Kings. It is related to the Kingdom of Fortis. If it wasn't for the Fortis Kingdom holding this meeting, it would not be possible for all parties to watch the meeting. Chapter 64, Meeting of Royal Highnesses. The night before meeting day, New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Meeting Room. We have to reorganize the cooperation we have with other kingdoms, Lowellmana said seriously. Our current cooperation with other kingdoms is still very random and also quite messy. For example, our cooperation with the Amazon Lily Kingdom should be cooperation in the field of territorial protection, namely cooperation in the military field. How could this cooperation refer to cooperation in the Ministry of Timber sector? I think so too, Kage nodded. We can't link cooperation in one department with cooperation in other departments. Well, then, what is the best solution? Ars asked calmly. If we build a cooperative relationship by discussing it one by one, it's too complicated. I believe the kings also have the desire to cooperate with our kingdom from all fields. If that's the case, we can emphasize cooperation in all fields. Sheena said, if the kingdom that currently has cooperative relations with our kingdom wants to establish cooperative relations with us from all fields, we just made a cooperative relationship agreement in all fields. However, this cooperation also has its own risks. The risk is the loss of payments that we should have received in the protection of the territory. I think it's fine with that, Hashirama said calmly. Our current kingdom already has quite a lot of funds. In addition, if each of our departments have started to operate properly, we no longer need to get additional funds paid by other royal parties. We can also see that the benefits that we will get in the future are very large, especially the profits that can be generated by the timber department. This month alone, we've earned over 75 billion just through that department. It's still the middle of the month. It is not impossible that the profit from the sale of this wood will reach 100 billion berries profit. I agree with Hashirama. Ishiki said, we can eliminate the annual payment for the protection of the area. After all, they will also later help our kingdom in selling every product we have. Also, regarding the issue of profit, our empire's profits are already huge. We no longer need to seek profit from places like that, especially the funds they get that they can use in terms of building their empire. I also agree to this. Kajin nodded. We can eliminate the annual payment. Our kingdom has been able to get a lot of profit just through the products we sell. In the department that will be run by me, I have confidence to be able to make a profit of about 200 to 300 billion for each month. We no longer need to take advantage of such places. Let the money be used by the kingdom to build their empire. I agree with Isrin suddenly said, cooperation in various fields is enough for us to gain many advantages in running the kingdom. They have helped us in terms of doing marketing. We just need to prepare our products and let them sell them. They also need manpower and expenditure of funds to make these sales. If we take a deduction from their annual income, that would be very unfortunate. Better cancel the annual payment. Our kingdom is not a poor kingdom that needs to get such a payment. Everyone expressed their opinion and all of those opinions agreed with the abolition of the payment of the protection fee. Alright, Ars nodded. Everyone has expressed their opinion and everyone has expressed a decision regarding whether to pay the annual protection fee and shift all of our cooperation into cooperation in all fields. No other opinion? If not, I will validate this no. Everyone said in unison. Okay. Then, I will convey this to the three leaders tomorrow in the meeting that will be held. Ars then looked at Lowellmana. Loa, help me make the cooperation agreement document. After our meeting is over, I will ask them to sign the document. I see Luomina now knew how to use a computer and Ars had no problem leaving this task to Luomina. Ars Rin suddenly called out, regarding the visa rules. I think we can add a new rule. New rules? Ars asked in confusion. The visa itself is a document whereby the person holding the document can work or build a business in our kingdom. I think it's better for us to make a rule that visas can only be obtained by citizens who live in the kingdom who have a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. This allows us to control the number of visas that we will issue. It's better for us to do something like that than us randomly giving out our royal visas, Rin said seriously, although we can make a selection regarding people who want to get visas from our kingdom. However, it is better for us to only focus on visa holders who are people from the kingdom with whom we have developed a cooperative relationship. It can also improve their lives. This rule was also used by the countries in my previous world or maybe in all of the modern world. They only enforce or grant the visa to go to a kingdom with which they have developed a cooperative relationship. Good idea, Kage nodded. I think we can add this idea, ours. Compared to us giving jobs to citizens from kingdoms who don't establish cooperative relations with our kingdom. It is better for us to give the work to the citizens who build cooperative relations with our kingdom. It is better and can improve their quality of life. I also agree with this idea, Sheena nodded. However, if we carry out this idea, we have to teach the kingdoms with whom we have a cooperative relationship about the population system. They should be able to record every resident in their kingdom so that we can identify that person is a citizen of the kingdom that we have a cooperative relationship with or not. Ours, we better give each kingdom a crystal ball of honesty, Hashirama said seriously. This also prevents any spies from joining their kingdom, especially spies sent by the world government. We cannot allow these spies to roam freely in the kingdom that builds cooperative relations with our kingdom. It will only harm them. Ars nodded and asked, how many honesty crystal balls do we have at the moment? There are currently 5 units, Kaguya said calmly. Then, you spare 3 units. We will hand over the crystal ball when the meeting is over. I see. Kaguya nodded. Ars, what about my previous idea? Do you agree with the idea? Rin asked impatiently. Yes. That's a pretty good idea. We can control the distribution of our royal visas and also it can also help in providing jobs to citizens who do not find work in the kingdom they occupy. That is a good idea. I will implement this. Rin laughed in a tone full of pride. Okay. Is there anything else? Ours, there are 8 places that will be prepared in the meeting room, which means that later there will be 8 kings who are in a meeting. Currently there are only 4 filled. Have you thought about the 4 kingdoms that will later build a cooperative relationship with us? Ina asked with great interest. There is one kingdom that I would like to establish a cooperative relationship with. What kingdom is that? Nezuko asked with great interest. Kingdom of Alabasta, Ars said calmly. Alabasta Kingdom? What is the reason you want to establish cooperation with them, Ars? Hashirama asked with great interest. The Grand Line is a vast ocean area and has many islands inhabited by the inhabitants there. Although we already have an empire that can help us to sell our products in the Grand Line region, that is the Amazon Lily Kingdom. However, they won't be able to handle all the islands there. Ars paused and continued, I have a plan to set up 2 shopping centers for the products produced by our kingdom as well as the kingdoms that have established cooperative relations with us in the region. Grand Line. One on Saybounty Island and one on Alabasta Island. For the Saybounty Island area, the area will be handled by the Amazon Lily Kingdom, while for those on Alabasta Island, let the Alabasta Kingdom handle it. Setting up 2 locations. Luomina nodded. This is a good idea. The Grand Line territory is a very wide area and has end-to-end boundaries. The Amazon Lily Kingdom will handle product sales in the Grand Line area on the other end, while the Alabasta Kingdom will handle product sales on the other end. In addition, with the opening of this shopping center, residents of the Hyuga Kingdom can also have the opportunity to sell their products without being directly involved in the selling process, Sheena added. Yes, Ars nodded. That was the idea. Their kingdom has enormous potential to be able to get a lot of profit. Especially in the sale of meat. Well, if that's the case, Hashirama said, let Hancock take ownership of an area. Hashirama paused and continued, he can try to take one of the ownership rights for areas 1 to 29, which are territories that are not have no law at all, and I believe in having us behind Hancock. No one dared to protest against this. In addition, with us taking ownership of the rights of an area there, later the citizens of the Hyuga Kingdom can freely go there without fear of any threat at all. We can also set a ban in the area so that the Tenri Obito don't enter and act in the area. It would be very troublesome if they looked for trouble there, Kaguya added. With their presence, sales will only be disrupted. Ars nodded and said, I will pass this on to Hancock. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Asked Ars calmly. I guess there's nothing more for us to talk about, Ars, Kaguya said. Okay. In that case, tonight's meeting will end here. You can come back to continue your activities. Everyone nodded and started walking out of the meeting room. Ars Loelmana suddenly walked towards Ars with a smile. Do you have time tonight? Loelmana's question was strong enough to be heard by Kaguya, Rin, and Shina, who were currently still there. Time? Yes, I have plenty of time. What is it? Hee hee. That's great, Loelmana said excitedly. I just found an interesting book this afternoon. How about we read it together? Interesting book? No problem, Ars nodded. Where do you want us to read it? How about in my room? Loelmana asked with a smile. Rin, Shina, and Kaguya's faces immediately changed upon hearing this. No, Ars said flatly. We choose another place. Another place? Loelmana was slightly disappointed to hear this while Kaguya, Rin and Shina breathed a sigh of relief. Loelmana had planned to be alone tonight with Ars, especially now that his room had been prepared by him. Loelmana even went so far as to prepare the room with the necessary scent to make Ars comfortable in his room. How about at my house? Ars asked calmly. Tonight my plan is not to stay in the palace but in my house. If you want, you can come to my house, we can read together in the backyard. Loelmana, who had previously been slightly disappointed, immediately became very excited. Loelmana was even surprised that she was invited to go to Ars's house. While Rin, Kaguya, and Shina, who heard this, their faces immediately changed. Then can I all stay the night? Loelmana asked with a smile. There are many rooms in your house. It's fine for me to use one of the rooms, right? Stay? Ars raised his brow. Well, it doesn't matter. You can use one of the existing rooms. Good, Loelmana mumbled excitedly. Okay. If so, I'll go back first. I will wait for you at my house. Just bring the clothes you will wear tomorrow. So that you can all get ready at my house. Loelmana nodded and immediately followed Ars out of the meeting room with a face full of excitement and happy emotions. We can't let this happen, Rin said with emotion. We can't let that stupid man be alone with Iowa. Why do you say that, Rin? Shina asked while raising her brow. Are you jealous? G jealous? W what are you saying, Shina? W why should I be jealous of that stupid man? I'm doing this because I'm afraid I'll be made fun of by that stupid bro. Well, I just did that, Rin said nodding. Yes. I don't think we can leave Iowa alone with Ars alone in the house. Especially they don't have any relationship yet. Kaguya nodded and continued. Besides, I don't think Ars would care much if a few more people came to live at his house. The house itself has 8 rooms that are ready for use. Too bad if the rooms are not used. That's right, Rin nodded. I also want to try the house we're about to get. We can use Ars' house as a test house before we get our own house. I think you're right. We can use Ars' house as a place to adapt to the house that we will get later. Even though the 3 of them said so. However, their own goal was not to want Loelmana to be alone with Ars, especially in Ars' house. Because it can cause Loelmana to almost become a partner of Ars. The 3 of them quickly walked out of the meeting room and headed to their rooms to prepare all the things they had. Chapter 65, A Failed Plan. Currently there are 5 units of the first type of housing that have been completed. The houses are also currently being distributed to Ars, Hashirama Senju, Duachiruspa, Kingdom of Prudence, Ryugu Kingdom. However, since the Prudence Kingdom and Ryugu Kingdom haven't arrived yet, only 3 units are currently occupied. However, even though 3 units are already occupied. However, Hashirama himself still did not occupy the house and still preferred to remain in the royal palace. Only Duacheru had started to occupy the house even by the time it was completed. As for Ars, he was just about to use his house at this point. Ars didn't need to bring his clothes in the royal palace room. Arriving at his house, Ars immediately went to the main room, then exchanged a large number of his equipment and stored it in the wardrobe. After tidying up his clothes, Ars then immediately went down to the kitchen and exchanged a large number of food ingredients which were immediately stored in the refrigerator and kitchen cupboards. Ellie, how many points does it take for me to have Juichiru's cooking skills? You only need to use 750,000 points to get Juichiru's cooking skill. My advice, if you want to buy cooking skills, just buy the one at the highest level, that is 1 million point cooking skill. This cooking skill was higher than the cooking skills possessed by Juichiru and the others. Besides, you currently have quite a lot of points and it's fine to use them. I think so. Ars nodded and continued. Use 1 million points to exchange for high-level cooking skills. Ding. Purchased high-level cooking skills and knowledge. It costs 1 million points. Are you sure you want to buy it? Of course. Instantly a huge wave of information went straight into Ars' brain. Ars immediately closed his eyes and slowly tried to absorb all the information. It didn't take long for Ars to absorb all the information. A worthy ability for 1 million points. Ars muttered. You can already try this skill, Ars. Try to cook one dish or several dishes. Iowa will be here soon, I think. You can ask him to taste the dish. That's a good idea, Ars said with a smile and started to prepare all the materials and tools that would be used by him. Let's cook Hueco fish. I haven't eaten this dish in a long time. Ars muttered and started cooking using his skills. Simultaneously, Loelmina had now finished preparing all the clothes she had and had put them in the suitcase. Even though Loelmina knew that only today she had the opportunity to stay at Ars's house, Loelmina would not let this opportunity go to waste. Loelmina had a plan to secure a room in Ars' house for her to use. Because of that, half of the clothes he owned were brought down to be stored in Ars's house. Where are you going, Loa? By the time Loelmina arrived on the second floor in the lounge section, Hashirama, who was there playing a game console, was immediately attracted to Loelmina, who was currently carrying a suitcase. I will go to his house, Ars. Ars has invited me there as well as will stay the night there, Loelmina said with a smile. She didn't hide it and instead opened it straight away so everyone would know about it. Ars has used his house? I guess I'm the only one who hasn't used my house yet. Hashirama muttered, then suddenly remembered, wait, Ars invited you? Is it true? Sure, Loelmina nodded proudly. Ars allowed me to stay there. Wow, you move really fast, Iowa. I think Kaguya and the others might be jealous seeing you get executive privileges like this. Hehehe, Loelmina smiled proudly. Well then. Hashirama, I'll go first. I don't want to make Ars wait long. Yes. Good luck. Hashirama nodded and immediately returned his focus to his game console. Loelmina then rushed to Ars' house. Not long after Loelmina passed, Kaguya, Shina and Rin also passed in the casual room carrying their suitcases which contained half the clothes they had. They had the same plan as Loelmina. Since there are a lot of rooms in Ars's house, they have a plan to secure some of the rooms there for their use. Hashirama saw this and also talked to them. Meanwhile, together with the current Ars has finished mashing every ingredient to make rendang. Simultaneously, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ars was currently in the first floor kitchen and the sound of the bell was very famously clear in his head. I think it's Iowa, Ars muttered and immediately stopped his work as he walked towards the front and opened the door of his house. As expected by Ars, the person in front of him was Loelmina, who was currently smiling at him with the suitcase beside her body. Good evening, Ars, Loelmina said with a smile. Good night too, Ars nodded and turned his attention to the suitcase under Loelmina. These are my belongings, Ars. All of these items will likely be used by me. So, I brought him here according to your word, said Loelmina. The items you will use? Isn't his too much? Ars asked while raising his brow. Too much? No, it's just a little, Ars, Loelmina said in a slightly nervous tone. A little? Little, just one suitcase. Okay, let's be honest, Iowa. What plan do you want to do? I know the number of clothes you have. The clothes you carry are now almost half of the clothes you have. Do you want to move here? Ars asked while raising his brow. Loelmina was silent for a moment hearing this. Ars gazed then turned back and saw 3 people hiding there. You guys too? You? Loelmina suddenly woke up and turned back and saw that there were 3 people currently there. Loelmina immediately walked over there and Sorin, Kaguya, and Shina were there carrying luggage as well. You? Loelmina was surprised to see this. HMPH. Don't get me wrong, Iowa. Rin immediately denied it. I came here only because I was afraid that this stupid man would harm you. I didn't come here because I wanted to stay or anything in this idiot's house. Rin, did you have to lie like that? Ars asked while raising his brow. You are obviously carrying a suitcase which can be assumed you have the same purpose as Iowa. Same goal as Iowa. No kidding, Ars. Why should I have a purpose to live in your house? How could I want to? I'd rather live in the royal palace than your house, even though Rin said that. However, her body did not step away from that place. Iowa, I guess you move very aggressively, don't you? Kaguya asked with a smile. I'm not moving aggressively, Kaguya. Ars just invited me to come. Nothing more and nothing less, Loelmina said with a frown. That's true. We also heard it firsthand, Shina nodded. However, didn't Ars only invite you to stay one night and not for some time? Shina, are you siding with those 2 compared to me? Loelmina asked while glancing at the luggage they were carrying. Aren't you guys the same? You guys also want to stay at his house, Ars. Okay. Stop this stupid debate, Ars said. There is no need to fight anymore. If you really want to stay, go ahead. However, don't make an unwanted mess. Really? Shina asked excitedly. Will you allow us to stay at your house? Yes, Ars nodded, but only until you get your own house. If you have got your own house, you must leave my house and go live in your own house. It is very strange for unrelated men and women to live together in one private house. Don't we have a special relationship with you, Ars? Shina asked with a smile. You called us, it means our relationship is closer than friends or ordinary friends. Although more or less than a couple. However, we deserve to live here. I agree with this, Kaguya said. You summoned us in this world. That means our relationship is a special relationship. HMPH. Rin just sniffed even though she agreed to this. I guess I was wrong to summon a smart person to this world, Ars muttered and turned around. Okay. You bring in your stuff. Choose the room you want to use. My room is the main room. You are free to have the room you want to use in my house. Well, the four of them immediately took their belongings into Ars' house. As they were about to go up the stairs, they saw Ars walking into the kitchen and saw that there was a large amount of ingredients there. Are you cooking, Ars? Lowelmana asked curiously. I just exchanged a cooking ability from the system. I want to try my current cooking skills. Do you guys want to eat too? HMPH. Since you asked for it, I will do it, Rin said proudly. I hope the food you make is good, Ars. Stay cool. I exchanged higher level cooking skills that were better than Juichiru's and the others' cooking skills. I'm sure I can cook better dishes than them, Ars said as he started to prepare himself to cook the dish. What food are you going to make, Ars? Sheena asked. Waku waku? If I'm not mistaken, that's food from Indonesia, right? Kaguya asked with great interest. Yes. It is food from my hometown. I haven't eaten that dish in a long time and want to eat it again. Ars paused and looked at Kaguya. You have quite a lot of knowledge, Kaguya. Waku itself is a dish that is rarely known by people who are not from Indonesia. You underestimated me too much, Kaguya said with a smile. I think so. Ars nodded and continued. Go and find the room you want to use. After tidying up the things you have, please come downstairs and help me set the dining table in the backyard. We will eat there. Well, the four of them immediately went to find their own rooms. The rooms they chose were all adjacent to the room Ars had. After the four of them cleaned up the things they had in the room they chose, immediately the four of them got down and started helping Ars in taking care of the dining table and utensils to be used in the backyard. So fragrant, Sheena mumbled excitedly as she smelled the aroma of food coming out of the kitchen. Yes. It smells so must and refreshing. Kaguya muttered. I guess that stupid guy really knows how to cook properly, Rin said. This fragrance is better than the food made by Juichiru and the others. Lowelmana muttered. Finally, it didn't take long for Ars to come to the backyard carrying a tray of waku dishes that he had finished making. The dishes were immediately set on the table that had been prepared by Kaguya and the others. Is this a waku dish from your hometown, Ars? Lowelmana asked with great interest. Yes. This is the dish. This dish itself, the main ingredient can be chicken or fish. This dish is a dish that prioritizes seasoning as a flavor enhancer. It can be said that this dish has a similar concept to dishes originating from India. However, the use of spices in this dish is less compared to dishes in India. However, if you compare the taste, this dish is a good dish, Ars said. Let's eat. Everyone immediately took their own share and sat quietly in their own places. They then immediately ate the dish. Instantly the dish entered their mouths. The soft taste sensation and also the thickness of the spices in the dish immediately made everyone drown from the very delicious taste. This is so delicious, Rin exclaimed excitedly. Yes. The fish meat used is very tender. I didn't even have to bite into it to swallow it. Upon entering, we can immediately swallow the meat, Kaguya said with a face full of surprise. The gravy is also very delicious. Although the gravy looks very thick. However, the taste of the broth is very soft. Even though I've eaten. However, I think I can eat enough for this dish, praised Lowelmana. This dish is very good, Ars. I know why you really want to eat this dish again, Sheena said with a smile. Yes. I finally tasted this dish again, Ars smiled and continued. Let's continue eating. This dish is delicious when it is still hot. However, if it has entered the cold period, this dish is no longer good to eat. Everyone nodded. They eat happily. After they finished eating, Ars and the others helped each other clean up all the things they had previously used. After everything was clean, everyone went to relax in the backyard since there were lounge chairs in the backyard. Everyone there loves books. Therefore, while relaxing, they also read the books they brought under the starry sky that was currently not covered in clouds. Chapter 66, Guild building. Time slowly passed. Ars, who previously only predicted that Rin would arrive quickly, had to wait for some time to the point that he had to buy drinks in the system shop to wait for Rin's arrival. Finally, after waiting for some time, Rin came with a completely different appearance from before. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ars looked at Rin and asked dryly, shouldn't you just put down the book you brought before? Why did you change your appearance? HMPH. It is natural for a woman to want to come out looking her best. My previous appearance wasn't very suitable for going out, Rin said in a tsundere tone. Who will see you, Rin? Ars asked calmly. After all, it's getting late. There are no more construction workers who are still working. Only you and I will go there. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Say, did you make up because of me? What? Because of you? No kidding. Why should I make up for you? Impossible. That's not possible. I make up because I want to always look my best, no less, nothing more, Rin said in denial even though her face was red. What's wrong, Ars? Don't you like my current appearance? Then forget about. Without waiting for long, Ars immediately grabbed Rin's hand and said, forget it. Let's go now. A lot of time was wasted and it was getting late. Arguing will only waste our time. Ars immediately pulled Rin and walked down. Rin's gaze stared at her hand, which was currently held by Ars. Rin doesn't know how to describe how she feels right now because suddenly Ars's hand immediately grabbed her. However, by the time the two of them arrived on the first floor, Ars immediately let go of the hand and started walking leisurely. What's the matter, Aries? Why did you take your hand off mine? Rin asked in a dissatisfied tone. Do you want me to always touch you? Asked Ars casually. W touching? Rin asked haltingly, you pervert. How could you say such a thing? Lower your voice, Rin. Ars sighed. Don't you know the concept of time? It was nighttime and rest time for everyone. If you keep screaming like this, everyone will wake up and also they will see us out together. That would be quite troublesome. Troublesome enough? Do you think that going out with me is quite troublesome? Rin asked again with a gloomy face. Maybe you're the only one who said something like this to a pretty girl you went out with. Can you not blame me every time, Rin? Ars asked again. Do you think someone like me is always wrong? HMPH. Of course. Every man is the same, Rin said with a dissatisfied sniff. Just the same? This sentence of yours can backfire on you, Rin. If you say so. That means your future husband has the same attitude and personality as me. Or, do you want me to be your future husband? Husband? Stop kidding. Who would want to make you my husband? Rin said in a tsundere tone, then her face suddenly changed. If a man wants to be my husband, he must have things that meet the conditions. He must be handsome, brave, hardworking, and must always be by my side. Handsome, brave, hardworking, and should always be by your side. Isn't that me? Ars asked with a small smile. You? You are too far from my husband's standards, Ars. Rin said mockingly. I don't want a narcissistic husband after all. Narciss? I? When did I become a narcissist? Ars asked strangely. Right now, said Rin. It's just your thoughts, Ars said. The two of them continued their journey by talking. Through these talks slowly the relationship between the two began to improve slightly compared to before until they both arrived at the fellowship building. Ars and Rin immediately entered the building and turned on every light in the room. Good. Myard and his team have cleaned this building, Ars muttered quietly. Ellie, I want to use my points to buy and install every furniture and equipment of this building. The cost of purchasing furniture and equipment as well as installation is 2.5 million berries. Are we sure to buy it, Ars? Certain. Instantly the previously empty building was suddenly filled with various kinds of furniture and equipment. The floor that was previously only filled with tiles was immediately covered with a thick and soft carpet. There are also various other furniture that adds to the beauty of the interior of the building. Amazing. Rin muttered in a surprised tone. You're seeing this for the first time, aren't you? Ars asked with a smile. Rin nodded and continued. How many times have you done that? Pretty much, said Ars. Usually I do this when installing furniture and equipment at home. Let's see the inside of the building, said Ars. The two of them started to walk around and look at every area in the building. The largest room in the building is the meeting room, which is located in the middle of the building. The room was very wide and only had 8 tables and very luxurious chairs. Only 8? Rin asked while raising her brow. The target limit for a kingdom establishing cooperative relations with our kingdom is only 7, with our kingdom increasing to 8. There's no need to build cooperative relationships too much, because it would be quite troublesome to manage many kingdoms that establish cooperative relationships. Besides, the 8 kingdoms working together in terms of building are good enough compared to many kingdoms, but each kingdom doesn't have a good relationship. I think so. Rin nodded and immediately went to Ars's table and sat there, stretching his legs. What do you think, Ars? Do I fit in here? You fit in there, Ars nodded. If you become my future wife, you will become the queen of this kingdom. If I can't participate in this meeting, you can represent me, wife. HMP. You stupid. Who also wants to be your wife? I just want to try it. Don't get me wrong, Rin said, but still sat on the chair proudly. Rin, you try using the microphone. Is the microphone working properly or not? Said Ars as he walked towards the other table, which currently had the Ryugu Kingdom nameplate. Rin and Ars then started trying out the microphones that were on each leader's desk. Every microphone works fine. After knowing this, Ars then went to install the projector in the room in a place prepared to cover the meeting that would be held tomorrow. Let's go out, Rin. We need to install a projector screen as well as a broadcast projector on the outside. The two of them immediately left the meeting room. But before leaving the room, both of them turned off all the devices that were there along with various devices in the fellowship building. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the front yard. Ars immediately exchanged a large projection screen and also a large tent which could later be used to watch the meeting for residents and others. Can't we higher-ups be able to watch in the meeting room in person? Rin asked curiously. Can't. Ars shook his head. In the meeting room later. Only kingdom leaders can enter. Everyone will be barred from entering, even their personal aides. You should watch the meeting from the outside. What if something happens during the meeting? Rin asked back. Not going to happen, Ars said. Even if it happened, you guys are still in the same territory as us, especially Hashirama. He will definitely be able to move quickly when an incident occurs. Ars paused and continued. Oh, yes. Rin. Didn't you ask Hashirama to teach you hockey? Hockey? Well, I'm quite interested in learning this ability. However, there is still no time to be able to do it, said Rin. Then you can ask him to do it tomorrow. Hashirama only had the task of helping Nezuko and Megumi in planting the seeds. He could use his clones to carry out the task. You can ask him to teach hockey abilities, especially observation hockey abilities. I think you can learn it quickly. Of course, Rin said proudly. Okay. Our job here is done. Let's go back. Return? Rin muttered with a slightly surprised face. Yes. Return. Our job is done here. We have to go back. Let's go back. Rin nodded and immediately followed Ars back to the royal palace. Hey, Aries. How was the chocolate taste given to me earlier? Which chocolate do you think is the best? Rin asked curiously. Whose chocolate? All chocolate is delicious. There's nothing bad about it, said Ars. That's an answer I don't want to hear. I want to know between the seven of us. Who's the best chocolate? Rin asked in a dissatisfied tone. Who is the best? All the best. After all, you guys make chocolate to the best of your ability. All the chocolates you make are the best. You stupid. Rin shouted with an annoyed face. Stupid? Ars asked confusedly. Oh, yes. Rin. Do you want to accompany me after this? Accompany you? Where are you going? Rin asked with great interest. I will go to the 5th floor of the royal palace. The night sky was very clear and full of stars. We can even see the river of stars at this time. Maybe, I want to sleep there as well as today's work is quite tiring. Let's just say I want to relax a bit. Rin's eyes were full of joy hearing this, but she didn't show it. You still want to be with me, Ars? Okay. If you force me, I will grant it. I will accompany you. Don't get me wrong, Ars. I am accompanying you because of my duty as your guardian and not because I want to. After all, you also asked me to accompany you. Not of my own volition. Rin returned to her sincere nature. Yes. Yes, princess. I asked for it. Then let us go. I want to get there soon. Ars immediately increased his footsteps to quickly arrive at the royal palace. It didn't take long for the two of them to get there. Before going up to the 5th floor, Ars accompanied Rin to his room to pick up the book he brought earlier for Rin to read at the time above. After getting the book, the two continued their journey to the 5th floor of the royal palace. Arriving there, Ars and Rin immediately went to the balcony of the royal palace, which has a large size with relaxing seats there. Ars immediately sat on one of the chairs there while Rin sat on the seat beside him. The two of them spent the night together there reading. Rin reads his book while Ars also reads his book which he got from the system shop. When the time has entered at 0:45 minutes, Rin had fallen asleep in her chair. Ars immediately got up and immediately picked up Rin and then took him to his room so he wouldn't catch a cold. After dropping Rin back, Ars immediately went back to his room to rest. Tomorrow Ars has a lot of work and he should have enough rest to finish the work he has tomorrow. Chapter 67, The Arrival of All Parties. Grand Line, Amazon Lily Kingdom, Royal Palace. How was the preparation? Are you finished? Hancock asked casually while looking at one of her sisters, Sandersonia. Preparations are complete, Sister Sandersonia replied. We can start our voyage. Hebeheim-sama Nyamba suddenly said, please pay attention to your attitude. You are now officially out of the 7 warlords of the sea. If the cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom is destroyed because of your attitude, the Navy will definitely attack us. HMPH. You don't need to lecture me, Nyamba Hancock said in a proud tone, even though I'm like this. Why? Everyone will still forgive me. Because why? Because I'm beautiful. Hancock immediately got up from her seat, namely her partner, namely Salome, and said, let's go Hebeheim-sama. Nyamba was very worried to see Hancock's indifferent attitude. Don't worry, Nyamba, Sandersonia suddenly said, even though Big Sister doesn't seem to care about that. However, Big Sister knows very well the attitude she has. Moreover, King Fortis has rendered us a great help. Big sister will definitely take care of her attitude help. Nyamba raised her brow. Nyamba did not know about the healing of the scars on Hancock and her two sisters' backs. This is because Hancock and her two sisters did not tell this, and also Hancock and her two sisters prefer to keep it to themselves. What are you still doing there, Sonia? Hancock's voice sounded quite strong. Let's set sail immediately. We have to get there before 7 a.m. Okay, big sister Sonia immediately turned and left Nyamba in the Empress's room with a confused look. Nyamba then sighed. Hopefully Hebeheim-sama doesn't throw a tantrum that can cause destruction to this kingdom. The royal ship Amazon Lily finally started departing from their kingdom at 4 a.m. The Amazon Lily Kingdom is a kingdom located in the territory of the Grand Line, while the Fortis Kingdom was an empire located in the New World territory. The distance between the two is very far. Hancock was lucky to gain access to the Fortis Kingdom's connecting channel. If Hancock does not have access to use the connecting line, Hancock probably won't be sailing on the day of the meeting but will be sailing from yesterday because she needs to go through the underwater route, namely Fishman Island, to reach the New World Ocean area. 10,000 meters under the sea. At the bottom of the ocean, there are several fishman races that are currently sailing up to the sea using a fairly large ship. Meanwhile, there was also a creature standing quietly on a satisfied body. That figure was King Neptune, and the fishman race that was on a ship was Atoheim and the others. Oh Kasama, can I really make friends there? Shira Hoshi has now got her freedom after Jinbai captured Vendor Dekan, who had always terrorized him. After listening to various stories about the Fortis Kingdom and the mainland from Atoheim, Fukaboshi, Rubashi, Manboshi, and Jinbai, Shira Hoshi had a feeling that she couldn't wait to see the land and also see the Fortis Kingdom. You can definitely get it, my dear, Atoheim said with a gentle smile. The people of the Fortis Kingdom are very friendly, especially to the higher-ups of the kingdom. You can definitely make a lot of friends there. That's right, Princess Jinbai said with a smile. You can definitely make a lot of friends there. Jinbai is one fishman who can't wait to attend this meeting, because he was able to meet Hashirama Senju. Jinbai is someone who has a very close relationship with Hashirama Senju. It could even be said that their relationship is more like a friend. This happened because Hashirama had a very sociable and approachable attitude. Shira Hoshi Fukaboshi suddenly called out to him, you sure can make a lot of friends there. Also, there are many interesting things in the Fortis Kingdom. You will definitely be able to see everything that Okasama taught us in the past. That's right, Shira Hoshi. I can't even wait to come back there. Durimi Fasalasi Durubashi added. There are many interesting things in the Fortis Kingdom, Shira Hoshi. Everything in there is so much fun and you will definitely love the place. Manboshi also added. Neptune, who heard and saw the conversation that was made by his family, smiled very happily. Neptune has been waiting for this day to come. The day when he could sit down with other high-ranking royals and then work hand-in-hand to advance his kingdom. Neptune didn't even have a single remorse for breaking up with the world government. Even Neptune himself thought that the decision made by him at that time was the right one. New World, Proton's royal ship. Today's meeting has caught the attention of the whole world, Drew said seriously. Some of my troops even saw a large number of representatives from various groups have arrived in our kingdom to be able to take a live catch of the upcoming live broadcast. That is a natural thing, Dagama said. This meeting is a gathering organized by the Fortis Kingdom. The current Fortis Kingdom were all of the kingdoms that had been at the center of all sorts of recent events. Information about this kingdom is also very minimal. There were many people who wanted to know information regarding the Fortis Kingdom. They used this opportunity to get it. It's hard to get information about the Fortis Kingdom, Elizabeth II said, though this meeting will be broadcast live. Not necessarily there will be a useful information that they will get. The King of Fortis had always hidden the information of the Fortis Kingdom very well. There's no way for him to leak information about his kingdom that easily. Ruan Dagama nodded. By the way, Your Majesty, Dagama suddenly turned his attention to Elizabeth II. How are your preparations? Are all the preparations ready? The cooperation plan that we want to arrange is already prepared, right? Sure, Elizabeth II nodded seriously. However, even though I have thought about the plans for the cooperation that will be built later, I'll likely ask King Fortis for help in directing it. Because I believe, the decisions made by him are better than mine. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Guild Building. The Fortis Kingdom has also finished preparing all the things needed for this meeting. Jin and also the servants who will later be in charge of handling food and needs are all in their respective positions. Hashirama had also currently been assigned to welcome the arrival of the representatives and was currently waiting outside the fog. It didn't take long for the first representatives to finally arrive. The representative who first arrived was the Ryugu Kingdom. They were immediately greeted by Hashirama with great enthusiasm. Hashirama by making his clone, and the clone will direct Neptune and others. The clone immediately brought Neptune and the others into the Fortis Kingdom and then parked the ship they were using in the previously prepared port. The port is a port located in the area where residents live. Wow! Is this land? Extraordinary! Shirahoshi, who saw the land for the first time, exclaimed excitedly. Shirahoshi's voice immediately pulled the clone away from Hashirama and his gaze fell on Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, who got Hashirama's gaze, immediately became nervous and scared. Jinbai. I saw her for the first time. Who is she? Hashirama's clone asked with great interest. She is Princess Shirahoshi, Hashirama-san, Jinbai said with a smile, then looked at Shirahoshi. You don't need to be afraid, Princess Shirahoshi. Hashirama-san is a good person. Ah. So you are Princess Shirahoshi, that His Majesty said. Wow. You are really beautiful. Hashirama immediately complimented her by writing, this is your first time coming to our kingdom, isn't it? Shirahoshi nodded, and the previous feeling of fear and nervousness slowly disappeared upon seeing Hashirama's carefree attitude, especially when Hashirama was praising him. Then welcome to the Fortis Kingdom, Hashirama said with a smile. You don't have to be afraid. We will not treat you badly. I hope you like our kingdom. Seeing the look in Hashirama's eyes that had no malice towards him, Shirahoshi nodded calmly, then asked, Anu Hashirama-sama. Does your kingdom have female high-ranking officers? Oka-sama, my older brother, as well as boss Jinbai-sama said so. Sure. Hashirama nodded and continued, there are many female higher-ups in our kingdom. They will be very happy to see you coming. I hope you can be friends with them. Shirahoshi's gaze showed joy at hearing this and immediately nodded. Soon everyone was led directly by Hashirama's clone towards the fellowship building. During the trip, Shirahoshi asked many questions about various things, especially about various things on the mainland. Everyone patiently explained things to Shirahoshi until they finally arrived at the fellowship building and saw Ars and the others were already there, while some of the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom were carrying suitcases containing several royal flags. Loelmina, Kingdom of Fortis. Shinigami Kaguya, Ryugu Kingdom. Tasaka-rin, Amazon Lily Kingdom. Shinahori, Kingdom of Proteus. Welcome, King Neptune and others. Ars happily greeted the arrival of Neptune and others while walking towards them smiling. Thank you for the welcome, King Fortis, Neptune also said with full of happy emotions, then looked towards the front. Is this the building we will use later? Neptune asked with great interest. Of course. Ars nodded. This is the fellowship building that we will later use to hold the meeting this time. We will later use the room in the middle of the building to have a conversation. Ars' gaze then looked at Shirahoshi, and this immediately made Shirahoshi a little nervous. I've been wanting to see you for a long time, Princess. Ars immediately said politely, welcome to my kingdom. I hope that while you are here, you enjoy everything that is here. Oka-sama. Shirahoshi muttered nervously. Shirahoshi Atohime said with a smile, the person who greeted you was King Fortis-sama? Shirahoshi was quite surprised to hear this, then looked at Ars. Ars immediately walked up to Shirahoshi and said, nice to meet you, Princess. Introduce, my name is Ars. I am the king of this kingdom. I hope you can enjoy the things that are here while you are here. And oh, King Fortis-sama. Oka-sama told me, I can make friends here. Is that true? Shirahoshi asked a little nervously. Friend? Of course. Ars nodded, you can make friends here, Princess. Ars' gaze then looked at the royal officials, especially the women. Princess, they are the higher-ups of my kingdom. As long as you are here, you can befriend them. Loelmina immediately stepped forward and saluted with a gentle smile. Hello, Princess. Introduce, my name is Loelmina. I am one of the Fortis Kingdom's higher-ups and hold the position of head of the Department of Foreign Relations. I hope we can be friends from now on. After Loelmina introduced herself, Kaguya and the others started to follow, introducing themselves one by one. Even the male higher-ups also introduced themselves one by one to Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi was overjoyed at the friendly welcome, and quickly the women began to gather and start talking to one another excitedly. I think it was the right choice to bring Shirahoshi to come here, Neptune said with a smile. She finally got the friend she wanted. Everyone who was there while waiting for the other royal representatives to arrive, everyone was talking to each other. The happiest person there was Shirahoshi, because finally her dream of making a friend finally came true. It didn't take long after the arrival of the Ryugu Kingdom. After the Ryugu Kingdom arrived, 15 minutes later, the Amazon Lily Kingdom finally arrived there. With that said, currently all the representatives from each kingdom had gathered in the Fortis Kingdom. Hashirama, who previously had the task of welcoming the representatives, had been pulled back by Ars and got a new task, namely installing Dendenmushi that could broadcast live meetings in the meeting room. I think it's time to start, Ars muttered while looking at everyone. Clap. The sound of applause made by Ars was quite strong and immediately stopped all the talking activities that were being carried out by everyone. All parties have now gathered. Let's start this event by raising the flag, then continue to look around the fellowship building, Ars said calmly. Jinbai, Ru, and Sandersonia. Ars' gaze stared at the three people. The three mentioned immediately stood up straight. Could the three of you be the three people who have the honor of flying the flags of each of the kingdoms? Ars asked with a smile. The three people were shocked to hear this. However, in their hearts they were also very happy. The three people immediately accepted gracefully. Well then, the three of you will help each other in raising the royal flag. We will start with my kingdom, continue with the Ryugu kingdom, then the Protons kingdom and finally the Amazon Lily kingdom. We will do it in order from the kingdom that established the first cooperative relationship with our kingdom to the last. Jinbai, Ru, and Sandersonia then started doing these activities. Sandersonia will receive a flag from one of the higher-ups of the Fortis kingdom, then give it to Ru and tie it to the flagpole rope. After the flag was tied, Jinbai then slowly pulled the string, and when the flag reached the highest point of the flagpole, Jinbai would immediately tie it. This action was carried out 4 times, and now all the royal flags had been raised at the same height as the Fortis kingdom's flag. This means that all kingdoms are equal. No one is lower than the other. Chapter 68, Octagon. Today is a big day for most of the humans living in the One Piece world. Because today is the day that the meeting organized by the Fortis kingdom will begin. The parties involved in this meeting, the kingdom of Protons, the kingdom of Ryugu, and the kingdom of Amazon Lily have currently arrived at the Fortis kingdom and are currently observing the fellowship building that will be used in this meeting. The citizens of these 3 kingdoms enthusiastically welcome this event. Currently, they have stopped all business and other activities and all have come to the place where the projection screen is now installed to watch the meeting that will take place today because they want to hear the contents of the conversation. Because the popularity of the Fortis kingdom is currently on the rise. Many powers were also curious about the contents of the conversation. World government. Navy. Revolutionary army. 4 emperors. The kingdoms. All of these powers had sent their representatives to the Protons kingdom or say Bounty Island to be able to record the meeting and then broadcast it to them. This can be seen at the projection screen installation. There are quite a number of people currently holding Denden Mushi with the function of being able to broadcast all events full time. While there were also big people whose current locations were close to the broadcasting grounds. Steps come into place. Those people were Doflamingo, Mihawk, as well as several others. Look. The screen is on. The meeting is about to start. Exclaimed excitedly from the citizens of the Protons kingdom. Where is that? Could it be in the meeting room? Meeting room? Very large. Not just very big. The room was even very luxurious. Is this really the meeting room that will be used? Everyone was surprised by the view of the room that would be used in the meeting. This is because the meeting room has a very large and spacious size. Even the Gorosei who were watching the live broadcast were slightly taken aback. There are 8 tables, Ogata said with a frown. Could it be that the Fortis kingdom currently has a cooperative relationship with some other kingdoms that we don't know about? Few fate places? This is interesting. Is there a kingdom that is secretly establishing a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom? Doflamingo smirked as he watched eagerly the live broadcast on a building with lounge chairs and drinks beside him. Several people who were more observant like Ogata and Doflamingo also noticed this. Finally the door to the meeting room opened and revealed the 4 kings who would participate in this meeting. King of the Fortis kingdom, Ars. King of the Ryugu kingdom, Neptune. King of the kingdom of Protons, Elizabeth II. Empress of the Amazon Lily kingdom, Boa Hancock. How could it be? Doflamingo, who saw Hancock appear on the screen, was immediately shocked and sat down in his chair. How can that woman get the approval of King Fortis? Huh? How did that woman get there? Crocodile, who was currently watching in his office, also frowned. Hey. Isn't that the pirate empress? How could he be there? What? Is it possible that the Amazon Lily kingdom has already established a cooperative relationship with the Fortis kingdom? That might be the case, Ben Backman said seriously. Otherwise, there's no way that Boa Hancock would have given up her 7 Warlords of the Sea title. He has an island to protect. If Hancock relinquishes the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, the Marines will definitely hunt her down and even hunt down all the citizens living in the Amazon Lily kingdom. Everyone was surprised by the appearance of Boa Hancock on the screen. But the surprise lasted for a moment because they immediately cheered with enthusiasm for being able to watch the most beautiful woman in the world for some time. There is no difference between men and women. They were very excited to watch Hancock because of her appearance. There are 8 places but there are only 4 kings there. Sengoku frowned. Is it possible that those places are set up there and the Fortis kingdom will only establish cooperative relations with the 7 kingdoms? It might happen, Saru replied. Besides what we're seeing right now, there are only 4 kings there. While in the meeting room there are 8 places that can be used by 8 kings. It is likely that the Fortis kingdom will only establish cooperation with the other 7 kingdoms. The 7 kingdoms, huh? Is it possible that I can be one of them? Doflamingo, despite having been rejected before. The look in his eyes still showed a desire to establish cooperation with the Fortis Kingdom. 8 places? Neptune asked while raising his brow. I only have a plan to build cooperative relations with the 7 kingdoms and nothing more but could be less, Ars said calmly and continued. Currently there are 3 kingdoms that have established cooperative relations with my kingdom and there are still 4 vacant places left for at the moment. Ars' voice is very clear to everyone who is currently watching. The kings watching this live broadcast had very high hopes for their kingdom to be accepted to establish a cooperative relationship with the Fortis Kingdom. Because they knew, as long as they could establish cooperation with the Fortis Kingdom, their kingdom would definitely be safe. It could be seen the current Prudence Kingdom that even the Emperor of the Ocean didn't dare to try to mess around there, let alone the little pirates. 4 empty spots? Then, do you have a plan with whom you will establish a cooperative relationship? Hancock asked with interest. With your personality, should you already have a plan for which kingdom you want to cooperate with? This Hancock question represents the question of everyone watching. Everyone readied their ears to hear the answer that Ars was about to give. Yes, Ars nodded. However, there are only 2 kingdoms that I currently want to establish cooperation with them. 2 still don't know and maybe time will tell. 2 kingdoms? Everyone exclaimed hearing this. Are the 2 kingdoms located in the New World? Asked Elizabeth II. The kings whose kingdoms were built in the ocean region of the New World prepared their ears to hear the answer from the Rs. Even Doflamingo couldn't help feeling uneasy. No, Rs said calmly, those kingdoms are not kingdoms from the New World realm. And neither is the kingdom built on the 4 seas. All the kings whose kingdoms were built in the region mentioned by Rs immediately lost their hope. Meanwhile the kingdom that was built in the Grand Line territory was very excited to hear this because they had hopes of being elected. That means the 2 kingdoms are on the Grand Line?